ένα, δύο, ένα. Okay. Check, test, test, ένα, δύο, τρία, τέσσερα. Check, ένα, δύο, τρία, τέσσερα. Test, okay.
So if my microphone is working, yes, okay. So good morning to everyone. Hope you can hear me well, even though the room is very small, so it's kind of a little bit counterintuitive that we need microphones. We gather here today for a very important subject that is also very close to my own, and it's solidifying the tech island and developing a competitive digital economy for Cyprus. So what I would like to do firstly is to start by introduction so that everyone introduces themselves, and then we will go into the actual questions and then the discussion. Please feel free in any order.
Hello, my name is Elena Prohaskova and I am Director of JetBrains in Cyprus.
And yeah, so like a 30-second snapshot of what you are and what you do.
Okay, so our company, I will then introduce JetBrains. We are a software development company. We have more than 20 years of experience in software development, technology development. Today we have more than 2,000 employees who are distributed across 12 locations. We are not just creating tools for software for developers, but also we stand behind programming language, which today is very popular, Kotlin.
My name is My Games. My Games is one of the leading gaming companies in the world. We have about 1,500 employees distributed again through our 6 locations in Amsterdam as our headquarters, in Abu Dhabi, here in Cyprus, and some others. So we are pretty strong here, and we are growing fast enough to talk about this topic, because for me personally it's very interesting to grow our presence here and to do our best to help this topic.
I am Christoforos Anagiotos, an accountant by background. I lead the deal advisory services of KPMG in Cyprus. Deal advisory means we deal with mergers, acquisitions, valuations, feasibility studies, and one of the very interesting work that we have been doing recently is to assess the economic impact of certain sectors and sector companies in Cyprus, as we will be talking later.
Hello. Yes. So good morning. I'm Nicosia Zamianou. I'd like to say that I'm a technologist, but I'm also the Deputy Minister of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy. I've been in this position for 8 months now, I think. This is what we do day in, day out, the subject matter of this panel discussion. So very happy to be here with you all and part of this esteemed panel.
Good morning all. My name is Aristos Damianou. I'm a member of parliament. I chair the Interior Affairs Committee. This is a committee that handles most of the laws relating to this panel to some extent, especially laws on immigration, migration policies, incentives. So I'm here in this capacity, and with this opportunity I'd like to congratulate the Cyprus Forum for the initiative. Thank you.
And the final introduction is for myself. So my name is Lugna Burachene. I'm the Group CEO of Payable. We are a fintech company leading payments not only in Cyprus but around in Europe and globally. And also I'm in capacity of a tech island board member as well. So this topic is definitely close to my heart as well. So to begin, just to set a little bit the scene, over the 4 past years, Cyprus has undergone significant transformation, emerging as a prime destination for international companies and top-tier talent. This exponential growth is a testament to the island's strategic initiatives and conducive environment that foster innovation and economic development. In this panel discussion today, our distinguished panelists will explore the ongoing multifaceted challenges and opportunities that we face going and leading towards the ultimate goal of becoming the real tech island. So if we can start by first question, we will have 2 rounds of questions, and we will start now with Deputy Minister Damianou. So many companies have chosen Cyprus as their base, contributing to thriving hub technology of innovation. Could you share the government's vision vision for this hub, and how do you see the future and we as a whole holding this competitive advantage?
Thank you for the question. Let me first say that I'm glad that we have this subject on this panel discussion, and the reason is that it sends a message that the community, at least those involved with the subject, are acknowledging the fact that we are moving forward. This is not a distant, unapproachable goal. It is becoming a reality. Cyprus becoming a tech hub, or towards becoming a tech hub. And now we should focus on how to leverage that, how to ensure that we maintain the momentum. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. Now, we're talking about a competitive digital economy, and we should say that this involves a number of key elements. So we're talking about a digital infrastructure, fast, robust, high-speed connectivity, shared resources, data centers that will support these digital initiatives, digital transactions, a digitally enabled skilled workforce that will drive these activities, these solutions forward, a digitally enabled business environment, our businesses adopting digital technologies, new emerging technologies, and an environment that is conducive to the startup ecosystem and to innovation. And of course, a legal and regulatory framework that will not only support and enable, but also safeguard this growth. Now, all of these elements collectively lead to an environment whereby businesses can thrive, can innovate, can compete, can grow, not only nationally, but also globally. Now, to your point, Cyprus becoming a technology hub in the sense that technology companies coming here, investing, moving their base here, and we have a growing community of important tech multinationals doing just that. We have representatives from a few of them on this panel today. Now, this fact is a driving force behind a number of these key elements that I mentioned before. And it's also contributing directly to a goal that we have, which is the diversification of the economic model. So the Cyprus's digital economy becoming a pivotal component of the overall economic structure. And this is actually happening. I'm sure we will be discussing it later on, but the ICT sector has been the sector with the highest growth over the past decade in Cyprus, and I think close to 10 or something % of the GDP. So that's important. Now, with regards to the vision, the ultimate goal, I think what we want is for Cyprus to become a regional base for what we call delivery of high-tech solutions and services, and also collaborative R&D. Cyprus, we are fortunate enough to be, let's call it Europe's eastern outpost, so sitting between 3 continents, providing access to a number of high-growth markets, and being a gateway, a natural gateway into Europe. And I can tell you that there is increasing interest from companies to explore just that. Now, also our small size as a market allows us to act as a sandbox for emerging and deep tech research, and also for bringing innovative products into the very demanding regulatory regime of the European market, being a pilot market for that. Based on that as well, we can be a data and connectivity hub, and that's hugely important. Cyprus, by the way, is well connected with submarine fiber optic cables. We have 12 of those. We are investing in that direction. That's important because data and connectivity are vital in the AI-driven economy of today. Okay, and talking about AI, that's a particular part of this vision. And the tech multinationals investing here are also, in that respect, contributing a lot. A lot of them are investing and bringing talent in this area of AI. They are investing in cutting-edge solutions on AI. So that's also important. Now, if you couple all that, and I'm sure this will be subject of further discussion, with a pro-business, pro-investment environment, All in all, we have a very good proposition as a country. And the goal should be to make sure that all of these efforts are channeled in such a way that they reflect directly to the economy. So we don't want to be a pass-through hub. We want to be a hub that attracts business here. Just a final word. I don't want to say too much. Of course, we need to focus our efforts across the dimensions I mentioned earlier as key elements of what it means to be a digital economy. But just to know that the latest ratings and official reports are showing a positive trajectory for Cyprus in terms of the DESI indices, as we call them, the Digital Economy and Society indices of the EU Commission. There is progress over the past couple of years, especially this year. We are still one of the leaders in connectivity. We are on track to achieve 100% population coverage for high-speed connectivity on both 5G and fiber optic connectivity by the end of 2025. We have shown the highest growth in terms of ICT professionals compared to the total workforce. That again is the tech island aspect is contributing directly to that, bringing talent. And the digital intensity of our businesses, we rank 7th in Europe on that, i.e. the level at which our businesses are absorbing, are adopting the technologies is getting better. Okay. In terms of the innovation, again, we rank amongst Europe's strong innovators, 10th in Europe in that respect. This shows great prospect for that area, and the research and innovation ecosystem is one aspect we need to focus on, invest on, because this could be the drive behind the startup ecosystem. Okay, and a number of other indices like the Startup Index and the Patent Index of Europe show that we are in the top 50 countries. For a small country like ours, to be in that elite group of countries is quite an achievement and shows that we can invest in that direction. And I think I will stop here.
And I hope that we will continue to solidify those positions. But since you touched some of the statistics, I think Christoforos has something to add here from KPMG side. And KPMG has conducted an in-depth study on growth and potential of Cyprus as tech sector. What key points and key data points can you share with us today? And what conclusions have you drawn from that study?
Thank you, Anna. Yes, indeed, we have completed a report on the economic impact of the tech island in Cyprus, and this report has been completed back in May 2024, although we keep updating it in order to have a live, let's say, tracker of the importance of this sector in the overall economy, which is continuously evolving. Our approach was to measure the GVA, the gross value added of the sector, into the overall economy. And effectively, when we talk about the Tech Island members, we didn't isolate it to the ICT community, but we also took some part of other sectors like the professional and technical services. And this measure that we took gives us a total contribution, direct contribution to the economy of 3.3 billion, which is around 12% of the gross value added of the country, which is 26 million. But if we also take the indirect effect, which is the, let's say, the spillover effect of a certain sector into other sectors of the economy, which we measure by the multiplier effect, we have another contribution of around 2.3 billion, so a total of 5.6 billion, which amounts to around 20% of the total economy. We even consider that this is a prudent estimate because, and this is what we are now working on in order to further evaluate and make more accurate our calculations, because there are certain companies in the fintech sector which are classified as financial services. We have not included their effect on in our analysis, and obviously there are very big companies on the island in this sector. But to go on and say some more statistics, very interesting observations about the performance of the sector, confirming also what the Deputy Minister said. ICT is internationally a very fast-growing sector. In the last 25 years, it has grown in between the Europe 27 members at around 400%. And in this fast-growing environment, Cyprus has performed really well. It ranks fourth in the growth in the last 12 years, from 2011 to 2023. With a growth of almost 300%. As I said, we are fourth only behind Ireland, Malta, and Romania. Also very important is the share of the ICT sector into our overall economy, which is around 10%, taking only the ICT sector in isolation and not the other side effects, let's say. This compares very favorably with the rest of Europe, which has an average of around 5.4%. But Ireland is way ahead of us. It's at 19%, and obviously it is possibly something to look up to. And also very important statistic that we have indicated in our report as well is that in 2020, where the economy, due to COVID mainly, it slowed down with a rate of 3%, the ICT sector grew by 19%, so we can say that it saved the day for the Cyprus economy and kept the growth going in the future years. Some observations also in terms of the employment sector. The share of the employment force into the ICT in Cyprus ranks 12th among the EU 27, which shows that in terms of the importance of the sector, we are second in terms of the output, but in terms of employment, we are 12th. So it shows how productive our sector is. And indeed, we rank 5th in terms of gross value added per head, per employee working in the sector. We rank 4th in Europe, and fifth in Europe. And if we compare this with the cost of living of other countries, then it means that this is a very productive sector for us. And one final observation, which is again very important, is that based on the official statistics in the ICT sector, 60% of the employees are Cypriots, according to a general belief that it's most foreigners working in this sector.
I actually have to confirm also from our side, we are hiring locally. We are not, we're not relocating people. So in case of payable, we have 60%, 55% actually are Cypriot also. So I think in as many companies that follow the same suit as per your statistics. Looking a little bit closer to the business side, for me the most interesting part to see how the companies who are actually contributing to the Cypriot economy looking at certain things, and maybe we can start with you, Elena. JetBrains is a prime example of a major international company heavily investing in Cyprus, and particularly in the education sector. Could you provide us with a brief overview of its programs and key objectives?
Yes, sure, gladly. First, I will introduce more JetBrains. Here in Cyprus, we have 270 employees. So this is not the biggest location, however, very important because here we have majority of our employees here represent R&D. Businesses around the world today face shortage of workers with technical background, and this is not the new issue. Problems of finding tech talent, they have been here for at least a few decades. And despite recent layoffs in our industry, one might expect the change of the landscape, but it didn't happen. The demand for innovation, this is the reason, the demand for innovation continues to escalate, requiring more and more new skills and evolving skills. So when we noticed some time ago that level of skills of our new hires decreases, we reached out to universities and offered our help. Not all universities were willing to admit that the level of the knowledge they provide is not sufficient anymore. But those educational institutions who were willing to collaborate with them, we first introduced courses that were available for students in addition to their regular curriculum. Today at JetBrains we have ongoing educational projects that develop in several countries and in multiple locations. And our biggest investment here is our employees, because today we have the whole department of education and research, and we are talking about 150 people, even a little more. And those people are dedicated specifically to these projects, so they make it happen. So I will give you details of what specifically we do in the world and here in Cyprus. So we work with universities to create and enhance computer science programs. This way we help universities to educate and guide the next generation of developers which our industry so desperately needs. Here in Cyprus, we collaborate with Neapolis University in Paphos. We created and successfully launched this year a bachelor program, Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence, so wanted today. And we have 95 students in this program, and 8 of these students who study in Paphos, they receive also our scholarships. So scholarships is what we provide to financial support talented students. On top of that, we also build global community around programming competitions. ICPC, for those who might not know, this is very prestigious international competition for programmers. We train students to participate in ICPC. We organize ICPC camps, and we also help students to get there, meaning we financial support, we organize trips, and we are there with them. So we help them to become part of this community. Also, we organize research schools and events. Apart from that, we also continuously create a lot of learning content in the form of lectures, which is available online for everyone, anywhere. So what's in these 4 universities as a big player? For them, this collaboration, it's sort of a bridge to the industry. They get insight of what is happening, what is needed today, and where they don't keep up with the pace. And universities, by collaboration with companies like JetBrains, and I know many other companies also collaborate with universities. For universities, it allows them to enhance their offer, educational offer, to make it attractive for students. And this way, they are able to prepare the new generation who will be competitive on the market.
As it was already mentioned on the panel, I think if we're talking about the overall experience of Cyprus moving to the tech island and being a hub of it, all of the layers have to be covered, and I think education is one of the paramount should be one of the paramount objectives as well for that. So thank you so much for sharing that. And then I would like to also ask Elena, so another Elena on the panel from Mind Games, to tell a little bit about your perspective since you set up the shop in Cyprus as a company. What your experience has been so far? What do you see as challenges, and what do you see as opportunities for you and also for other companies similar to yourself?
Our story, I believe, pretty close to the story of many big IT companies. We have a rather big team, and taking into account that we have the remote mode of our work, it's not necessary for our employee to be in office, to be offline at any space, so it's not necessary for them to be concentrated at any hubs, so they live whenever they want, from Thailand to North America. But at the same time, we have 6 strict hubs, as we call it. It's not only the office spaces, it's a strict support from the company to our employee at these locations, and Cyprus is one of them, as I indicated. So my personal task somehow collect my people around our hubs, somehow motivate them to move from Thailand to Cyprus, for example, from North America to other hubs, for example, in Abu Dhabi we have hub, or Amsterdam or some others. So it's not so easy because we have no strict rules, but we definitely need to have some additional motivation and show them the options and benefits to live here. That's why it's my day-to-day operational life explaining the benefits to live here in Cyprus and to use my personal experience as a sample, because I truly believe that we have a lot of benefits living here. And one of them definitely is the simplification of naturalization process that over the recent years became much easier and much more convenient. And I'm sure that this work was done really great and it helps a lot leading our employees moving here, having secure position in terms of the legalization. So thanks very much for that help. Another point that I usually use is the income tax benefits that we have here, reduction for income tax for foreigners. It's so important as well, and it's significantly better than in other European countries, for example. Compare with other headquarters in Netherlands, it's much more convenient here. And of course, having different options, many of our employees choose Cyprus mainly due to that fact, because of course they think about strategic behind this decision. At the same time, maybe it looks like not so important like work permit for spouses, but in the real life it makes real sense because we're talking about not only our existing talents, but about their families, because of course they live here together with their wives and husbands and with their kids, and all of them are a significant part of their decision as well. So working permit for spouses is a significant aspect that make a real sense while they're choosing to country to live. So this is a kind of my day-to-day life, and of course a lot of things has been done over the recent years, making Cyprus an attractive destination for these people. And it's much easier for me now to persuade and motivate them to move than it was 2-3 years ago. Then I started to do that. But of course there are a lot of things that are necessary to be done, and I could split these items into 2 groups, one of them for the company, and for the company is another one for the employee that is at the end of the day, of course, connected with the company, but at the current moment, it's much more connected with the exact people. In terms of the companies, I'm sure that it has been discussing a lot in different audience, but if I talk having a kind of umbrella vision, I believe that to make the significant multiple flip in terms of the growth of the IT professionals here, it's necessary somehow to involve on the island the tech giants like Google, like Apple, like Meta, and some other companies. And there are some examples in the world, and Ireland, we indicated them already, and Netherlands, another one, the countries who succeeded to do the same in a shorter time. And we all know what was the reason behind that. It's a grace period for any IT companies on the island or on the country as well. And, for example, numerous of agreements to avoidance of the double taxation between different countries. It's so important for companies as well to take to integrate the legal entity on the territory. I indicated, for example, IP box regime. So IP box is a great benefit for us, for example. But in any case, there are some aspects that's slightly outdated at the moment. It's necessary to be corrected, because just a small example for us. We have 2 parts of our revenue, and one of them is advertising revenue. And as you may know, advertising revenue is not a part of the IP box mode. And it was obvious 10 years ago that it was different meaning of the advertising, because at the moment advertising is 100% algorithmic revenue connected with your IP. It's pretty the same in terms of the algorithms as our in-app revenue. So it should be considered like IP box revenue, but at the moment it's not there. We are trying to negotiate it again and again, but we're still there. It's just a small examples. And talking about the employees, I think that, again, the topic is already discussed a lot in many audiences, like visas, blue cards and visas and so on. And I would like to talk today not only about the visas for touristic purpose for our employees, because I know that it can be considered like nice to have option. But for business, but for top managers, visas questions and the transparency of the borders is a crucial topic to live and to take into consideration when you are choosing the options. Because for me, for example, it's a personal example, it's a huge deal to have the transparent borders to make my business. Because in reality, IT business is global. It's necessary to travel a lot. It's necessary to communicate face-to-face with your partners. And the issue at the moment that I have no strict vision what is going to be next week with me, because I can get called today to be tomorrow somewhere in Europe, for example. I have a meeting in Barcelona tomorrow. For example, yesterday I was in London. Tomorrow I'm going to Abu Dhabi, and next week I need to go to Barcelona. And I have no time to prepare and submit my docs to different embassies and to wait for some months to get the visa for 10 days, something like that. Because I don't know for sure what exactly days I should be there, because I don't know my schedule for tomorrow, even for next week. So for business purpose, it doesn't work having the current structure. That's why, and top managers really is the first one who should be relocated, because their teams usually gather it around them. That's why top managers, it's so important to be the first part of it. And we have a lot of different aspects, of course, but I believe that is one of the most important for us.
I share some of your experiences as well, even though that we, let's say as I mentioned, we don't, relocate, so much to Cyprus, but what we do, we also have hubs all around Europe, mainly. And when we want to attract certain people to Cyprus, we do experience issues. Even though that, you mentioned that, it's easier to advertise Cyprus as a great destination for relocation, but we're running into some real problems. We're running into the cost of living, for example, right? If we talk about rentals in Limassol, our offices are in Limassol, all of it. So our 100 plus, employees are sitting, there. So even though that there are many benefits, that supposedly should outweigh, and there is a better tax regime also for those who are coming in Cyprus as well, to work. But we face the problems of actual living infrastructure, and mostly that is usually the deterrent in our case. So people would not relocate because it's very expensive to live, and also there's a schooling problem. So basically, if you say someone, again, if you talk about top management and you say they're coming with 2, 3 kids, and you're going to say, okay, you're going to have to wait for school for an international school for 2-3 years to even be able to maybe access. So these are, I think, forms quite a multifaceted, issues that we have around all of these things. And as I said, I share some of them, and I completely understand, from your perspective that that's very challenging. And the borderless business that we are doing in general, operating everywhere, servicing everywhere, being able, to travel everywhere is part of just normal operational mode. It shouldn't be something that should be hard. And I think this is definitely one of the things that should be looked at very carefully. But moving on slightly a little bit to Aristos. So as we mentioned, with the rapid influx of international companies and talent, what challenges does Cyprus face, apart from those already that we discussed, integrating foreign workers into the local ecosystem, and how can government policy support a smoother integration process? I think there was some already suggestions there, but we would love to hear from you as well.
Firstly, I'd like to endorse the comments made earlier on, and I'm glad that we appear to be on the same line, on the same page, to say the least, because while I was preparing a few talking points for this discussion, and I'll try to be short because I think it should be an interactive sort of process. The main question that was sort of posed before me is whether, since on a number of occasions we congratulate this industry for its successes, the contribution to the GDP, the innovation hub in the process, the question remains whether this state, this polity, do we do enough to facilitate the growth of the industry? And the short answer is that we are doing quite a few things, but as I will indicate later on, we're not doing enough. So to comment on your question, it is my firm belief that on a number of occasions we have underlined the need for the implementation of policies that will facilitate the operation and growth of technology and communication companies in Cyprus in order to create the vision of a hub, as we tend to say. But admittedly, whereas we have done quite a bit in the last few years, even up to this date, a lot more remains to be done. And we as parliamentarians, with a footnote that we have a full separation of powers and the executive makes the executive decisions and we vote on laws, but we do not implement laws. The caveat here is that it is of paramount importance for the laws that Parliament enacts to be implemented, to be put in action, to be put in real life. And this is where the bureaucracy of the state, it is not a government issue, it's a structural matter. The bureaucracy of the state does not facilitate to the extent that it should have done the implementation of the laws. This is why we have delays, the red tape, and all the problems that come with it, and some of these have been mentioned already. So the first element is cutting down on the red tape, on bureaucracy. Now, later on we will come to the so-called Blue Card Directive and the laws that we have enacted last July, but at this point I believe that it is important to stress that if it is for Cyprus to remain a technology and innovation hub and to give an impetus to this momentum that is there, indeed it is there, we need to look deeper as to what remains to be done. And I have put down 3 elements. I will run through them quickly. First, we need a more collective effort to create a culture of integration on a societal level, of multiculturalism in society, of tolerance to say the least, because we are a society in the process of evolving, but we need tons of more tolerance towards people from other countries, especially from countries that do not appear to be closer to us. So the first element is one about society and culture, how to work on that, to create an evolving plural society. The second element is the drafting of horizontal policies. Some examples have been mentioned on tax incentives, on housing policies, education, on schooling. I mean, it is outrageous to put professionals, entrepreneurs in the position of having to run around to create schools for their own children in Limassol, for example, because the state or the economy itself does not create the infrastructure for such opportunities. So we need to work on that, on schooling in particular, because this is important. If we're talking about family reunification, this is the number one element. And of course, the outrageous prices of rental in Limassol, not only for office space, but accommodation as well. On these elements, we need to work on horizontal policies which do not necessarily have to do with the legislation, but it may come to the point that we need to legislate, taking into consideration the limitations that we have with competition laws. We may need to legislate, create a ceiling on pricing when it comes to rent. Other countries have done so. Countries within the European Union, after all, we do have laws on fixing prices on rental, but on certain categories. I'm now talking about professional office space. We can discuss the possibility of introducing laws on that. And the third element, which is probably the most important on a more practical level, is the provision of facilities, services, infrastructure I have mentioned already, which is long overdue. It is no secret that office space is scarce, primarily in Limassol, but also in Nicosia. The example of Ireland has been mentioned always. Why? Because there is office space everywhere, and cheap office space, and the reurbanization policies in various cities that provide the opportunity to create office spaces and create the hub that we're looking into. At the same time, we have to facilitate the process by which companies are becoming creative to find spaces. The idea of changing the town planning regulations to enable this creation of spaces. And of course, it is no secret that I have mentioned already the issue of schooling, but at the same time, there are other incentives that need to be given to families of employees to take the big decision to relocate to Cyprus. Not only to relocate for a short while, but to have a second homeland as a lot of people that we've been discussing with feel that Cyprus to them is a second homeland, and this is very important for the process of integration. My final point is this. We need to be prepared to have some sort of a standing process of reviewing policies and laws on a practical level, maybe a task force that will engage the industry, Tech Island, the Deputy Ministry, even Parliament, in order to be able to have some sort of a fast-track procedure to adopt to the needs of the economy and of the industry as well. This is something that we need to work on. Maybe a task force will be one of those solutions. And as I will be coming later on to the Blue Card Directive, I will just pause here.
And from Tech Island perspective, I think it's very clear that the Tech Island has gathered the top companies and the top key players in the island, and we are advocating for all of those companies and including the companies that are there on the board as well. And it is paramount to define those subjects that that are important to companies and work through them, but I honestly believe that there are real technical things that can be done, right? So talking about it very vaguely doesn't help anyone. There are certain points that should be done, and I'm more than happy to say that I think we're doing that work, and we're trying to be more engaging and focusing on real actual problems that can be resolved, and sometimes those are very small ones that impact something that is very big. So as from all of the experience that that we have from the companies that we collaborate, we hear that, and we can really be the voice, for the tech sector. So thank you for sharing also the same thoughts, and I think that we're all leading to the same direction. And I believe, Christoforos, you have some other points, maybe even though that I think you covered your points are almost all covered from what you identify, let's say, as challenges and things that need to be fixed. Since you've done the study, what are your opinion, let's say, from the areas that were discussed, what needs to be fixed and what can be added to the list?
Well, indeed, from our work, we have made various observations regarding the needs, but also through our dealings with stakeholders, with our clients. I'm afraid I will be reiterating some of the things that have been said. If I were to put them in three, let's say, sectors, one of them is schooling, and this continuously comes up as one of the major issues that we need to address. Second one being infrastructure in a more general sense, while this is public transport, connectivity of Cyprus, but also affordable housing. And the third is our workforce, which we are proud of our professional skills and the level of tertiary education that we have. But unfortunately, we may not have the necessary skills for this kind of sector. We need to engage in reskilling and upskilling, and I'm really excited to see a young audience today to get them motivated with this sector and what we are talking about. And I think this is what we should be doing. We should be bringing the education sector closer to the industry to be able to facilitate this, let's say, transition into more digital and practical skills. I should also say that during and in collaboration during our work, we've worked with IMR of the University of Nicosia, who have done a questionnaire-based survey with Tech Island members and their employees regarding the reasons of being here in Cyprus, but also the challenges they are facing. Again, these issues keep coming up. Obviously, the reasons for being here is on the one hand, the strategic location of Cyprus, but also the lifestyle, which people tend to value a lot, especially if they come from other places of the world that they don't have this quality of life, the climate. But they have also highlighted the tax regime, the IP box, and also the naturalization framework as strong points of Cyprus, although they still need some modernization, as well as the spouse access to employment, which is also considered to be one of the stronger points. Now, as regards to the challenges and the points that they say they need improvement is the blue card, the public transport, modernization of tax benefits, and also, in terms of the individuals, they mentioned environmental policies, so this is probably another area which, as a country, we need to address. Last, I will also mention the Vision 2035, which is the Cyprus plan for turning Cyprus into a model state. It's a very big plan that has been drawn up in 2022. It is made up of 242 initiatives, but it places the headquartering and the relocation of companies as the top of the list in terms of driving the growth on the island. And I mean, even this long-term strategy places huge importance on this sector. Still, the plan identifies some areas which we need to work on is digital skills and STEM training, the labor productivity, which we say we have, again, a good labor force, but in terms of productivity ratios, we lag behind the European peers. Simplification of the processes, effectiveness of the court systems, and a more efficient legal system. And last but not least is digitalization and innovation, which I think Nicodemus has also explained that there are a lot of things being done. As I said, this plan has 242 initiatives. In order to get the most important done, we have to remove the red tape, for sure, and get the public service promoted and move things further.
Thank you. And I think from the digitalization perspective, I think the sooner we cover some of the issues that, let's say, that other European countries do not have, is just simple servicing of employees, simple e-gates, electronic signatures, and things that really would make life, much easier. I think we were really looking at a good path. But coming to Elena, my games, just maybe since we are focusing on challenges, maybe you can focus on few most pressing, let's say, issues that you think that international companies would benefit from. I know you mentioned some already from your discussions, but if you say, okay, tomorrow, if something can be really elevated for all of the companies that are operating in Cyprus, what would you think those would be, the most pressing subjects?
Yeah, I think that we indicated the most part of them. Of course, talking about the companies, it's thinking about the IP box adaptation based on the current nowadays practices, it would be great as well. Any kind of grace period, not for us, because for us it's pretty okay to work at the current condition, but I truly believe that the huge IT giant can involve the second wave of IT companies moving here. Talking about our employees, again, I indicated visas, it would be significantly important. That's why, for example, our headquarters in Amsterdam has slightly more benefits in this area for them. That's why I'm trying to persuade them to choose Cyprus based on other benefits, because this one is not number one.
But it's also, you have to look at it from company's perspective, because we have an office in Netherlands, and having an office in Netherlands is an expensive
really
option in comparison to Cyprus. So, from the company's perspective, we have all of the means, to do it here, but there needs to be.
This is the main idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I truly believe that is the main idea, because it's really expensive to have office there. That's why I'm trying to persuade my employee to move in here, but then they need some, additional advantages of the island here. We indicated schooling, which is so important topic, because we should think not only about our employee, but about their families as well. So I indicated spouses and schooling as well. It's a really hot topic for everyone. Yeah, because I know a lot of my employees, my colleagues, who have to choose the schools in other countries while living here. And that's, for example, my personal experience as well, because my 10-year daughter have no any options to study here. And 10 years, it's too young. But in any case, we decided to move to UK boarding, because we have no options here on island, and it's a nightmare for me to be apart as for mom, and it's rather difficult for her to be alone. But in any case, there is no any options here. And taking into account that my professional lives are so strong connected with island, and I truly believe that the rest of my life will be connected with the island. That's why I can't move somewhere else, but she has to do that. And so schooling is a big deal. And while we are proposing the offer to our employees for moving here, we show them the options in terms of the schooling as well. And sometimes it's not the best case. So office spaces, again, is the same story. We have our office here in Limassol, which is nice. But in any case, we are trying to increase it every year, because the number of our employees here is growing, and we need more and more spaces every year. And it's not so easy to find the new one usually. So
I can say many things with regards to that, because we are also in Limassol, and the office space is a very hot topic, and I see that many companies like ourselves and you as well are struggling to expand, because the cost of the offices is actually higher than what I pay in London or what I pay in Netherlands in some cases, and we are still in Cyprus. So I think there is still a long way to go there. But just coming back a little bit to the topic that is very, let's say, interesting for me is the digitalization, and I think. Deputy Minister Damiano has something to add, and just to give us a brief description of where we're heading at and what is there to expect from those initiatives.
Where do I start? But before I want to just comment that there are some great points and some great takeaways from this, and hearing from people who are really invested in growing their businesses here is hugely important. I think I very much like the idea of a task force or a fast track of the Aristos suggestion, of a fast track approach in any case to solve problems. I think that's much needed. Some of them are structural, some of them, as you rightly said, so are not and should be easier to solve. Now, digitization, an observation first. If we don't invest ourselves in digitizing the economy, digitizing the public sector, I think at some point no one is going to take us seriously. So we need to do that. It's a long-standing issue. I realize that we all do, but we also need to acknowledge where we're standing, what are the challenges, and know what do we need to do. And the hard truth is that we are sitting on legacy technology. I don't want to get too technical here, but we have a core governmental engine that is aging. We're not the only country to face that. Of course, these are siloed systems historically created through the fact that governmental departments, ministries were deciding on their needs, choosing systems without a unified architecture to build on. So that's task number one. And that's a long-standing project that we have just initiated, the enterprise architecture of the government. We need to create a new blueprint, the new governmental cloud environment. That's already started, but it's a slow process. On top of that, we realize that we need to start delivering services for the citizens, for the professionals, for the companies. So we have defined what we called the Digital Citizen Program. There are 4 components under that. One is the new central government portal, GovCY. It's actually live. The first version is actually live. This is where you will find the digital services consolidated, properly categorized and searchable. This is the first fully public cloud solution of the government. That's the truth, and it's a start. And as part of that, we are also changing the web presence of the government as well, based on open source solutions, solutions that will allow us to have a unified brand identity, and that's also important. The second component is what we call the Digital AI Assistant. It's a Gen AI tool that will be incrementally able to answer questions that citizens have. So having an assistant that can answer questions 24 hours instead of 7 hours a day is on its own very important. This will be built incrementally, and all of these initiatives will be built in small steps and incrementally. Okay. The third component is the Digital Citizen app, a sort of ID wallet application where you will be able to store your official documents in digital form. Okay, we are doing that in collaboration with the Ministry of Digital Transformation of the Greek government. And the final component is what you mentioned, the EID, the Cyprus EID, the electronic signatures. We should be able to announce it soon and subsidize that tool for the citizens or in the country. That would be an important tool and a market development tool as well. Okay, so talking about market development, this is another area where we need to focus on. As a market, we are a small market, but we fail to have truly cross-country backbone services. I was in India about a month ago. It's a 1.4 billion people country, and they have cross-country infrastructure, for example, for payments. That's why they're doing great with payments. They have UPI, so one of the case studies in the payments world. We failed to do that. One example is the EID. Another example is the what we call Smart Cyprus initiative, a platform-based approach that is aiming to consolidate in a holistic manner all of the smart city initiatives around the island. Okay, it will start with 3 vertical solutions: smart parking, smart waste management, smart lighting, 120,000 smart sensors, but it will incrementally be expanded to other areas. Closing, I should say that Cyprus is allocating about 28 to 29% of its recovery and resilience fund to digital initiatives, including digitalization of businesses, and that's significantly more than the 20% average of the European Union. So as part of that program, there are a number of what I call large-scale vertical systems, solutions that are in the process of being implemented. A very challenging task, but one that should take us to the next level in terms of digital services in approximately, I would say, 24 months from now. Okay, we're talking about solutions for systems like the new transport management system, the new school management system, the new social insurance system, the tax for all, the new tax system, the new customs import system, the new GIS and town planning system, so a number of them. And it is a challenging task, but if we manage to deliver them on time and based on their scope, this should be an important improvement.
I would say that the idea, in my view, is kind of the binding part, right? Because if you don't have a way to identify your people electronically, you cannot implement absolutely anything at all. So I think it's a good thing that, I know that is sort of partially also implemented, but I think once that is available, I think you will relieve a lot of the pressure as well. So just since we touched the subject already a little bit about the blue card, and I think it's a kind of clearly a topic that is very interesting for the panel and also for Cyprus as a tech hub. Could you give us an update a little bit of where we stand with the blue card and what is going to happen there?
Yes, certainly. If I can just make a brief comment on what has been said earlier on, because as politicians, and I define myself as one, we always need to warn ourselves as to the chasm between theory and praxis. And I will come to that when it comes to the blue card. And let me give you a very brief personal example. I'm a lawyer by profession. 1998, I was working as an in-house lawyer in London. Now, for a couple of years, I would be filing applications in court at the court registrar via email, receiving answers, appearing in court, and then you know that you turn up in court at 9 in the morning and your case will be heard. When I finished these couple of years as an in-house, I realized in 98 that the court registry, I was based in London, was in Cardiff, Wales. Now, Cyprus 2024, I need to take Elena to the court to file an affidavit, stamp it, right? And then you have these sort of Charles Dickens kind of images, huge books, writing by pen, and God forbid if that book is lost, then you lose your case. Now, we have a lot of policies in the pipeline. Only yesterday, it is not a criticism for this deputy because he inherited the problem. Only yesterday, the e-justice notorious policy has collapsed. What am I saying here? I'm saying that we need to be aware whenever we are trying to implement policies to make sure that our agreements, the ingredients of the agreements that the state is making are bulletproof and it's possible to apply them, especially when it comes to technology matters. I'm not an expert, but clearly that when you have the whole system of electronic justice collapsing, it means something went terribly wrong when the criteria for the agreement were set. This is why I'm saying it's not this deputy's responsibility. Now, coming to your question, I'm glad to say that when it comes to the Blue Card Directive, we have managed to deliver. We had the Tech Island discussion just before the elections of June, and we have promised that before the recess of the interval of Parliament in July, we would have the law voted for, and we did. Mid-July, and now we are into October. So the law sets certain prerequisites, and the law is very clear. I am hearing that for reasons that I cannot explain, there are delays in the examination of applications, in the approvals, issues concerning status of employment, families. I understand that to some extent, this problem stems from the fact that only a few months ago, a new deputy ministry for immigration was set up. So there are issues of competences between the ministry and the deputy ministry, and the Department of Immigration and Aliens still exist. But the truth of the matter is that this is a good example whereby the state, the parliament, with the collaboration of the government, voted for the law. The Blue Directive law is there 3 months now, but there are still problems in the application. Now, I don't think it's necessary to go into the details of the law, because I know that you're fully aware of where we stand. But if I was to stress a point, is that we really need to do more when it comes to implementing laws that Parliament has enacted. And this is a very good example. We really ran the marathon in 100 meters to have the law passed, and we're still here discussing of problems employees and their families are still facing.
I think it's kind of a common problem also even for businesses, if you think about it, right? Because you make a strategic decision to do something, and then the part comes on execution and implementation of it. So I don't think the government is any different from that. It should just be more maybe adaptive and more efficient in identifying what are those obstacles, because as businesses we usually are quite good at understanding where the delays are and why we're doing certain things. So I think if there's more transparency there and the implementation is getting to the point that it can really benefit, then I think we will be on a good path. So very interesting panel, really. I think we touched many subjects, but I think I still want to come back a little bit to the educational part, and it's the last question from my side, at least for the panel, and I would like to give it to Elena from JetBrains. How do you envision Cyprus preparing for the next generation of tech professionals to compete on a global scale? What role should both private and public sectors play in these efforts? And what steps should be taken to build a strong local talent pool, which I think is relevant to the discussion, and is something that we really have to look for long-term goals.
To cultivate the next generation of tech professionals, we need to continue working on creating the ecosystem, the right ecosystem for that, and community. Without that, no tech talent. All their children will graduate from school and leave Cyprus and do business, and they will stay there. That is a problem. And then no community, because new generation is somewhere else but not in Cyprus. So their ecosystem comprises of businesses, of investors, of research and educational institutions, and these institutions, academic institutions, have a crucial role. Without that, there is no community, there is no ecosystem. And if your business is not just using existing technologies, but also creating them, you're dependent on high school education. You need fundamental knowledge and solid theoretical preparation. Silicon Valley, with the presence of such renowned institutions as Berkeley, as Stanford universities, is a prime example. When education and business cooperate and operate effectively, they create ideal environment for nurturing tech talent. They create this soil for nurturing tech talent. So once the conditions are right, it won't be long before talented young people, smart people will compete for being part of it. And this way you can attract not only talents from local community, but also talents from abroad. You have to ensure a good proportion and mixture of them. So given the significant power on the side of public sector, I would say that its role is pivotal. Without support and commitment from public sector, we can do this. With support and commitment, we can do that, and we can do it faster. The public sector should look holistically and with a broad picture at all the initiatives that companies are doing, because eventually there are long-term benefits for countries and even regions under their supervision. And we need public sector to proactively support our endeavors and development of tech ecosystem and fostering these collaborations through various incentives. Now, speaking about incentives, I would like to advocate a little for universities. As I mentioned, they are crucial for vibrant tech community. Universities today still face some legacy issues. They need a streamlined process for bringing in educators from abroad, because any university does that, even those the most prestigious. There should be rotation. You should take people from abroad, you should take local educators, and they need to collaborate synergistically. So today, for university to bring in some professor or high school teacher, first of all, to find them, then what they can offer. No tax incentives, right? And around 9 months of the whole process. It's too long. It's too long. What appeal would be there for a teacher, for someone with a name, with degrees? We need to make sure that Cyprus is an appealing destination for them. This way we support universities. So I strongly advocate for government to look at universities the same way as it looks at tech companies. We need the same incentives for them as well. Tax incentives and streamlined immigration process. It should be as fast as it is possible, given their framework, right? So building tech ecosystem, building community is a continuous process. It's not just you build it and you leave it, no. And we hope that public sector will be proactive and agile in adopting the legislation and building a legislative framework that will address the bottlenecks and obstacles. As for the steps to be taken, I would argue that the most urgent action is elimination of barriers that we face today. And there are several limitations companies in Cyprus encounter. Maybe you know that ICT companies use and they have internship programs, all of them, because this is very valuable instrument for both. For students, it provides career opportunities, career exploration. It provides networking opportunities. It provides skill development, practical experience, you name it. And in Cyprus, students are allowed to work part-time only in a number of sectors. And there is manufacture, as far as I remember, there is agriculture, hospitality, but not ICT. So this seems like a legacy issue, and I believe there were strong reasons to introduce this approach many years ago, but today the circumstances changed. And if you all agree that we are building community and this is the direction that we want to take, we need to eliminate those barriers that are posed by outdated legislation. We need to address it quickly. So what happens if we fail to address this specific issue? If students are not able to find appropriate internship program here in Cyprus, they will go abroad. And now what we have, we invest, as a companies, we invest in their skill development here in Cyprus. We hope that they will be in the pool of talents where we will be searching for next generation. Universities will also invest because some students stay with universities, right, and take over and become generation of educators. And then, just because of this small thing, students go abroad and the likelihood of them returning back is quite low. In JetBrains this year, I'll give you an example. We hosted around 100 interns, and we typically hire 30-40% of them. every year. Some years we have more. And these interns this year, they worked across our European location, but they cannot work in Cyprus. So this poses a big barrier now, and I think it's not very difficult to address it and just to extend this number of industries where students can work. So where I'm leading, we need to think not only about nurturing tech talent, creating an environment for fostering future generation, but we also need to think about retention, right? Because they will be continuing, they will be taking over and building this community further and further. So, and coming back to the private sector, I think companies like JetBrains can and should build bridges between industry and universities, between education system. And by actively engaging in these activities in education and skill development, companies not just contribute, not just fulfill their corporate responsibility and social responsibility, but they also contribute significantly towards sustainability of the tech sector and competitiveness of the tech sector. And if I may, I would like to support Elena on many issues. All of us, we have the same troubles. Office spaces, now imagine office spaces in Paphos. You have to build, you have to become a developer. Yeah. Now, visas. I have here 270 people. If not the visa issue, if we had some solution, today we would have in JetBrains around 500 people. Because people, they are young. And even schooling, I would say, not for all is an issue because not all have children. But travel, today, it's just, we need streamlined process for business visas. And we advocate actually for creating a single point, for creating a visa processing center for businesses and for individuals. We are ready to pay for this service, but we need to be sure that if there is a call and I have to be in London or one of my speakers has to go to the conference tomorrow, I need to be sure that there is fast-track procedure for me as a business. I'm ready to pay, but I want them to be there.
Just to sum it all up, because we are out of time, I think we identified quite large problems, or let's say opportunities as they would be, but there are obstacles that could be grouped in some really large pillars, and I think they sound very overwhelming if you think about it, right? But I think Elena's point here is that if the government also listens to exactly the things and the things that are really tripping over in certain areas where can be changed pretty simply, just by focusing on making those changes, I think it should be kind of a plan of action in long term and in short term objectives, just to make sure that we don't stall the growth and the path of becoming this digital hub for companies. And I'm very happy to know and also be part of Tech Island that, we have those open conversations. We have identified also those, key points, and we will continue also to do so. But really, thank you so much for sharing all of the experiences. I think it was really interesting, at least, from my side, and I hope the audience also learned a few things. And it's not all doom and gloom. There is a good projection of the things, that we do, but we just need to keep at it, and we need to keep focusing on big and small objectives as we come along. So thank you so much for that, and really a great panel discussion today. Thank you. If there's a question, we can still do it. Of course, a comment. Yes, Valentinos.
An amazing, very sophisticated panel, indeed. And why it's an amazing is because we have exactly in this panel what we are imagining for Cyprus. Okay? Diverse, cultural society that will bring knowledge into the public sphere. Three ladies, okay, that they have underestimated themselves when introducing themselves, very successful young ladies that they're CEOs in huge organizations. Okay? So those mini Mark Zuckerbergs, if someone can say, okay, on ladies' faces. That means that is her name.
I hope that's not the case.
So overall, very interesting. All right. Need our agenda, our we have right now important
Yeah, but it's the same for us as well.
for everyone. Because we are part of a global community. Have high sense globally. Money, Ireland, Spain, etc. As if or as needs to be done, the fastest way. Now is the time. Cyprus and great young, very talented young guys in our company, them every them chance for right going to be in their country. All about the following. Money, so that the action nothing. So that's a person. As well the youngest generation. Next. Everyone. Going to remain demanding and demanding. Tomorrow.
Exactly, and we have a benefit from it anyway. So, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility; foreign policy, energy, environment; justice and strong institutions; research, innovation, infrastructure; education, research, culture; health and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change. A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility; foreign policy, energy, environment; justice and strong institutions; research, innovation, infrastructure; education, research, culture; health and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change.
Okay, hello, good morning. Welcome to this session for another discussion about things that have to do with technology and innovation. We had a very interesting here from the previous panel about innovation and the tech sector in Cyprus. One of the main pillars now for tech innovation in the world is happening around the electrification of the economy, and specifically about the electrification of transport. So there is now a pressing need, and we'll come back to that many times in the discussion, I'm sure, to reduce our emissions, not because of the external targets that Cyprus has, which are mostly set by Europe, but because it's an existential matter for everybody, because of climate change. And electrifying our vehicles, mostly our cars, is one of the main tools that we have for achieving this goal. Today we have a panel of experts and actually of industrialists and technologists that have a long history and long experience in the field that dates back to the times when electric cars were only basically in history books when they were first appeared in the late 19th century, and they weren't really a reality, but they are now. I think we're going to have an interesting exchange of ideas where we stand now and what needs to be done in the future, especially what regards the EV charging stations. Because the main issue that current drivers are facing when they thinking about switching to an electric vehicle is range anxiety, which means that if they can actually reach where they want to go. Cyprus is, of course, a favorable place for that because it's very small, so distances are not that great. And the second one is the charging infrastructure. And we'll come back to the difference between public chargers and charging at home. So I'll start with a few introductions of our speakers. First of all, I am Nestor Phylaktos. I'm a research scientist at the Cyprus Institute. We work on matters of the energy transition and energy strategies together with, we advise the government, we also do our own research. And this is a matter which is very close to our studies and our papers and our talks because, as I said in the beginning, it's a crucial and one of the main tools that we have for the reduction of emissions, especially for an energy system like Cyprus, which is isolated. No interconnections to the outside world. There will be one, of course, you've heard in the news, but we don't have one now. So, first speaker on my left is Alexis Ioannou. He's the managing director of the Cyprus Import Corporation that has under its umbrella the general distribution of 10 leading car brands. He's also the chairman of the Motor Vehicle Importers Association that operates under the Cyprus Employers and Industrialists Federation. Correct?
Yes. Morning.
So, Alexis, first question for you. So, I made this short introduction of why we need to go towards electrification. But what is the adoption rate of EVs in Cyprus, and how does it compare to the rest of the EU?
For this year, for 2024, for battery electric vehicles, new passenger cars, we are currently at 6%, whereas in Europe, EU, EFTA, and UK, we are around 14%. For plug-in hybrids, we are currently at 4% in Cyprus, and in the EU, more than 7%. So we are far behind the EU. One of the reasons, the rest of Europe, one of the reasons that the first time that subsidies were introduced in Cyprus were back in 2002, 2.5 years ago. And another reason is that this year, for the first time, the procedure for applying and securing a subsidy has become much easier, therefore facilitating the whole process.
So you're basically saying that without an external support, the EV adoption will be almost zero. So we need actually somebody to support the purchase of a new EV.
Definitely, because even now the difference between a vehicle with internal combustion engine or a hybrid drive compared with the battery electric, the price difference is considerable, and we need this subsidy. Makes a lot of difference.
Okay, this is a good point to come back to. On his left is Yorgos Petrou. He's a mechanical engineer by profession. He has recently served as the president of the Cyprus Employers and Industrial Association. He has a very, very long history in Cyprus. He's currently the chairman of the Electricity Authority of Cyprus, the EAC. He also holds the position of the CEO of Star Oil Cyprus. This does disservice to you, only these few sentences. But so, first question for you. What is the view of the Cyprus Employers Federation about the practical issues with EV charging? especially for those that do not or cannot have access to charging at home or at work.
Thank you for the invitation. As you rightly said, I'm representing Employees Federation here. Sorry. So I do represent Employees Federation and not the Electricity Authority, although the Electricity Authority is very much involved in installation.
Yes, and we'll come back to it.
But I can answer the questions later. It is very crucial to accelerate the installation of chargers. So far, we see them spread here and there. Some all-car EV owners do have installed chargers at their home, but unless we install widely chargers, it will be very difficult. And many people are considering this as a problem. And you hear of people traveling from here to Paphos and have to recharge to come back to Nicosia. And you have to find a charger on the way. So it is very crucial to accelerate this installation where you can have them at motorways, some public locations, but also at gas stations. Cyprus has today something like 330 gas stations. And if we allow to install chargers with certain conditions, then that will facilitate the recharging of vehicles much easier. So this is something we are encouraging, and this is something we are pressing the authorities to accept. Now, our idea is having all these chargers, try to connect them to renewable. This is the only way that we can reduce prices, because prices in Cyprus, as you all know, are very high, electricity prices, and we don't see any major reduction in the foreseeable future. So it is very important that we connect these chargers, or as many as we can, to renewable sources, so we can reduce the price. Now, we are aware of the vehicle discharge process, which is a new technology, but it's too early for Cyprus, whereby electric cars can deliver or discharge some of their power to storage. But this is something we will see in the future.
You're talking about vehicle-to-grid technologies,
Yes.
and this is
Yes.
something we will touch on a bit later. Thank you very much. Next speaker on his left is another person that will be disserved by just a few sentences. It's Dinos Lefkaritis. He's graduated from the Pancyprian and Commercial Institute of Larnaca before pursuing business studies in England. His career spans diverse sectors, including insurance, marine, marketing, and finance. Currently holds the position of Managing Director of Petrolina Holdings Limited and oversees the Lefkaritis Group of Companies. He serves as Executive Chairman of various ventures, including PPT Aviation Services, many companies which I'm not going to list now. He's active also in community leadership. He's the president of Larnaca Tourist Board, the chairman of Commerce, ICFC, the Cyprus Ski Federation, and also leads the Larnaca 2030 company. Thank you very much for coming. In continuation to Yorgos' response, because he mentioned about the coexistence of e-charging stations and petrol stations, and you are the CEO of a group that actually has a lot of petrol stations under its umbrella. So what steps has the Petrolina Group taken to address the lack of public charging stations in Cyprus?
Well, Petrolina, since 1960, when our fathers have created Petrolina, is having one vision, is to be always first in everything. So we try always to be the first to everything. And this is why around 10 years ago, we started the solar company, and we started also being an electric provider for customers. Now, the issue of the charges, we have one department which is handling this at the moment. It's handled by my youngest son, and we are the first company, petroleum company, which now we are also an energy company. which have installed a fast charger in a petroleum station. So that will give our clients the benefit that to choose whether they want to move with petrol or diesel or electric. We have also done what George said earlier on a highway, which is in the station of Chirokidia, which gives the option that somebody can stop and charge his or her car. And that is a very good benefit to the public. We are also have in positions to various stations like supermarkets and various key positions. We are at the moment about 100 chargers have installed as a company, and we keep going on. Our target is by the end of the year to have cover most of the areas of Cyprus.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to actually insist a little bit on this point because you mentioned it about the DC fast charging. I was about to ask you about this later, but since you mentioned it, how important this is for the adoption of EVs and for the, let's say, propagation of chargers in Cyprus?
It's very important. Actually, the one in Larnaca, which is 150 kVA, can charge a car within, say, around 15 minutes.
If the car is able to do that.
Not a full charge, but at least it can be about 80%, which I understand the car manufacturers are suggesting their clients to not to full charge a car, only charge around 80% of the capacity.
That's correct. That has to do with the battery chemistry. But the infrastructure that you need to provide this very, very high power is, I would assume, you know better, is not just twice as expensive as a normal charger. It's probably many times more because of all the hardware that's needed, the upgrade of the local electricity grid. How does your business model look like? Do you have to charge a premium for these chargers?
Well, at the moment, it's we take it like a marketing matter as a company. Right. I can tell you at the moment we are not having any profits, but this is something that we had to, as I said in the beginning, our vision is that we want to follow the what is going on in the world. So we want to be first in everything, as I said. And one of the points that we are working at the moment is this, and various other things like hydrogono and like other things which we are evaluating. And we hope that in the future we will have a go on it.
But at the moment, your pricing policy for DC or AC charging is the same?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on from these technological topics, which we'll come back to later, I'd like to introduce Ms. Mariana Thanail, is the head of the European Investment Bank representation in Greece, engaging actively with the EU delegations, national, local, public and private sector stakeholders, business associations and academia partners in Greece and Cyprus to promote the strategic orientation and priorities of the European Investment Bank, also supporting sustainable investments, the energy transition, important here, climate adaptation, research, innovation, female entrepreneurship, social investments and skills. It's a profession of 25 years of service in banking, finance and legal sector. And thank you, Mariana, for being here in this panel. You bring a different sort of angle to this discussion, and not just from the technological side, but also from what is needed to be done in terms of investments and how the European Investment Bank helps with assisting this transition. So,
thank you very much for the invitation. I am representing indeed the European Investment Bank, and for those that may not know, the bank is the Bank of the European Union. It's a bank that belongs to the 27 member states. We act in 160 different countries around the globe, but we aim to implement the policies that are defined by the European Union. So one of the priorities for us is the Green Deal, and this is why we have taken a very ambitious and very brave step, I would say, in 2019. We decided to be the climate bank of the European Union. And what does this mean? It means that we were the first multilateral development bank who decided to be Paris aligned. We committed to invest more than 50% of our annual investments in green financing. And we have committed to invest more than 1 trillion by 2030 in green investments. Impressive numbers, and I can say that we are already on track. More than 50% of our annual investments are in green investments, and we have already invested 350 million in green investments since 2021. So we are on track for the 1 trillion investments. So just to give you also how we connect with Cyprus, and I think that this is important at this stage of our discussion. Cyprus is one of the countries that benefit most from the financing tools of the European Investment Bank. We have, comparing to the GDP, I believe that it's one of the most among the member states benefiting from our financing. We have intensified our support for Cyprus since 2021, from 2011 until 2012, we invested 3 billion in Cyprus. In total, we have invested 6 billion, less than 6 billion. Imagine that we have done most of the financing in Cyprus after the beginning of the crisis. And this is very important because it shows that we are committed and we are consistent in our financing in Cyprus. So we have, after 2019, we amended our transport lending policy, and we have put electrification, sustainable transport in our priority. We focus on electrification and the creation of EV charging infrastructure, but at the same time, we want to have sustainable urban mobility plans. We want to support them. We support them with technical assistance tools. And we also support, of course, collective transport. But as I mentioned, it is the electrification of the road transport. It is in our priorities.
Okay, thank you very much, Mariana. Actually, this is a great gateway for the speaker next to you because you talked about the urban transport, and Christos Gartzonikas is actually somebody who comes from the same area as I am. We are collaborators. He's a researcher at the University of Cyprus. He's a transport research for Mass Lab with a PhD in civil engineering, specialized in transport engineering from Purdue University. His research works relate to current and emerging transportation modes and services integrating travel behavior, transportation planning and policy analysis, using quantitative methods. He's been involved in various national and transnational research projects aiming to reduce carbon use in Cyprus, and I will add here basically that we also have worked together in the past in assisting the municipality of Limassol in looking into these issues and the way that they will be transitioning to a net zero city by 2030. Very, of course, ambitious goal, but they have the contract. So, Christo, welcome. And so what's the role of cities in facilitating EV adoption? Are electric vehicles really desirable? Or should we emphasize the overall reduction in cars and using cities instead? So are we changing one car to a different drivetrain? Is this a solution, or should we just get rid of them all?
So as you heard in the first or the second sentence of this panel, one of the main barriers of EVs in Cyprus is not range anxiety, of course, but it's charging infrastructure. And cities can help on that. And specifically, cities can help on expanding the public charging stations around, and specifically in locating charging stations, public charging stations in accessible locations such as like the roads, shopping malls, public transportation hubs, and so forth. And it's also very important in very dense residential urban areas where people live usually in flats and they do not have like their private garages to charge their electric vehicles. At the same time, cities can adopt the so-called carrot and stick policies with the form of incentivizing the use of electric vehicles and at the same time discouraging the use of internal combustion engine vehicles. And a way to do it can be like in the form of low emission zones or reduced parking fees for electric vehicles. But it's also equally important for cities to integrate electromobility and electric vehicles in their service vehicles, for example, or in their public transportation fleet. At the same time, cities can partner with different stakeholders and private sectors to bring like charging solutions that are more aligned to the needs of people, for example, and align them with the energy grid, such as smart charging to prevent the overloading during off-peak hours. But like a rhetorical question, are EVs really desirable? Is an EV, this is debatable, right? To have an EV where you will be charging it with electricity that is produced by fossil fuels. So if we are not taking advantage of renewable energy sources to charge our vehicles and instead keep using like fossil fuels, EVs cannot be like a way to decarbonization and achieve those like Greek deals and those optimistic goals, for example, in the case of Limassol. So, of course, electric vehicles have some evident environmental benefits, but at the same time, given their high purchase cost, they have some social economic issues associated with their use or their purchase. But at the same time, it's equally important not to try to replace one internal combustion engine vehicle with one electric vehicle, but try to combine electromobility with shared mobility services, public transportation, for example, that can reduce congestion and improve the quality of life. So promoting electromobility should be accompanied with strategies that promote, that reduce the car dependency and promote shared transportation modes and so forth.
Okay, thank you very much. As a comment to what you have just said, EVs indeed are not silver bullet. They cannot actually solve all these problems, but there are ways to make them more useful. We have the issue now in Cyprus because of its isolation of extreme curtailment of production of electricity by renewables, especially during spring and autumn. And obviously during the day, because we have a lot of PVs installed. This is where the EVs can help with some behavioral shifts, demand management, so they can actually charge at the time when we are having increased renewable production, because the electricity mix at that time is favorable and not using too many fossil fuels. But thank you. Alex, I'll come back to you. So we talked about the research infrastructure, but besides that, what other major factors currently are influencing Cyprus' progression to EVs?
Time in different discussions and also in social media, which I think is very unfair for the technology and for the vehicles that have been developed for this purpose.
You mean that it has become also a cultural polarization point,
yes,
not just technological?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's very unfair because besides the obvious reduced emissions for plug-in hybrids or zero emissions for battery electric vehicles, they offer various advantages compared to the vehicles with internal combustion engines in terms of drivability, low maintenance cost, low cost of ownership. And I believe that for a good percentage of Cypriot motorists, the battery electric vehicle makes a very good sense, provided, of course, that they have access to a charging point at home, at work, or a public charging point. So this is the one thing. The second is a matter of choice. One aspect, one factor that is well known and is all around us and very seldomly discussed is that, for example, there's a defined EU path towards reducing emissions, defined in terms of timelines, milestones, and this forces the manufacturers to satisfy a certain set of demands, technological demands, towards that goal, which basically we're talking about going more and more into electrification. The manufacturers are obliged to satisfy these demands, and the vehicles that satisfy these demands, they get the European vehicle type approval and the certificate of conformity, which is the passport of every single vehicle. Now, in Cyprus, it's all around us, it's no secret. In Cyprus, we have two things. One, that the Cyprus regulation. One, that the vehicles that can be registered in Cyprus have to have this European type approval. And another, on the same page, and another paragraph which says you can also register vehicles that don't have a European vehicle type approval or certificate of conformity. And you can do that in any numbers, in any scale. And that applies for passenger cars. Moreover, I have to add that there has been, it's public, there has been a document that came out from the Ministry of Communication and Works in beginning of May this year, that for public consultation, that says to extend the right to register vehicles without the European type of approval, which European type of approval is in alignment with the EU path. Also for all categories of commercial vehicles and all categories of buses. So you can imagine that one set of vehicles with the European type approval are designed to be aligned with the EU path. The other set of vehicles without the European type approval are not obliged to be aligned to this path, are not obliged to satisfy the requirements set out by the EU towards the goal. And that also will affect, I believe, this will affect the charging infrastructure, the need for the charging infrastructure, and for the scale that it would be deployed.
Okay, so you touched upon many points. I'm going to ask a bit of a provocative question, which was not on the list, since you mentioned it about this cultural polarization. Do you really... Cyprus has a very, very strong car culture. Everybody knows that. It has to do with the infrastructure, but also the way that people are used to using their cars as part of the extension of their everyday lives. Somebody that actually drives an EV, do you think that they send a social message out to other drivers? If this is something which is desirable or not desirable for the culture of car ownership in Cyprus right now?
The culture of Cypriot motorists, their favoritism for internal combustion engine, you can find it in many other countries in Europe. You can find it in Greece, you can find it in Germany, you can find it...
Not to the same extent, though.
In Germany, it's more, actually. Because they can also drive the vehicles at any speed on the non-restricted speed limits on the autobahns. The thing is that if they try to live with an electric vehicle, a battery electric vehicle, they will understand that you have to adapt to a minimal extent. But you have to start living with them and using them every day. For example, I'm in the category. I'm not living in the town. I'm in the category living outside Nicosia, and I cover 120 kilometers a day. I have an electric vehicle charged at 80%, not 100%, at 80%, which gives me a range of 300 kilometers. I don't mind, and I use it every day. My wife uses it every day, and we don't have a problem. So there is no actual reason for a good percentage of Cypriots not to buy a battery electric.
To that, I will definitely fully agree, because I also have an EV, and I live in Limassol and work in Nicosia, and I do this every day, and the range is not really an anxiety, it's not really an issue. Anyway, so thank you, Alexi. So, Yorgo, so given this strong car culture, the small distances, and the hot climate that we have here, so how should an EV charger deployment strategy look like here in Cyprus?
Let me add to what
Alexis said.
Alexis has said. Recently, we had to change my wife's car, and I suggested, why don't you go electric? And she said, no way. I'm going to be spending weekends at the holiday house. If I run out, what am I going to do? So I ended up buying hybrid instead of this. So unless we have a strategy where we widely spread charges so people can feel confident that I have no problem. Yes, I will spend 20 minutes, 15 minutes to a fast charge station. It would be much easier for them to switch over. And especially if we gradually manage to link the charges to renewables, and eventually it will happen, I think. And price will be even less for electricity. So we have to make certain moves. Highways, yes, they need to have charges. But as I said before, we need to encourage, and this is an argument that is going on between us, the oil industry and the government, to allow stations, gas stations, to have small facilities where somebody will stop for 20 minutes, 15 minutes, have a coffee, have a snack, charge and go. This is something we are fighting now for almost 2 years, and we have not succeeded. This is something that we will keep pressing, because it's one, perhaps it's the only way stations, gas stations are spread all over the country. And in fact, some people say Cyprus has more stations than needed, which is true. And, but it would be very easy for people to go and charge. And as rightly was put before, all these people living in apartments where there is no chance, they will think twice before going electric. One of it's two things we need to do: install public areas in towns where these are, and gas stations is the second, and highways, central points, for people that, especially people that deliver goods all over Cyprus, they may run out for many reasons. And this is the only way we can solve it. And this is something we as well are encouraging, and it's part of our strategy.
Great, thanks. I had a discussion with a colleague this morning. He told me that he lives in a block of flats that now actually has EV chargers for every parking spot that belongs to that block. I don't know if this is how they build apartments now, but this would be a great development if they do. But you mentioned the coexistence, or not coexistence, but the prevalence of petrol stations in Cyprus. And I'd like to ask Dino next to you, what is these owners of these petrol stations, are they willing to go to that direction, to install EV chargers? And are they fearful of their business model? Maybe they won't have that many customers? Or what changes do they have to do to their petrol station in order to accommodate those people that will have to wait a little bit longer now?
Actually, we do have a model, and it looks very promising. As I said, we have at the moment in 5 petrol stations already installed chargers, almost in every town in Cyprus. One is on the motorway between Nicosia and Limassol, which is, or Larnaca to Limassol, which is in Nicosia, which is a very key point. And that can be, if somebody is traveling, he can stop and charge over there. Something that George said earlier is that the petrol stations, they have the infrastructure that they can accommodate these people to stop. They have facilities that they can spend, say, 10 minutes or 15 minutes to recharge their vehicle. But something that we are fighting with the government since a long time, it's not 2 years, it's more than that. And we are fighting with the government to leave us have coffee shops or sell some snacks or something. So if somebody stops in a petrol station, to be able to maybe buy a chocolate or buy a sandwich or have a coffee. This, at the moment, by law is prohibited, and this is something that in all European countries and all over the world, you see that this facilities is there, and that will accommodate and maybe the reason why someone don't want to buy an electric car is this is one of the points, because where can I charge a car if I have to sit on the sun for about 15 minutes to recharge my vehicle? And this is something that, as I said, we are fighting to pass through to the parliament.
This is true. It's a great point. I actually felt that myself when I had to publicly charge at that station, by the way, in Nicosia, where
Chirogedia, you have actually...
you have the Sigma, which is you can actually
you
walk
have next
there.
to it, so you can go and have a coffee there.
But yeah, it's an issue for many months in this country. You cannot really stand outside for too long. There has to be facilities nearby. Mariana, next to you. So you introduced earlier on the activities of the European Investment Bank, but what specific investments has the EIB has done to support, well, in Greece and other countries, particularly for EV charging stations? Mm-hmm. Probably a better idea. Just don't look that. He's controlling.
Okay, so as I was mentioning, the European Investment Bank has invested more than 1 billion over the last 6 years. So this makes us a pioneer bank. As I said, it's a priority for us, the electrification of the road transport. So more than 2.7 gigawatts, more than 55,000 charging stations. So how did we start? We started many years ago investing in financing with venture capital at the time, because at the time we had startups promoting this kind of charging stations. So we started financing them. It was a big risk, but gradually we saw more mature companies getting into, and now we see that major companies, very big companies, are interested in getting into this market. So we started with venture capital, but we still with venture debt, but we continue with loans and framework loans, and we have many different examples in different countries. We have developed, and I can mention some of them. For example, we have done in Greece last year, we signed an agreement also for charging stations, but also for hydrogen, which is a very pioneer, and we want to see how this is going to develop. In Belgium, we have financed the logistics. Also, logistics centers, they are creating some solar panels, and they want to propose to their tenants charging stations. In Italy, also this year, in Eastern European countries, so we have many different examples. In parallel, we have developed, from a technical assistance point of view, we have developed a guide, which is a consensus plan, which is addressed to local authorities. And this is very interesting because it allows the local authorities to plan how they are going to promote the development of this EV charging infrastructure. So I think that this is also something that would be... So we see that more investments will be needed. Most probably we will need 10 times what we have done so far. We see Draghi report also identifying what needs to be done and what needs to be corrected. And I see that as long as we have good players in the market, and also we have to make connection with renewable energy. It's a very good point, and we need to promote this direction, because we need not only electrification is, of course, the most credible way to decarbonize the transport. We need to use renewable resources, and I think that we need to work in this direction.
Yeah, that has to go hand in hand with the decarbonization of the grid. But I will come back to this a little bit. Christo, any examples or use cases? Because you mentioned earlier about the general direction for cities to reduce the number of cars in use, especially in city centers. and promote other means of transportation, including micromobility, but also public transportation measures. Do you have any recent or tangible, real case examples that use cases that can facilitate EV adoption, and most importantly, reduce the numbers of cars, as we said, and that can be tested and implemented fairly soon? I think you have something that you're working on.
Is this working? Okay, so I will continue the discussion on the point that, on what I raised in the previous answer, actually, that the ultimate goal is decarbonization.
Yes.
So electromobility should be accompanied with other initiatives such as share mobility services. But for sure, electromobility is a very statistical factor that can promote the decarbonization. So, and we are involved in one of the largest European research projects that is called MetaCase. And this project started in 2024. And Limassol is one of the 4 leader cities in this consortium, along with Munich, Tampere, and Amsterdam. And as Nestor has mentioned in the beginning, Limassol is one of the 100 cities that received the mission label, with the ultimate goal to achieve climate neutrality by 2030, an ambitious goal, but it's better to aim to shoot for the moon and land in the stars. So that's why those goals, even though we may laugh about them, they need to be there, and they have a purpose to play, a purpose on the decarbonization. So in that project, there is one on-demand minibus service that will begin operating in Limassol in September 2025. And that on-demand service, minibus service, will include a mix of electric minibuses, public transportation minibuses, and also private minibuses. And the target audience of this service in the beginning will be initially targeting students, and especially for their after-school activities. And remember, combining electricity with shared systems and shared services is the ultimate goal for decarbonization. So later on, this service will be targeting tourists and employees of certain companies in Limassol. Along with that on-demand service, there will be one on-demand platform that will be available where users can book their seats, and AI algorithms can match their requests with their potential drivers, and then the drivers can pick them up and optimize their travel and waiting times. So the city can aid in providing charging stations to charge those minibuses. At the same time, because there is not one solution that fits all, if it was like a mathematical equation, would be solved by now and we would be achieving our goals. So there will be docking stations for electric shared bikes, and in the places where those docking stations will be available, should also be located charging stations to charge your private vehicles. And electromobility, shared transportation services are all a part of a system, because one person does not do one type of trip. We do different trip purposes. We may use our car for our commuting trips, but for our leisure trips or recreational trips over the weekend, we may use alternative modes. So electromobility is not only applied to private vehicles, but also to buses and micromobility at the same time. So another effort through that project is the development of a mobility hub, which is a more modern, advanced term of the park and ride, and where different transportation modes will be available. And some of the key elements of this hub, the mobility hub, should have free parking for electric vehicles, and at the same time fast charging stations, because in those mobility hubs you may need to charge your vehicle in a very fast manner. So lastly, and most importantly, in the next 2 years, a new platform will be developed, and transport and energy platform that attempts to integrate the smart system through smart charging, and that can empower the electrification of public transportation system in Limassol. And as of now in Limassol, there are currently around 30 electric buses with the goal of increasing this number.
Okay. Thank you, Christoph. Thanks very much for this very detailed overview of these activities. My concern, and I don't say that with a light heart because I'm also a researcher, is that these projects are fantastic in a small scale, but when you try to apply them to a larger scale and include all the private vehicle owners and normal people in everyday life, they usually run into issues that we, as researchers, really haven't thought of very well. And one of those, which I also have to mention that I am a victim of, is the payment schemes. Because right now, if you want to use your EV and charge at different locations, you have to have the right app on your phone, you have to have signed a contract with that specific company, and you have to go through a few hoops that not everybody is willing or able to do. And as far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, from 2025 onwards, the European Commission has mandated that all DC fast chargers on specific roads have to use a generic payment scheme without having to go through all this. So this is a question either for you, Yorgo, for you, whoever wants to take that. What are your views on that? Because this is a real issue that I also face myself.
You cannot have people going around with a special app on their mobile, and tourists coming into Cyprus, and if you look at the number of tourists that we have here, and they have to be able to charge their vehicles. I don't know if rented cars are still, haven't seen many rented cars which are EV, but this is coming. So definitely,
there are a few.
Yes, not many. So yes, we must find a way that people will be able, like we do today. We have our, sure you're aware of, banknote acceptors, as we call them. Any time of the day or night, you can go, you feel, put your money, put your card. So it should be something similar that will help people and encourage people. Not having problem locating a charger, having problem in payment. This discourages people.
It does.
From going electric. So these are things that we should plan quickly, because if we don't succeed in the next couple of years, I'm afraid that people will be disappointed and continue. As Alexis said, 6% is EV now, which is nothing. And unless we do something drastic to encourage people to go for EV, it will be delayed.
Dino, would you like to add something to that?
Well, we actually resolved that. We have a platform. Anybody who can charge in our P chargers can pay with a credit card, he can pay with our app, he can pay with anything he likes. Even we have our own Petrolina card, which they have some benefits, they get some points, and then they get some benefits later on. So we have resolved that 99%. I can say, because always there is room for expansion. But whenever you see a P-Charge, which is the brand name of Petrolina chargers, you can pay as you like. As I said, you can get a credit card, you can get an application, which we have a Petrolina app. So it's everything is resolved by us. And I'm sure that this will happen in all the charges all over Cyprus.
Well, let's hope so. It should be as painless as going to buy bread. Actually, you just beep, beep with your phone or with your credit card and be done with it.
It has to be resolved in areas as well. You see, I mean, oil companies for sure, they will go and develop their own apps or their own ways. But this has to be applied in public places as well.
I think most of them at the moment, as far as I know, they can accept credit cards, so it's normal. But as I said, you need a platform to do that. We have a platform, our own platform, and they can follow up without any problem. And
Okay.
we have 100 points, as I said earlier, in supermarkets, in very key positions that this can, a public can charge there.
Okay. I'll come back now to Alexi to a point that he made earlier about the mandates that we have, specific climate targets and renewable penetration targets that they trickle down into basically a specific number of EV penetration per year in order to reach those targets. But what we have seen in the industry, and from about the middle of 2023 until now, is that the EV adoption is not as high as the projections would assume. They're actually quite a bit lower. It doesn't mean that EVs are not growing in sales. They do, but they don't grow as fast as we thought they would. How is this affecting your thinking about chargers and the infrastructure and the whole ecosystem about EVs, since you are in the car importer, let's say, side of the fence?
First of all, for the time being, all over Europe, also in Cyprus, we have choices. We have internal combustion engines satisfying the latest and very strict European specifications. We have the three forms of hybrid drive, mild hybrids, and plug-in hybrids, and battery electric vehicles. So people have a choice. So, of course, it fluctuates in the rest of Europe, and for many reasons, one of which is that some countries, large markets, have decided to stop subsidies, reduce them or stop them, which is very important factor. But for us in Cyprus, we started late. We are so much behind that we have a lot of ground to cover, and we have to focus on that and not on the fluctuations that we see in other European countries. But as years go, as things progress, it will be mandatory for manufacturers, in order to satisfy the requirements of set out by the EU. It will be mandatory to increase the electrification aspect of the vehicles that they produce. I'm talking about the vehicles that do this in combination with an internal combustion engine. So you'll see the necessity for the percentage of battery driven vehicles to be increasing in combination with internal combustion engines towards the ultimate goal, which is zero emissions, which in this, what we have in front of us, the only mass-produced solution is battery electric vehicles.
Okay, there is, you all know that 2035 there is a ban on new internal combustion engine vehicles in Europe, which is of course now not really total, because, yes, for production, for new ones, because mostly German manufacturers managed to crack a bit of the door open. But how do you view that? I mean, anyone can actually take this question. It doesn't have to be you, Alexi, because you are from that. How do you see that? Are you planning ahead? Are you ready for that? Is the public, the charging infrastructure ready? Is it just 11 years away?
Obviously, it is, we are not progressing towards 2035 in a fast enough manner. With the adoption of battery electric vehicles in Cyprus, with the infrastructure that is for the time being minimal, and also the choices that the consumers, the motorists have in Cyprus, compare also to the EU. I mentioned that we have a choice not to follow, not to buy vehicles that adhere to the European type approval requirements, which means that these vehicles are not aligned with this EU path that goes to 2035. So we see that many things are happening in Cyprus that do not encourage adoption of battery electric vehicles, and to reach that goal of 2035, which is in only 10, 11 years' time, I believe we'll be, again, far behind. And I don't know, of course, if 2035 will change, because there are a lot of voices everywhere that it's too optimistic.
Or maybe we're going to have synthetic fuels production everywhere. We'll have to pay 10 times more for, but...
We have synthetic, we have hydrogen.
If I remember correctly, it was 2030. And
Initially,
it went to 35.
yes, it was
So
pushed to 35.
probably it will go to 40, and I don't know. I think we have a long period in front of us.
What you also see, I have to add, is from the side of the manufacturers, is that manufacturers that declared that we will stop producing internal combustion engines by, say, 2030 or whatever. Now they are backing up their, tracking up their claims and going towards 2035.
Yeah, because
so they're changing their plans.
Yeah, that's how it is. I mean, especially European manufacturers are frankly terrified of this change, especially what happens with Chinese battery electric vehicles, which are going to be coming on the shores cheaper. Actually, the legislation was, I think, voted yesterday about specific tariffs to put on Chinese EVs. Thank you all for that. Mariana, is there something else that you would like to mention? I have a note here about the EIB in Cyprus and the specific, specific information that have demonstrated measurable impact. I don't know if you covered that in your previous responses or you want to add something to that.
I think that it's important to highlight that how we work is that we usually implement the different financing tools that are provided by the European Union, by the European Commission. So we have many tools in our hands in order to promote renewable resources investments to allow better penetration of green production of energy. We have Repower EU, we have Invest EU, we have many different tools available which allow us to do not only lending but also blending, which means to allow our borrowers to make use of grants that are available from the European Commission. And of course, we provide technical assistance with this in order to allow our counterparties to prepare viable investment plans. What we have done in Cyprus is that apart from the fact that we are financing the part of Cyprus for the structural funds, so we are financing, so many of the things that are financed by structural funds in Cyprus have been supported also by the European Investment Bank. We have invested in the urban development of many different cities in Cyprus, and I see the Platia Eleftherias, the square in front of us, and it's a wonderful project that I believe that it was also supported by the EIB. Infrastructure and education, like the University of Cyprus, and we have a very good collaboration with the University of Cyprus. Now we have just signed investments for student accommodation in order to address housing. So many different, of course, high fiber, all these high tech, and we support innovation. I think that we're covering many different areas. We are opening an office in Cyprus in November. And this is supported, of course, by our Vice President, who comes from Cyprus, Mr. Kyriakos Kakouris.
Great. Thank you very much. I have exhausted the list of things that I wanted to ask the panel. We're actually running out of time a bit. But before we give the floor to the audience, is there something that any of you would like to add as a final note to what you have just said? Something that we may have missed?
What I have said, if I may.
Yes, of course. You want to use your microphone?
I'm used to having on the... I think people are confused. Many people are confused. You hear of hydrogen coming, and I know working for BP, we were trying that 35 years ago with BMW, and it never came through. But still, you can hear people talking of use of hydrogen. The other thing people are worried about is that if something goes wrong with the battery, and you have to replace a battery on an EV car, you need as much as the cost of the car to replace it, almost. The second thing is what do you do with these batteries once they are over? And recently I was in a meeting, and they were talking about the need of having on motorways special containers to accommodate an EV car on fire, because there is no way you can extinguish an EV car if it catches fire. So there are containers being developed. So all these things, you hear this going round, and people are asking questions, what is going to happen? And you hear of new cars, EV cars, expensive cars, that something went wrong with the battery. So all or some of these are discouraging people, plus the other difficulties we mentioned.
If I may add on this, is the issue of the battery is not the only thing. Also in Cyprus, technology is running very fast. All the mechanics in Cyprus, which they were fixing cars, they are still mechanics. And there are very few people that can go into the system of a car and fix it. Because now you just plug in and you just do a software or something, and most of the people here in the garages, they are not very aware or trained to follow up this technology upscale. This is something that can be, and I agree with George that the battery issue is very, I mean, if the battery goes wrong, then you need another car. Is the price of, I mean, if you compare both, it's better to buy a new car than buy a new battery.
But the probability of that happening is probably very low. And that's why we have warranties from manufacturers to cover that.
Well, I mean, in 2024 today, I'm sure one day everything will be resolved. I mean, I remember about a few years back, we didn't have these things, and now we have it. And it's not only a phone, it's a computer which is in our hands. So I'm sure the human technology will start working on this.
Okay, thanks very much. I think that we should... Any questions that come from the audience, if there is anyone?
My name is Dimitris Vatis. Couple of months ago, I had to decide to go for EV or other kind of car. Finally, I went for plug-in hybrid to be on the safe side. Because all this situation. Secondly, after I got the car, I was trying to go to public charging points. Okay, I'm not the top IT, but I have the minimum requirements to do this. It was really not easy to make an account and all this. It's not user-friendly, the system.
Stations in use.
I've got the application. Anyway, it's okay. The other thing is about the cost for the consumer. Currently, from my awareness, that is about 67%, 65% higher than the home charging. Do you expect that this will be changed in the future?
Good question. Very much.
Thank you very much.
One day, yes, but at the moment, the investment is very high. I mean, just to mention that 150 kilowatt charger will cost about 180,000 euros. So you can imagine that to cover that investment, it's not easy. I said it before that at the moment, as a company and as a department, we are losing money, but we are using it as a marketing. I'm honest with you. This is the point at the moment. I'm sure one day it will be completely different. Yeah.
Yes. The Electricity Authority had the plan we have for new charging stations is to work on renewables, because this is the only way we can do that. I mean, currently, electricity cost to us, and electricity authority doesn't make money. It's close to 30 cents per kilowatt hour. production from a PV park is costing us about 6. So this is why I said it is important. Eventually, it will not happen straight away. It's eventually that these charges are supplied from renewables. If we can do that, it's the only way. There will be some margin for the investor as well, and some benefit will go to the consumer.
But if I may add to that point, because you say 6 cents for production, but what about at night? Don't you need infrastructure to store that excess energy in order to provide that renewables back to the car?
This is very true, and this is where EIB is coming in. We are applying for a loan to install our batteries, which this is the area where you can really finance.
Great. And yes, please. Take mine.
Hello, thank you for the very insightful panel. My question is that by transitioning to electric vehicles or to the electrification of transport, what we are trying to achieve, we are trying to reduce the car emissions, I guess. So here in Cyprus, our power stations mainly rely on fossil fuels. How can we achieve meaningful results?
Fossil fuel, which is mazout.
Yeah, also, and I have another point. And other than giving billions of money to the infrastructure, what else are we doing, like educating people on the use of electric vehicles, about environmental or even economic, maybe environmental, some other economic incentives that we can give? And also here in Cyprus, everyone has its own car. So how can we reduce our car usage and maybe promote electric public transport? And that's my question.
I don't want to disappoint our friend from Limassol, but I have a weekend house in Limassol, and whenever, all right, your buses are empty. Whenever I try, my wife insists because we live by the coast, and it's the easiest way to get to the marina is on a bus. And occasionally, when we decide to do that, the only people on the bus is foreign workers who just finished their work. People, we need to change the culture. If you can change that, it is not easy. You know, we have this now from Recipe coming to Nicosia. My wife was telling me she traveled with my granddaughter. They were the only 2 people on the bus. So we need to change the culture, and that will take time. And the next step will go to electric.
Public transport is not for Cyprus. Honestly, the culture, the people, how they think. I come from Larnaca, okay? I came today. Sorry? Yeah. And if you, about 30 years ago, I remember we used to have transport. There were people coming in there working in Nicosia with a bus. Now, you see in every car, 1 person. So everybody is traveling by themselves. In the past, you could see, say, some people working in the government here, coming from Larnaca or from Limassol. There used to be three people in a car, 4 people in a car. They used to park their cars in the entrance of Limassol or Larnaca, and they come to Nicosia. Now everybody comes with their own car. This is the culture, the inotropia, how you, that's it.
As well. So first, I live in Paralimni, but that project is in Limassol. So some statistics first. The public transportation ridership in Cyprus is around 2.5%. And okay, the goal is not to increase it like to 50%, but if we can get a little bit more people or double it, like 5%, 6%, then the benefits will be tremendous. And of course, public transportation in Cyprus is not for everyone.
Is that the lowest in Europe, by the way? Sorry to interrupt you, but I think this is the lowest in Europe. It's 2.5%.
Yeah, it's one of the lowest.
Yeah.
And sorry?
Can I put something on public
Yeah.
transportation? You want to go from one area to a location, then what do? You go to Google Maps and
Correct.
search for the address. Cyprus, there are no buses.
Yeah. So that's what I wanted to comment is like, okay, maybe the goal is not to increase the uptake of public transportation from 2% to 50, but maybe to 5%. But at least make sure that the public transportation should be like electric buses that will be using energy from renewable energy sources. So at least the offset will be like clean energy. At the same time, as was pointed out, public transportation is not the best solution for Cyprus. It's like the US, for example, we are like in the suburbia. So people like their private vehicles. And actually in Cyprus, we are like have some opportunities because people used to live with their families. So households in Cyprus typically have more than one vehicles, like 3 to 4 vehicles. So if one of those vehicles should be electric, or in the beginning like plug-in hybrid, so instead of battery electric, so the electricity and electromobility can be introduced to families and they can start using those electric vehicles for specific trips. Slowly, then the culture may change. But yes, public transportation, like as we know it, the 50-seat buses is not the way to go in Cyprus. But it's the same, for example, in the US.
Thank you, Christo. We have run out of time. I think that we should close the panel here. I know there's another question, but I think that you can take it outside. We're going to be hanging around for a bit. Thanks again to the panel, and thank you for everyone for attending.
I would like to welcome the Ambassador of Israel to Cyprus, Mr. Oren Anolik, who was very nice to accept our invitation for a recorded video, since he will be away on the day that this video is presented at the 5th Cyprus Forum on the 3rd of October. Welcome, Mr. Ambassador, to this conversation.
Thank you very much, Nicolas. I'm very grateful for this invitation, and thank you for enabling me to do this. As you said, unfortunately, I will not be here during the real live Cyprus Forum, but I hope that things that I will say today would still be valid and relevant by the time of the broadcast itself.
Yeah, actually, we later realized that the 2 days that the Cyprus Forum is taking place this year is an important Hebrew feast, and usually we get a good number of speakers from Israel, and unfortunately this year it was not possible, so we'll make sure next year not to do the same mistake.
You know, it's Rosh Hashanah, which is the Jewish New Year. So these 2 days, 3rd and 4th of October, are a major holiday for the Jewish people. So unfortunately, I assume that it will be very difficult to get Israeli participants. Just note this, every year it's on a different date because we use the lunar calendar. So it moves somewhere between early September to early October.
Yeah, it's similar to the Orthodox Easter. So thank you again for being here. I will split our discussion into 5 sections. One is on the current conflicts in Gaza and Lebanon. The second one is on the Iranian threat. The third one is on the changing alliances and dynamics in the region, in the Eastern Mediterranean. The fourth one is Cyprus-Israel relations, and the fifth one is energy security and trade connectivity in the region.
Yes. I just need to say this.
Yes.
I think that your intentions are good, but I think the reality will show you that this separation doesn't really exist, that those issues very much intertwine and are very much related to each other. We start a conversation and you see how these things come together.
Yeah, usually I am very, organizational person, so I want to put things in boxes, but you're right that things and issues overlap. So yes, I will start with the first question, which is how is Israel handling the simultaneous challenges in Gaza and the tensions now with the Hezbollah in Lebanon? And do you think that there is a risk of a broader regional conflict? And how is Israel preparing for such a scenario?
So I have to say that I think that we will be making a mistake if we try to divide this into 2 conflicts, one in Gaza and one in Lebanon, without looking at the bigger picture. Because the bigger picture is that Gaza and Lebanon, Hamas and Hezbollah, are just 2 of the tentacles of the octopus, which is Iran. Because what you see in our region right now is the outcome of a strategy by the Iranian regime. Because you just mentioned these 2, but we have also the Houthis in Yemen who are involved. We have also Shiite militias in Syria and in Iraq who are involved and are shooting on Israel these days as well. So it is not a conflict in Gaza, a conflict in Lebanon. This is part of a broader conflict as it is, in which the Iranian regime is trying to suffocate Israel in this ring of fire around us. What triggered the current situation, of course, is the October 7th massacre committed by Hamas almost a year ago. I am not saying that the Iranians ordered Hamas to go ahead with this massacre. It's not what I'm saying. I assume, and from what we understand, that Hamas did not coordinate the timing of its attack with Iran or with Hezbollah. I think both of them were a bit surprised. But what Hamas did was very much aligned with the strategy and with the thoughts of the Iranian regime in this regard. This brutal, atrocious attack in which more than 1,200 people were massacred in Israel and more than 250 were taken hostage is very much part of an ideology that doesn't think that Israel has the right to exist, that doesn't want to live in peace and coexistence with Israel, but want to try to drive away the Israeli people and the Jewish people out of this region because they believe that all of this territory between, as they say, the river and the sea, the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea, is a Muslim holy land, Waqf, and therefore there is no room for a Jewish state to exist anywhere between those in this territorial in this territory. And what happened as a result of this attack on October 7th, the day after, Hezbollah joined the fighting. Now, he didn't go all in on this. It was not a full-fledged war, but Hezbollah wanted to give support and assistance to Hamas by attracting some of the attention of the Israeli defense forces towards Lebanon, so we cannot only focus on Gaza. And he tried to do it in a measured way. Now, it has been almost a year now since Hezbollah started shooting at Israel, not the other way around. And we responded. During this year, we saw, I would call it a slow escalation. I think that all sides involved, Israel, Hezbollah, and Iran, didn't want to get into a full-fledged war. Each one for its own reasons. But the escalation, we can see how the intensity, the range became higher and longer as time passed, until Israel decided it will not anymore continue with this situation in which Hezbollah is trying to exhaust us, and therefore we see what we see in the last week or two, that we are trying to make Hezbollah understand what is the price that the organization and the country he took hostage, which is Lebanon, are paying for what Hezbollah is doing. So Hezbollah tied himself to Hamas and to the Hamas terrorist attack on Israel, and we are telling Hezbollah, you need to untie yourself. Because if you continue to tie yourself to Hamas, the price that you are going to pay is going to be tremendously painful. When we are having this conversation, I cannot say where this will be, how this is going to unfold. I hope the development will be such that there will be enough sense on the other side to understand where this might go ahead and push the brakes to make sure it stops. I don't know, but we are very determined to not let this continue as it was for the last almost 1 year. Yep. For us, there are two main goals in this regard of Hezbollah. One is to break this connection they made with the situation in Gaza, and the second one is to bring back safely to their homes the 70,000 Israelis that were evacuated from their houses along the border with Lebanon a year ago. We have 70,000 people that are living as refugees in Israel, unable to go back to their homes because Hezbollah is targeting those homes. Hezbollah has fired almost 1,000 anti-tank missiles directly into homes in the northern part of Israel, destroying them, and you cannot let people live there. We want to create a situation that these people can go back and live in their homes along the border. For this, what is required is a full implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701. This resolution that was adopted in 2006 following what we call the Second Lebanon War actually calls for the disarmament of Hezbollah, and it claims that between the border with Israel and the Litani River, there could be only one armed force, which is the Lebanese army. There is no room for any other force, and the reality is that Hezbollah is the one that is there, much stronger than the Lebanese army, and we cannot let Hezbollah continue being there. it sounds very well when I try to describe it. Reality is always more difficult, and we'll have to wait and see how this unfolds.
Yeah.
So the long answer to your question, do you want me to refer to Gaza as well now?
No, I think this is pretty clear, and it's useful to build on this introduction. The second part of the question was how is Israel preparing for this situation, and I mean, how do you expect things to unfold? I mean, are you prepared for a war for more than 1, 2, 3 years? Is there a plan?
Israel national defense doctrine or national security doctrine actually always calls for short wars or short armed conflicts. We are a democratic liberal society. We would prefer to be in a situation of peace and stability. It's much better for our people and to our neighbors as well. So this is the preference. The thing is that we live in a certain reality, and this reality is that we are surrounded by some neighbors, not all of them, but some neighbors, that the ideology that guides them is a fundamentalist, extremist one. For Hamas, it is much more important to kill Israelis than to make sure that the Palestinians would live in peace and prosperity. This is the ideology of Hamas. This is what it is. This is the mindset. It's something which is very difficult sometimes for Westerners to fully understand. I have these conversations with people who tell me everybody wants to live in peace and make sure that his children are doing well and are safe. Well, no. This is true for those who have certain values that cherish life, that cherish prosperity, that cherish those kind of things that you and I understand very easily. But it is not true for those people, and I'm not saying that the majority, but there is quite a large group of people that they actually, the culture that they admire is the culture of death. For them, it's either we kill the Jews, we kill the Israelis, we kill the infidels, we kill those that are different than us, or we die trying to do so. In any case, this is better for us because either we are successful in this or we become martyrs, jihadists. This is what guides them. This is a very difficult thing for people sometimes to grasp because people tend to believe that what they think as the basic values is true for everybody. Unfortunately, this is not the case.
Yes.
Now, so we are not interested in a protracted war. Actually, the war in Gaza and the war with Hezbollah in Lebanon can be finished tomorrow if they just stop doing what they are doing. Let's take Hamas, for example, and give up and surrender, because if they surrender, we are not going to kill people that surrender, which is not the case the other way around. We saw what happened when Hamas came into Israel on October 7th. But Hamas can stop the suffering of Palestinians tomorrow if they just stop fighting, because they know they cannot beat Israel. They know that they do not have the strength, the force that is required to beat the Israeli army. But they continue doing this for different reasons, because they want to show that they have prevailed, that they are still alive. The price that is being paid is insignificant for them.
Yeah. I mean, I can relate to most of the things you said as a Greek Cypriot, and the values and everything you talked about, and the situation and everything. Okay. Now moving further to the military part, what are your thoughts regarding the other important part of a war, the humanitarian crisis, both in Gaza and now in Lebanon? And what are your thoughts about this?
I and Israel, we are very sorry and we regret the fact that there are innocent people that are paying a very difficult price. We take this into consideration in what we are doing. We are not in any way indifferent to this. If we take Gaza as an example, we have a very clear humanitarian policy in which we are trying, to distinguish between civilians and fighters. This is part of the philosophy that we are using and what we are doing. This is why we are allowing humanitarian assistance to be brought into Gaza, and in spite of different propaganda I must say, there is no starvation in Gaza. Since the beginning of the war, we had over 50,000 truckloads coming into Gaza, which is a bit more than 1 million tons of aid, which is in average about 1,000 per week or 200 per day, which supplies enough of humanitarian assistance required for the population. It doesn't mean that everything gets to the person that needs to get it. There are some difficulties with distribution inside Gaza, which is not so much in our hands as it is in the hands of the people in Gaza. And Hamas is looting some of the aid, is taking it for its own purposes, or it sells it in overpriced prices in the black market. But the amount that goes into Gaza is supposed to be sufficient for everyone. We are doing more, and this is true what I'm saying right now, both for Gaza and for Lebanon. We are warning civilians to stay away of areas that we are about to attack or to bombard. I need to say something here about the nature, the characteristics of the war that was imposed on us. Both Hamas and Hezbollah are embedding themselves within civilian population on purpose. It is not by coincidence that Hamas put its headquarters under hospitals or under schools or under kindergartens. This is their strategy because they believe that it will give them immunity, that in this way they will be immune from any kind of attacks, which is, by the way, not the situation according to international law. Once a military or terrorist organization is using even civilian facilities for terrorist or for military purposes, it makes the place he is in into a legitimate target. But even then, we are taking precautions and we are trying to make sure that we are not hurting civilians. We're not always successful. I'm not going to tell you that mistakes don't happen. I'm not going to tell you that no innocent civilians were hurt in Gaza. No, this is not true. It happens. But it is not a policy. It is not a strategy. We do not aim at hitting civilians. Unlike, by the way, our enemies, both Hezbollah and Hamas, when they are shooting and they are firing their rockets into Israel, they are aiming at the civilian population. That's exactly what they are doing. We are trying we're trying to not to do this, but we need to understand where is our enemy located. It is embedded on purpose inside populated areas in trying to use civilians as human shield. So I cannot say, and I will not say, that we do not have innocent civilians that are being hurt. This should not be true. But I can say that if you try to compare the way that Israel is fighting those terrorists in Gaza to the way that the international coalition was fighting ISIS, for example, you would see that, I know it sounds a bit cold and mathematics related, but the ratio between the number of citizens and the number of combatants that is being targeted and hit eventually, that Israel is achieving is much better than the one that was achieved in the war against ISIS or the war against Al-Qaeda at the time. So we are aware of this and we are taking into consideration and we are trying to do this the best way we can. We're trying to learn from the mistakes. We have legal advisors that are following everything that is being done. They are making sure that what we are doing is according to international law. For us, this is important. We abide by international law in spite of what you can hear many people that are accusing us. Israel is a law-abiding country. We believe in those values, and we are trying to act in the light of those values.
Yeah. Okay, I have 2-3 comments on what you said. First of all, I think that, if you're trying to compare this with Al-Qaeda or other situations, maybe now the timing is different because the international community is like thirst for there is a need for peace and de-escalation of conflicts and not the contrary. And after 2 years of COVID and the war in Ukraine and now the war in Israel, and the international community seeing that the tensions are increasing instead of decreasing. I think maybe it's one of the reasons that things are as they are. This is my first comment. And then I said before that I can relate to what you said before about the values of Israeli people as a Greek Cypriot. But as in the public discussion in the Republic of Cyprus, there's always the question of self-criticism. So do you think the actions of Israel through the years have either created enemies or at least gave an excuse to people to jeopardize, peace? As I said, this is...
Just for you to understand the question, you're talking
Yes.
about people in the international community, or talking about people, the Palestinians or the Lebanese? What do you...
The Palestinians or the Lebanese. So the policy of Israel all through the years, whether it has, given an excuse or in any way created enemies around it.
I would start first of all by saying that I totally accept your remark about self-criticism. There's plenty of self-criticism happening in Israel as we speak.
Yeah.
You can see that we are a vibrant democracy. We have a variety of views in Israel. I don't know to what extent the international media is covering this, but there are people in Israel that have different views than one of the government and are criticizing it, and they are allowed to voice their criticism against the government. So I totally share this point of view. I understand the question. And I will not say that Israel has never made mistakes along the way. This is not true. There are plenty of things that we could have done better along the years, for sure. But I do have a disagreement about the fact to what extent you can put the blame on the Israeli policy when you speak about the position, let's take the Palestinians in this regard, vis-a-vis Israel. Because this conflict hasn't started on October 7th last year. This is a century-old, at least, conflict. And we had, for many years, the issue of the animosity, and especially the hatred towards the Jews and the Israelis coming from our neighbors. And this is way before there was occupation. This is way before there were settlements. So it seems that it's very easy along the years to come up with new excuses. Oh, this is because of settlement. This is because of the occupation. But the root cause goes way, way before that. So it just seems that it's like another pretext. Let me just say something in this regard. I'm sorry if I speak too much, but I feel strongly about some of those issues. I think, and I would say this. First of all, if you look at the policy of Israel, at least in the last 30 years or so, we go back to the Oslo Accords of 1993, 1994, 1995, there were real efforts by the Israeli government that was supported by the Israeli population to find a solution to this problem. The reason that you have today a Palestinian Authority which is governing the West Bank, the Judea and Samaria, is because Israel negotiated with the Palestinians and reached agreements that allow this autonomy. Why did we do it? Because we were forced to do it? Because the Palestinians were so powerful we couldn't resist it? No, we did it because we thought this is the best thing, that we need to achieve peace with our neighbors. And this process, and by the way, this process did not end in the 90s. There were other attempts along the years to try to find solutions, going all the way to the President Trump proposal for a permanent solution. But what we see is a repeated refusal by the Palestinians to make the necessary steps to go all the way to a solution. And this is a very interesting point as to why is this happening. And on this, I want to say something. One of the main issues that needs to be reconciled and solved here is the issue of the Palestinian refugees. Okay. Now, there are those among the Palestinians, the more moderate ones, who speak about the two-state solution. Sounds good, two-state solution. And in our conflict, this is something that the international community believes is the solution. Now, I just want to say the full title or the headline of this is two states for two nations. The idea behind this two-state solution is we're going to have two states, one state for the Jewish people, one state for the Palestinian people. But then, when you speak with the Palestinians, those that actually want to see a two-state solution, not like Hamas, who doesn't want to see it at all, you find something very interesting. You find that they say, let's have a two-state solution. And then we'll have a Palestinian state within the borders of the pre-1967 war in the Gaza and the West Bank. Okay. All the Jewish settlements need to be taken out of there. Okay. Then all the Palestinian refugees need to go back. Here's the interesting part. Go back where? Because what you understand then that what the Palestinians are saying, they're not going to go back to the Palestinian state. No, they need to go back to Jaffa and Haifa and Jerusalem and Nazareth and all the places in Israel where their grandparents left almost 80 years ago. So then you have one state, which is a Palestinian state without Jews, and a second state, which will actually be a binational state for both Jews and Palestinians. So what kind of a two-state solution actually this is? And this is the point, because the Palestinians are unwilling to give up on what they call the right of return. And as long as they don't give it up, it's very hard to see how you can find a real solution. And this is among Palestinians that actually want to see a two-state solution. But Hamas, who is, if you remember, won the last election that were held for the Palestinian parliament back in 2006 as the majority, doesn't believe in this at all. He believes in a one state only, a religious fundamentalist Muslim state that will be run only by the Palestinians for the Palestinians.
Yeah. Okay, and concluding this section, what is, based on all you said, what is your vision and Israel's vision on the Palestinian issue? What do you expect ideally to happen for the issue to be solved?
Look, I can at the moment not give you anything more than just empty slogans.
Yes.
The slogans will be we want to live in peace and coexistence with a Palestinian state, Palestinian neighbors. We think that having a successful, prosperous Palestinian neighbors will be good also for Israel. But this is a bit of a slogan.
Yes.
I tell you what, it's like, I'll give you a metaphor. It's like we are discussing now a space program. We are going to have a colony on Mars, and now let's discuss how we're going to build the fences that will separate the different houses on this colony on Mars. It has the same kind of relevance right now as to where we are at this moment. I'm not saying that this is insolvable. I am saying that there needs to be a change in the mindset of how the future looks like. Unfortunately, generations of Palestinians are being brought up on textbooks that do not call for coexistence, do not call for peace. They picture the Israelis as ruthless, violent occupiers that are not have any room to live next to them. This incitement is being planted very deeply within the Palestinian society. Again, not everybody, there are others, but I cannot say that the others are the majority within the Palestinian society at the moment. Without some real change in this mindset, it's going to be very difficult to find a solution.
Yeah. Again, I feel the same as in Cyprus, but maybe in 100 years we go to live in Mars, both of us.
I will not be alive in 100 years.
Our people. Yes. Okay. Going to the next topic, the Iranian threat. You characterize Iran as an octopus. So Iran continues to be perceived as a significant threat to Israel's security, especially through the proxies in Lebanon and Gaza. And how do you assess the current level of Iranian influence in this conflict? You partly answered this, but can you give us a few more details and about the new president of Iran? Do you see any change? And do you see Iran getting involved directly in the conflict?
Okay, I need to start with some of your assumptions and then try to answer your question. Yeah. Iran is not a threat to Israel, or not only a threat to Israel. Iran is a global threat and for sure a regional one. I mean, I'll speak in a second about Iran's role in our region, but Iran is also the main supplier of weapons, of drones to Russia in the war against Ukraine. The Iranian outreach and their involvement in what's happening goes way beyond our region. The number one threat from Iran, by the way, which is again not only for Israel, is the Iranian military, and I emphasize the word military, nuclear program. The Iranians, for almost 3 decades now, are making efforts to reach a point in which they will have nuclear weapons. This is a huge threat. It's a huge threat not just because of the risk of them using nuclear weapons once they have it. Even acquiring it will change the situation in our region, because there are other countries in our region that will not stay in a way indifferent to something like this. So if the Iranians will make a push for this, we need to see what happens with Saudi Arabia, with Turkey, with Egypt and other countries. So the Iranian threat goes beyond a direct threat to Israel. As for the regional threat of Iran, so we mentioned the proxies, you mentioned it, I mentioned it before. Iran is, I used the word proxy, octopus before, I would also say Iran is the head of the snake. They are the mastermind behind the undermining of stability in the region. They are the ones that are supplying, arming, financing, directing, giving knowledge and know-how to all those elements in the region that do not want to see stability, that do not want to see cooperation, that do not want to see prosperity happening in this regard. So we mentioned Hezbollah, we mentioned Hamas, we mentioned Palestinian Islamic Jihad, we can mention the Houthis in Yemen, the militias in Iraq and in Syria, because Iran has an ideology. They are not hiding it. It's called exporting the revolution. The Islamic revolution in Iran, the Iranian regime believes that it needs to be exported to other countries in the region, and they are undermining not just towards Israel, but also in other moderate Sunni Arab countries as well, trying to undermine the regimes in those countries as well. So the threat from Iran is much more than just a threat to Israel. Now, you said that they are not directly involved, but I need to remind you that on April 14th, there were around 300 ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones that Iran fired directly into Israel. So they are not only they are not hiding anymore; they are out there. So they are heavily involved in what's happening, and this is a major threat. This is a major threat to the region. This is a major threat to everybody who wants to see a different future. Which is, by the way, it's a bit of a pity, because the Iranian people and Iran, I'm not talking about the regime. Culture. It's a culture, it's a civilization. They are, you have there very serious people, businessmen, academicians, very good universities. I mean, they have the capabilities to make them a real positive element in our region. Unfortunately, under the current regime, this is not the case. What is required in the case of Iran is international cooperation, which is focused on putting more pressure on Iran. Iran responds to this pressure. You mentioned a new president. Look, this is almost funny, I have to say. Why is this almost funny? Because we've been in this before. We saw it when Khatami came into power. There is this almost naive belief in the West. Oh, we have this new moderate leader. Let's see what we can do with him. But when it comes to security and foreign policy, the president of Iran has no say. He is not the one who calls the shot. He's not even a decision maker. When it comes to issues of the nuclear program, of security policy, of foreign policy, the one who calls the shot is the supreme leader, Mr. Khamenei. It's the same person for I don't remember how many centuries now already. I think almost 3 centuries. It's the same person with the same ideology, with the same way. There is no real change in the policy of Iran, and actually, it's almost. I need to be more careful. I'm a diplomat. I will not say the word pathetic, but this hope for a change, there's something new there. These are unfortunately empty gestures. that we should not fall for. A real change can come only if the decision makers in Iran will decide they want to change their policies.
Yeah. Okay, changing the dynamics in the East Med. Turkey's recent overtures to normalize relations with Israel and other regional players. How does Israel perceive the role of Turkey in the changing dynamics in the Eastern Mediterranean? And how do you envision the future of Israel-Turkey relations, especially regarding security and energy cooperation?
I need to once again make some raise some doubts about some of the assumptions in your question. The first thing I will have to say is that there were efforts by Turkey to try to warm up relations with Israel, but this ended a year ago. I mean, it happened up until the Hamas terrorist attack on Israel on October 7th. Ever since then, Turkey changed its policy once again. Turkey is among the most hardest criticizing Israel among almost the entire international community. The way that Mr. Erdogan and his ministers and other prominent figures in Turkey are talking about Israel, it goes beyond any kind of legitimate criticism, even into the realms of anti-Semitism. So there is no overtures, there is nothing happening in this regard now with Israel. I can say in a very general way, looking beyond the current situation, it is not our interest to have another enemy in the region. So we are not interested in turning this into a permanent enmity or rivalry with Turkey. We used to have good relations in the past with Turkey. I cannot see in the foreseeable future anything even remotely close to what happened in the past. The only thing I can say is that I hope we can have some sort of normal relations in the future with Turkey, which is based mostly on trade, mostly on economic relations, commercial relations. This is the thing that I can, at the moment, aspire for. Now, Turkey is a major power in this region. We cannot disregard this, overlook this. Turkey is a big country, it's a serious country with a big economy. They are playing a role here, and I don't see this also changing. We, as Israel, we have very good relations with Cyprus and with Greece. We are cooperating now for more than a decade on a series of issues, including security, including energy, including commerce, including climate. I mean, you name it. And this is our priority. It will continue to be our priority. I mean, for us, Greece and Cyprus are our closest, I have to be careful with the word allies, but closest friends in this region. And we have very, very good relations with them. And we want this to just get stronger and stronger. This will be our priority when it comes to our foreign policy.
And basically you have covered my fourth question, which was about Israel and Cyprus relations, or if you want to say, any plans in the future about how to deepen our cooperation or anything that is being discussed. I know that maybe it's not the right time now for you to discuss this, but if there is anything to announce at this point about Israel-Cyprus relations.
There are no announcements. And by the way, I think it's a good thing there are no announcements, because there are plenty of things and plenty of fields in which we are cooperating. I think that this cooperation will continue to get better and better. It's a very broad spectrum of things. I mentioned some of it before, but we are cooperating in investment and trade, in agriculture, in climate and the environment, in health, in people-to-people kind of relations, and this in addition to the traditional cooperation that we have on political matters, on energy, on security. It's a very broad spectrum, and I think that we are on a good track in all of those elements. As I said before, I have no announcement right now, but I continue to be very optimistic about the potential of what can be achieved here, bilaterally, trilaterally, and beyond.
Excellent. And relevant to that, energy security, trade connectivity, do you have anything to comment on the recent developments regarding the Great Sea Interconnector or the previous discussion about the EastMed pipeline?
Well, as for the interconnector, I can say our Minister of Energy actually made a statement that shows what we think about this. Israel's policy and Israel's stand was always very positive about the idea of connecting the electricity grids of Israel, Cyprus, and Greece. We think that this is the right strategic choice to make. It's good for all countries involved. It goes beyond the question of just financial matters. It goes into energy security, into a redundancy of suppliers, into a better competition between manufacturers of electricity. We believe it's a good project. It seems as if it's on a good track right now, that the governments of Cyprus and Greece have reached some sort of understanding of how this needs to be promoted. And I sincerely hope that in the near future, Israel and Cyprus will be able to conclude their negotiation about the Israel-Cyprus leg of this interconnector. It's a long-term project. I will not be the ambassador by the time that this project will be over, but I hope to be the ambassador when we are reaching the agreements on the Israel-Cyprus leg in the next, I cannot even say how long, but I'm here for another 2 years. I hope that within those 2 years.
Okay, we hope so too. That brings us to the end of our conversation. Mr. Ambassador, I would like to thank you. Hopefully next year we can welcome you physically to the Cyprus Forum. We'll try not to put it on the Jewish New Year again next year. So again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for being such a gracious host. It was not painful at all, so I appreciate this. But I'm at your disposal whenever you would like me to again. I'll be more than happy to come again.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility; foreign policy, energy, environment; justice and strong institutions; research, innovation, infrastructure; education, research, culture; health and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change.
Okay, hi, it's nice to have you here. As we are a small group, I think I'm going to do this a bit different. I will start with introducing the speakers that I have the honor of having here with us, and then I will actually maybe have very short, like 30-second introductions from all of you, so that we know what the group is about. And then we'll go on with the questions that we have prepared and lead the discussion with the entire group. So, welcome to Cyprus, I can smell, innovation profile, attracting foreign investment, and instead of selling services, I will use the title exporting services, as will actually point to me that it makes a better sense of showing that out. So I have 4 honorable speakers. His Excellency, the Ambassador, Yosho Yamakvaki, Ms. Eleftheria Ioannou from the Ministry of Commerce, Mr. Kyriakos Atouni from Invest Cyprus, and Dr. Evagoras Xida from Aeroport and Frederick University. Welcome, my speakers. It's an honor to have you here. Your Excellency, please tell us a bit first about your background so that the people learn a bit more about you.
It reach? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Yoshio Yamawaki, Japanese ambassador to Cyprus. Hero Korea. I was appointed as ambassador of Japan to Cyprus 2 years ago, and Before that, I have been working for the Ministry of Education and Science in Tokyo, Japan, for more than 30 years. And after that, I have a chance to become here as an ambassador. And after that, I'm trying to expand our bilateral cooperation between Japan and Cyprus in many fields, including the people-to-people exchange, cultural activities, education, or research, innovation. So I'm very happy to be here to discuss, especially about the investment futures in Cyprus, which I'm very much interested in. So I'm very happy to be here. So I'm looking forward to the fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Eleftheria, the rest of the people I know very well, the three panelists. So, Eleftheria, please.
You hear me, right? First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to participate in this important event, the Cyprus Forum. It is a pleasure and honor to share the floor with the esteemed panelists and discuss about Cyprus emerging innovation technology prospects. My name is Eleftheria Ioannou. I am a senior commerce and industry officer at Ministry of Energy, Commerce and Industry. With over 20 years of experience in the ministry, I now lead the services promotion dedicated to enhancing the extroversion of the Cypriot companies. Given the international competition and intense challenges that are put upon us in the recent years, the Ministry's role is even more important in supporting the companies in expanding their business horizons.
Thank you, Eleftheria. Kyriakos.
So my name is Kyriakos. I work with Invest Cyprus at the moment as an investment promotion officer, but my background is in biotech. So I spent 2 years building companies and communities in San Francisco and London, and came back to Cyprus this February. And I'm very excited to be here because I think Cyprus is at a pivotal spot in history and also located within like a very special place in the world. And yeah, I think there's a lot of potential in this new digital space or economy that we're building. Yeah, we're happy to be here.
Last but not least, and I will say this and embarrass you, I know Evagoras because he was a classmate of mine when I was in secondary school. So we go and beat back. Welcome, Evagoramu. Evagoras is an academic at the University of Frederick University, and also is one of the successful startups, has one of the successful startups on the island, and he started the startup after breaking through his academic career from University of Cyprus, starting the startup, if I'm correct, and then going back to Frederick University. So, Evagoramu.
With Styliani here, I cannot hide that I started studying at my 20s. She was my classmate. I'm not sure if this is what makes an entrepreneur. So indeed, I'm here representing two worlds which are not so adequately interconnected, in my opinion, on our island, and we can discuss it later. This should be merged into one world in the coming years, the academia and the business or entrepreneurship domain. At Frederick University, my basic background which I use there in teaching and research, covers 3 different ranges. I want to mention this, of years. I teach dynamics, which people started studying since the ancient Greece. I teach automatic control, which people started studying in the beginning of the previous century, and it was part of the second industrial revolution. And I also teach mechatronics, which people started studying in the last 10 to 20 years, and connects the physical world with the electronics and computer. My company, iRobot, which is separate from Frederick, develops robotics and haptic interfaces. These are technologies that connect people with the physical and digital world through the sense of touch. The simplest haptic solution is some little bumps you get on your TV remote control, which help you orient your finger and know which button you are pressing. The most complicated that we do is a glove that when you put on a virtual reality headset, with that one you can feel virtual objects with your touch. So I stop here and thank the organizers for inviting me.
Thank you, Vagora. And this is where I break from tradition. I want a 30 seconds introduction from the people in the room. At least your name? Your name and background?
My name is Petros Yurtis.
Okay. Okay.
My name is Konstantinos Loizou. I'm the president of Cyprus Youth Council, and also I'm the Secretary General of the Cyprus Youth Diplomacy. And I'm a chemical engineer myself, and I work for National Technical University of Athens as a researcher on a European research project.
And then the phone goes.
Pavlina Papalouka, I'm a brand marketing consultant for entrepreneurs. I'm a speaker, course creator, content creator.
Welcome.
Branding and social media and entrepreneurship.
Mahdi Farah, I'm a man from the street. I just dropped in now. So, yes.
Okay, the gentleman in front of and Dinah. Yes.
My name is Dinah. I'm an academic at the University of Cyprus. I actually teach entrepreneurship and innovation, and I'm also mentoring several teams across Cyprus.
Hello, I'm Martinos. I'm a lawyer. I'm a member of Parliament Youth Event Profen.
Great, thank you.
Hi, I'm Despina Kyriakou. Currently I work in Haris Kyriakidis law firm, and I studied sociology.
Okay, welcome. We have a diverse group, so nice to have you. I will first start with questions with the ambassador, and since it's a few of us, when we go to the discussion, we can engage closer. So, Your Excellency, I'm showing my age now with the glasses. You've mentioned in an interview that Japanese companies are not yet fully aware of the potential of investing in Cyprus. In your opinion, what do Cypriot stakeholders need to do to raise awareness and attract more Japanese investment?
Question. As you said, that I don't think the many Japanese companies have enough information about the Cyprus, especially the business environment in Cyprus. So I think it's necessary to promote people-to-people contact between our two countries to get to know each other, especially about the investment circumstances in Cyprus. We have already started some initiative to improve the situation. This April, a business mission of Cyprus visited Japan, headed by Minister of Energy, Commerce and Industry, with Aphrodite to Tokyo. And we discussed about the possibility of the business opportunities, and they held a business forum in Tokyo. And also in July, the Japanese mission in the field of research and innovation sector visited Cyprus to discuss the possible enlargement of our cooperation in the field. And this week, the Deputy Minister of Research and Innovation of Cyprus will visit Japan to attend the Science and Technology Forum in Kyoto to discuss how to promote our collaboration and how to get to know each other in this field. And we are going to conclude MOU, Memory of Understanding, in the field of research and innovation. So with these initiatives, we like to expand our knowledge about Cyprus to get the proper interest from Japanese company.
Great, thank you. Going into the next question, which is relatively close to the previous one. Japan is known for efficiently marketing and promoting its strengths. What advice would you give to Cypriot officials that are also now visiting your country on how to better promote the island and its strengths? While Cyprus is successful in tourism, in promoting tourism, especially in the summer, not so in the winter, there is much more to the island. From your 2 years now in Cyprus, as you've mentioned, in what areas do you think we would have a better chance of effectively gaining international attention?
Yes, again, from the perspective of Japanese companies or industry, attractiveness of Cyprus as an investment destination is linked to, I think, 3 aspects, which are not the specific areas or industry, but the strong features of Cyprus. The first thing is technology. If Cyprus have original technology or unique idea of service, which we, Japan, do not have, the Japanese company will show very interest in Cyprus. As you may know, Japan has a big companies like Sony or Honda or Toyota or Panasonic. These they have a very good manufacturing technology or precise technology, but they are looking for the cutting-edge technology, which is very originality or a very unique one. If you can demonstrate such technology to the Japanese companies, they will show interest to invest in Cyprus. And second is the business environment in Cyprus. I learned in 2 years that Cyprus offer business strength in the environment for the business, which include the strategic location at the crossroad of Europe, Middle East, and North Africa, and also the well-developed tax system or regulatory system as an EU member country, and high quality of life, and so on. And also I learned that the startup ecosystem in Cyprus is rapidly growing and becoming more attractive. So this entrepreneurship and startup ecosystem in Cyprus is one of the strengthening attractiveness in Cyprus for foreign companies. And the third aspect is creative human resources you have. If you can provide creative personnel or talented resources, there will be many Japanese companies that will be interested in cooperating and investing in Cyprus. Because human resources with such ability, with research, development, or talented people with knowledge and ideas, unique ideas, these are very attractive futures for the Japanese companies. So these 3 aspects are very important and attractive aspect in Cyprus. But most importantly, Cyprus need to show the comparative advantage comparing with other neighboring countries or other European countries in order to get more interest in Cyprus than other countries.
Makes sense. However, I will pick up from something where you said about the big companies you mentioned, like Sony, and I will go to Panasonic. I will not go to the car companies. It may be a good idea then at some point we could have maybe a matchmaking or some type of sessions where it's not just the high-level officials, but also we get ideas through to people where actually the companies come with questions, and that could also give an engagement between. So that may be another thing we can do. So thank you so much, Your Excellency. My dear Eleftheria, I'm coming to you. It's a serendipity that you were in the delegation that went to Japan. I didn't know that, so it wasn't planned that you're next to the ambassador. So, Eleftheria is also the head of services promotion at the Ministry of Commerce, Energy and Commerce. So continuing from the previous questions about promoting the country's strengths. Japan excels, as we said, at marketing its national strengths. And what do you think we are doing and we should be doing more to enhance the extroversion of our local enterprises? How can we promote the Cyprus businesses better internationally?
Thank you, Stelani. Japan indeed excels in a number of aspects, especially in the technology sector. That was one of the main reasons that the ministry decided to organize the business mission in April this year. As His Excellency already mentioned, the business mission was head by our minister, Mr. George Papanastasiou, the Minister of Energy, Commerce and Industry. He was accompanied by the Chief Scientist for Research, Innovation and Technology, Mr. Dimitris Kouridis, as well as officials from the Deputy Shipping Ministry. In order to showcase Cyprus' strengths, especially in the technology and shipping sector, a forum was organized. The forum was attended by over 120 Japanese delegates from the government sector, entrepreneurs, business associations, press, research centers. In order to facilitate the bilateral business relations and not just the officials, as Steliani mentioned, over 30 B2B meetings were pre-arranged and held. The minister also had the honor and pleasure to meet with the parliamentary deputy vice minister for trade and industry in Japan and expressed their mutual respect and aspiration for furthering fostering the business and bilateral ties among our two countries. Upcoming business missions before the end of 2024 are also planned to take place in Bratislava, Prague, and Switzerland. So if you are interested in finding out how your company can participate, feel free to contact me. I guess Steliani can provide you my contact details in order to find out how your company also can benefit from these type of measures. Beyond the organization of business missions, the ministry launches a number of measures in order to support the Cypriot companies, the main of which is the organization of national pavilions in international exhibitions abroad. In 2023, the ministry organized 8 national pavilions in international exhibitions. In parallel, the ministry provides grant schemes in order for the companies to participate either within the national pavilion or on their own privately in other trade fairs. Moreover, the ministry runs an export help desk that facilitates, through the cooperation of our Cyprus trade centers, the setting of companies in contact with the potential associates abroad. The ministry currently operates 14 Cyprus Trade Centers abroad, in Europe, in Dubai, Egypt, United States, Japan, Tokyo, and India.
Cool, thank you. So it's the desks and the services in the countries where we have 8, you said? 14. 14. And also with the different MOUs and missions that go to the different countries, I urge you to actually do apply to participate in such missions to promote your industry or your companies and for finding solutions. I know there are calls online with the Minimis grants that will facilitate you in doing so. I haven't used the desk, but I will try to do that because it's very interesting to hear about it. Sorry, I didn't know about that. Moving to the next question. Cyprus has shown resiliency and adaptability when we've had global economic shifts. How does the Ministry of Commerce and Industry intend to leverage innovation to position Cyprus as a global player in service exports further than tourism?
Indeed, Cyprus has shown resilience. Cyprus' overall exports are above EU average, dominated by services exports. Tourism, indeed, has traditionally been the major impact. However, in the latest years, it has been compiled by financial services and maritime. Based on Eurostat statistics and also the latest exports competitiveness report that was recently published, the ICT sector has grown rapidly and is the main driver for GDP growth and the diversification of the economy, as well as Cyprus' export base. Acknowledging the enormous developments that have taken place in the last years, the main industry has decided to organize a national pavilion in the biggest global technology exhibition that takes place every year in October in Dubai, GITEX. This year, GITEX has attracted over 6,000 exhibitors from 180 countries. For the third consecutive year, the Ministry is organizing the National Pavilion in cooperation with our Cyprus Trade Center in Dubai. This year's pavilion is the biggest organized for Cyprus in a technology exhibition. This year's pavilion is hosting 14 pioneering technology companies engaged in various spectrum of activities: life sciences, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, robotics, scientific research. In fact, Mr. Xidas, representing Aerorobot, is participating with us this year. In order to maximize the participation of the Cypriot companies, the Ministry has secured slots in order to give the opportunity to companies to present their technologies within GITEX in Tech Talk sessions, but also to showcase Cyprus as an emerging technology and innovation hub by presenters like the esteemed Mr. Skouridis, the Chief Scientist. Overall, we are also organizing a networking event, and we are very glad that we will have a distinguished guest, such as the Deputy Minister, Mr. Nicosia Damianou, the Mayor of Nicosia. We will also have the Ambassador of Cyprus in the Republic of UAE. The General Director of Science will also be visiting GITEX in our networking event, and also delegates from the Invest Cyprus, Mr. Girakos, sitting next to me, will also be attending.
We had not planned this. We're just finding out.
just wanted to add that working towards our the vision 2035, because yes, Cyprus has shown resilience, but the challenges remained. So the ministry has embarked upon a study in order to analyze the competitiveness of the various services sectors, technology being among them, and also identify the best practices from trade promotion organizations abroad. We will be launching next week a public procurement, and you are all invited to participate in order to identify the practices based on the needs of the businesses and draft the action plan for the next years.
Okay, great, Eleftheria, great to hear about the public procurement for the action plan. I think one thing that is coming out of this, as I'm seeing the discussions and the answers that are given this, is that since there are people that go to this, with these delegations and to these events, I think as Cypriots and as a country, we need to have more engagement in the country between the groups, so when someone goes as a delegate, they can represent more than one teams and give information about more things. So I do think that's where 1 + 1 becomes 5, because if you go there and you have your solution, but you have another 3 solutions that you can combine with and make them have a success, you also win with them being successful too. So I think this is something that we need to do a bit better here as Cypriots, and all of us. I'm not talking just about the ministry, but I'm also talking as an EIT community officer as well as a science head, or that we need to do this a bit more, and we need to learn more about the different units. Like, I've met with a couple of companies over the past few weeks, and I was impressed by the things that they had shown about solutions with AI and about solutions in VR and XR. The more we learn, the more we can disseminate this, and the more these companies become successful, the more we can all benefit from, because it's new positions, it's new ideas, it's new solutions and new companies that need to rise to give these solutions. And it's also new markets, which is the point of this, that open to us. The ambassador, His Excellency, mentioned that Sony and the other big companies, if they find creative solutions and new ideas, they will come and they will find the way of funding them. So this is something we need to pay a lot of attention to. So Kyriako, that leads perfectly to you. So Kyriakos is from Invest Cyprus. So, in a conversation with Leah Spencer from the Research and Innovation Foundation, she mentioned that the concept of an entrepreneurial identity, which Cyprus may currently lack due to its relatively young entrepreneurial ecosystem compared to Japan and the Silicon Valley. What can we focus on attracting investment? What are our key strengths other than natural beauty? I'm saying this also because I know that Kyriakos is from Sotira, so he's very close to Agia Napa, so he's very close to that part of the island. Are there specific industries that you believe could become directly associated with Cyprus in the near future?
Thank you for the question. I just want to mention that to the point of His Excellency, that we already have one Japanese company in Cyprus, Mitsubishi's MUFG, that is selling there. And so there's already, I guess, like a history of companies coming to Cyprus. That's good. So when it comes to, I guess, sectors and going beyond the beauty of the island, I think we need to focus on what we've been working on the past decade, and just make sure that we realize that we're standing in the shoulders of giants moving forward. And as mentioned before, the ICT sector had like a big boom in Cyprus, mostly due to, I guess, instability around the region and having a lot of companies needing a new place to relocate. And Cyprus has a very attractive tax system, I think one of the most attractive tax regimes in the EU. And now it's also making changes in order to attract, let's say, research-heavy industries with the IP box regime that was passed like a few years ago. So moving further from that, you have like have traditional ICT companies where it's like maybe a SaaS platform, so a piece of software that is owned by like a big corporation. But like these type of companies changes, and like what is a digital company? That's something that is not addressed yet. It's something that we're working on as Invest Cyprus together with the DCO, the Digital Cooperation Organization. It's like it's a network of states managed by the government of Saudi Arabia, in order to help us understand what does it mean to build a digital company, because ICT companies and digital companies are a different thing. Like ICT companies have real assets, they have offices, they have cars, and so on. But like digital companies, they don't have real assets, so it's difficult for them to get access to loans, access to insurance. So all these things, as a government, this is what we're actively working on, to open up, let's say, new markets and become the digital enabler of Europe and the region in order to support investments and opportunities coming in.
Thank you, Kyriako. So we've made significant strides in offering incentives to attract foreign investors, but there is a very huge competition globally. What new strategies or evolving strategies is Invest Cyprus implementing to attract innovation-focused investment in sectors like technology, healthcare, education?
So yeah, I guess the biggest challenge we have now is to listen from the entrepreneurs and understand like what do we need to do differently, because people in the government, there is an idea of what like an innovative state looks like, but it's definitely we need to like pull our know-how. So that's one thing that we're trying to do now. And the other thing is to connect with global stakeholders in order to learn, what we should be doing differently. As I said, the cooperation with the DCO is something that is sort of like spearheading this for the government. And I think there are plans be announced soon to set up like a digital business center that would act like as a digital node for companies that want to interact with the Cyprus environment. And I guess we have something locally, something like Digin, for example, but something more outward looking that will provide those services and access to international companies rather than local ones.
Yes, Digin is for local companies, so it would be a good idea to look at international. I think that's where there is a very good connection with the Ministry of Commerce and where that can go.
Can I add on that?
Yes.
What His Excellency was mentioning as well, like how can Cyprus provide the extra incentive for people to look into it? If you provide like the Digin services to these companies, then they're more likely to sort of like be open to engage with Cyprus. Because for anyone that doesn't know, Digin has, it's like the...
I can explain.
But it gives access to critical infrastructure like high-performance computing, cybersecurity services, and so on. So that's important for this new type of companies that want to travel.
AI nodes, maker spaces, fab labs, generally a test before invest type of services that are useful to smaller companies, and also a help to be able to become more digital or be able to have kind of like the stamp of a digital company and better benefit and have more profits by using these new technologies without having to invest into them initially. You can test them and then the company can see whether to invest or not. And there is some funding for the local companies to do this. This is the European Digital Innovation Hub for Cyprus. It's called Digital Innovation, Digin. So that's what Kyriakos is talking about. Eva Goramou, coming to you. So, as a startup founder in Cyprus, could you share your experiences in establishing your business? Did you receive support from the government or private initiatives in areas such as funding, training, or access to information? How would you describe the startup ecosystem?
Thank you, Styliani. So, I don't know where to start. It's been like a roller coaster, being an entrepreneur, with a lot of ups and downs, personal transformation, multi-level thinking, doing a lot of mistakes and learning from them. It was really what I keep mostly as most important is the transformative experience, changing as a person, and becoming a stronger character, more decisive, because this is the only way to survive in this. And so I founded the company in 2017, and I was more active on the company after returning from an academic appointment in Kazakhstan for 2 years, where I also learned a lot. Since 2018, we received funding and investments. Our first funding came from the Ministry of Energy, Industry and Commerce. It was like the first steps from these organizations, government organizations funding private firms. It was like 50,000. I think it was very, very difficult to manage and implement this project, but people in the ministry helped us a lot and managed to go through it. Then we received, I was happy, lucky to experience the transformation phase of the Research and Innovation Foundation, which moved its focus or expanded its focus from research to innovation and business as well. So after a lot of two unsuccessful efforts, we managed to get a seed funding of nearly $500,000 by the Research and Innovation Foundation, and this helped us develop know-how, infrastructure, patents. As of today, actually, we got news that our PCT claim was approved.
Well done.
And which is very important. And we also received, we are one of the few companies to receive investment from the first SciSec approved fund, which is Guinness Ventures Fund 1. And this is very important. We can discuss a lot about the investment versus grants. These two things are very different. And also we participated in accelerators, in Ares Accelerator, which is supported by Deloitte and Bank of Cyprus. I had to keep an open mind there because I went there from academia. I had a lot of, I don't know how this sounds, but I had a lot of boundaries in my thinking that I had to break coming from academia and trying to do business and having my ideas and research have impact and go to the world. So also a little bit about Frederick, if I may. I was surprised to see the support Frederick gives and the encouragement they give to academics in order to do their own spin-offs. They negotiate minority equity, even symbolic shareholding by the university, symbolic portion of intellectual property. They provide financial, administration, and technical support to academics. And in general, right now, they have a vision to create an internal innovation ecosystem in Frederick. I don't know a lot about how other universities work. I heard a little bit about state universities. I'm not expert on that, but I know that in comparison, Frederick is doing a really good job. They already have 3 spin-offs that are doing well. One in energy by Dr. Fogaidis, one in configurable antennas and microwaves by Dr. Konstantinidis, Dr. Nicolaou, and one it's Mamotchek, which is supported by Cyprus Seeds, which exactly tries to connect academia with business, and it's for early detection of breast cancer. So, and also they have a simulation system for doctors to train on PCT scan imaging. It's an organ simulator by Dr. Carpotas. So they are doing pretty well. I want to talk a little bit about this as well. Thank you.
Very nice. I want to change a bit the question. How do you think it will be easier for you to export services? How have you seen this, or have you seen this from your startup? Because I know, because we're a new ecosystem, we are setting up the ecosystem here, but we also need to be able to attract the funding and attract the external and the big names and power here as well.
So first of all, when we develop hardware, the thing about hardware is that at some point the client must get it in their hands, which is very different than software and services, which you can simply do remotely. And we have a lot of challenges there. So if we are talking about exporting products, mostly I can talk a little bit about that. It's very hard. There are some people who manage to have sales of products abroad from Cyprus and expand globally, like Embryon Diagnostics with their air belt, for example, and Geno also. Yes. They have a lot of, there are some successful stories, but it's really, really very, very hard to create this network of sales from Cyprus. It can be done, but it's difficult because no matter what we do, we are an island. You need to put things in a ship or in an airplane, and you have additional costs and so on. So in our case, we focus on a business-to-business approach. We are already partnering with 2 companies. We are at the negotiation stage in the United Kingdom, and 2 large hospitals, again, in the United Kingdom. And this is the way we try to make it through and go and export our products. So we are talking about licensing, co-development, and reselling, and so on. Of course, having patents helps a lot.
Yeah, sure. Before going to the next question, I'm going to come back to the Ministry of Commerce. I think what you said now on how it's difficult, we are an island, so it's difficult to have the products, but you know that we have Geno and you know the Embryon Diagnostics, so you have the names. It would be good to have maybe mentors from also companies that give services that are more open and more well-known and more maybe not marketed, but also demonstrated so that you can see the example. When you have an apt example, apto in Greek, something that you can see and touch, it's easier for you to know you can do it as well. So maybe it's something that we need to demonstrate and be better. I'm saying from my role now as science and as EIT that we would like to support this. So please open invitation to do this with you. I don't know, Eleftheria, what you think about this?
Yes, actually, having export champions, as they call it, is one of the things that we are looking during the study that we are conducting now in order to draft the action plan. And actually, that's a very excellent idea because, as Mr. Oxidas mentioned, there are challenges, there are obstacles in exporting products or technology abroad. So having these export champions will assist and mentor and advise the startups or the new wares in the area.
No, expert champions and also mentors would be great, but also from the connections that we have with countries like Japan, we can have their input as well in what we're doing wrong and what we're doing right, especially if we can link champions with the countries where they have managed to do this. That may be also quite good. I don't know your opinion, Ambassador, about this, trying to do this.
With this information, we'd like to share with Japanese companies who may have interest to cooperate in Cyprus.
Okay, that will be great. And Vagoramu, you've started discussion, so that's quite good. So going on to the next question. You frequently travel, it fits right on the discussion, and interact with startups from around the world. I know you've been in a number of events, etc. What aspects from other countries do you think Cyprus could adopt to help the startups like yours grow and strengthen over time?
A very good question. So we can copy some aspects and some others we cannot. We must create our own path and our own methods. For example, if you go to countries like Finland, the United Kingdom, Germany, they have a very strong local VC system. And I want to mention just a comparison. We have a competitor in the US. We started about the same year. We got $500,000 funding, more or less, and 300,000 of investments. And our products are comparable in performance, and in this time they got 40 million investments in the United States. So you can compare the scale and understand the challenges that we face. So what I think we can do is attract VCs, create specializations to attract specific VCs, because VCs have specializations, and create a regional network with countries around us. And for example, in Middle East, Europe, Africa, also Africa is a huge market, for example. And they also have a lot of investments going on there. So this is one thing that we have to create. We don't have the critical mass so much yet to create a big local VC system, I believe, but we can create a regional system, and with the help of Invest Cyprus and the ministry, so on, we can create connections to Central Europe and all these kind of VCs. Because, VCs work with risk. They invest based on risk, they evaluate based on risk. Everything has to do with risk. So we must create the right infrastructure, the right support here in order to make VCs from abroad connect to us in a more continuous and permanent relationship with the ecosystem. And in order to achieve this, we must show them that we give the right support as a country, so that we reduce risks as much as possible, because you cannot always achieve it. Can I say another thing? Besides stronger VC support that I see, and we must somehow also become competitive there, they have more loans in combination to investment, and these loans respect the limited responsibility that the company has. The banks invest on ideas, on risks, and they don't require personal guarantees from the founder. For example, if you have the founder put his house as a guarantee, the company is not anymore a company. It's very different. And just the difference between loan and investment is that the bank gets interest, the investor gets exit, shares, and dividends, and so on. So we must somehow improve the bank system in Cyprus and make it embrace risks.
So that comes back to both the ministry and Invest Cyprus, but also with Cyprus Forum, what was mentioned at the beginning on how the ideas are collected and they're tried to be passed into policy. So that is something quite important to be noted. So we have 8 minutes. I will want to do, I don't know if there are any questions from the audience before I go into one general question for the panel. Yes, hi, you have not been introduced.
Hello, I'm Andreas Dimitriou from the British High Commission here in Nicosia. First of all, thank you for your very interesting views on the general investment picture in Cyprus. What I wanted to ask is about talent and talent availability and the ecosystem impact this has. I think Cyprus has been relatively successful in attracting some major digital companies, fintech companies in the last few years, MUFG included, perhaps the biggest one in the fintech sector that we have managed to secure. From my experience in London, I remember that talent and talent availability was a very huge consideration for companies like that. I was there after Brexit, and none of the big tech companies left London because they firmly believed that they couldn't get the talent pool they had available to them in London anywhere else in Europe. I know that so far, as I said, we have had relative success, but are we really fit to go to the next stage? Are there any problems? In my mind, particularly say after Brexit, for example, MUFG, I know some people who used to work in the City of London and they were recruited to staff MUFG here. So MUFG could get the talent it needed from Cypriots working in London. But now that may not really be a choice given that people don't have a work permit there. So that talent pool is lost. Is there any plan? Are there any problems?
Thank you for the question. I would say, in general, when it comes to talent, yes, we have attracted quite a few people in the past years because of the fintech rise, especially in Limassol. But I think the best way forward, and I agree with you 100%, there will be a talent shortage or crisis if we go on to attract these type of companies. We need to think of Cyprus as a regional node. I think that's like the best strategy that can move forward. And not just for investments or inbound companies in Cyprus, but also for talent as well. We are part of the European Union, so I guess we already have access to the European work market or talent market. So this is something that we can easily, let's say, attract talent from there. And there are reforms in the Cyprus startup visa as well that will be announced fairly soon, I believe, that, let's say, extend the number of people that you can bring with you and your startup into Cyprus, so we don't create some sort of bottlenecks with regulatory requirements in setting up a Cyprus startup. So that's that. But yeah, I think the main goal is to engage the region and promote Cyprus like a stable hub in this very unstable region that we're in. And that goes on to the investment attraction as well, because like Genesis Ventures, the diaspora of Cyprus, but also the diaspora of the region, like Lebanese diaspora, Israeli diaspora, they're also like very strong financiers of tech in the US, in London, and all these hubs. And they all want to engage back with the region, but there are risks. There are a lot of risks. And Cyprus position itself as this node that can bring people back and engage with a similar culture.
I want to add a bit to this. I think Cyprus could actually have more funds for research and innovation. I think we're lagging behind most of the European countries. I think we're in the bottom 3. And I think that is kind of remedied by centers of excellence, but not so much. There needs to be more funding that is for startups and for actual research that can go outside the universities. What Evagoras was saying about the academics being able to be an entrepreneurs is really important. We need to have and bring the talent back. I think even there's a lot of Cypriots, we mainly have brain drain from Cyprus. If we have the correct way of bringing these people back, I think we can be quite successful. And actually, we can maybe find solutions through education where people that are very talented and they want to do a shift in what they're doing, be able to do that shift to actually match where the need goes and enable them to do so. But that brings me spot on to the final question that is for all the panel. So, we are positioning ourselves as an attractive destination for foreign investment. There are challenges in competing with more established innovation hubs and also talent and the availability of that. What strategies should Cyprus adopt, branding strategies and other, so that it can set itself apart from the global market as a leader in innovation and the services? It brings together the talent and the branding and how we can differentiate ourselves. Your Excellency, I will start from you to give us the outside perspective. You mentioned before the creativity and how that is really important.
And also, I think how to present the attractiveness to the foreign company, the people is very important. Again, from the perspective of Japanese companies, it is not clear for them what you, Cyprus, have. What kind of strengths do you have? For example, we discussed about the regional markets around Cyprus. But if Japanese company target European market, they tend to go to cities like London, or Berlin, or Paris, or other big cities. And if they go target Middle East, they tend to go to Saudi Arabia directly or UAE directly. So we need to, we want to know what is the real advantage to be here to invest in Cyprus for the foreign companies, including Japanese company. So if you can provide such information as clearly as possible, it would be helpful for the Japanese companies, as well as for me, to persuade them to have an interest to invest.
That is very important. We will also be taking this message home.
Yes, showcasing Cyprus' strength in innovation technology sectors are very important, and Cyprus does have quite a big basket of those, coming with the IP box, the tax environment general, the ecosystem that is rapidly growing. But I think also it's very important to showcase success stories like the MUFG story, real examples that will showcase Cyprus as an attractive destination for foreigners to come, not just telling the competitive advantages.
I will jump the queue and I will leave you last, Kyriako. Evagoramu?
So we have to do a lot of things. We have to get serious and get to work. It's very advantageous to focus on innovation. We are in a rapidly changing world, and creating an innovative society, including education in the high schools and so on, will make people more ready to face this avalanche that is actually coming. Besides that, we need, you mentioned branding, we have to do rebranding and erase some past stigma that unfortunately we carry and investors see. And it's unfair for us entrepreneurs to speak with foreign investors and having this stigma appear. So we have to focus to stop running behind money and start running behind people and behind ideas, and the rest will follow. And finally, we need to give more funding to the academia, which works between TRL, Technological Readiness Level 1 to 4, to proof of concept. We need to have more ideas coming out of there and more focused funding to expedite the ones who make it to the market. From TRL 4 to 8, which reaches the market, we want to help them expedite this procedure, including legal support, IP support, manufacturing and production support, R&D, and so on. Thanks.
Yes, excellent. Thank you. I completely... Kyriako.
I want to 100% align with the ambassador on the need to benchmark Cyprus with the region. I think this is something that other European countries are doing already. Like Invest Estonia, for example, has like an automated compare button that compares, let's say, the different interests for investors or like startups, like tax regulations or like talent accessible and so on, with competitors. And I think that's important to make the picture clear, because we go out and we say, yes, we are the best tax presence in Europe and so on, but we need to make it as clear as possible with comparisons. And on the rebranding, where actually in Cyprus we issued a public tender or public procurement called rebranding. It's 1.5 million euros. We are now evaluating the applicants, but the goal is for the next 4 years to start changing the story of what Cyprus does, how do we promote ourselves, what type of ideas do we champion for, and how do we get there. And I'm super excited for the future. Thank you.
Great. I'm out of time. If there are other questions, I'm sure our esteemed speakers will be more than happy to answer. Feel free to also contact me and I will try and answer any questions. Thank you so much. Small session, but I think it's been interesting also for all of us as well. So thank you. That's it. Thank you. Thank you to my speakers as well. Thank you for answering and making this so engaging.
A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference, which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility; foreign policy, energy, environment; justice and strong institutions; research, innovation, infrastructure; education, research, culture; health and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change. A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference, which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility; foreign policy, energy, environment; justice and strong institutions; research, innovation, infrastructure; education, research, culture; health and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change.
Anna, okay. Delia, perfect. Hi, everybody. We could, because it's afternoon after lunch. So it's good to stand, not to fall asleep as we sit. But yes, in a couple of minutes we start, so we may take our seats. Επειδή η σειρά ανεκατώνεται στο τέλος, είπαμε να μην τα βάλουμε με σειρά. So, hi everybody. Thank you all for being here in this beautiful summery afternoon of Nicosia in this amazing building. It's the first time I enter this building, and a historical building of Nicosia, and thank you, Mayor, for offering it. Our panel today will be exactly about this, about the local authorities, the local communities, and how they can foster social innovation to take it from the local level to the global level, promoting coexistence, development, and progress. We are very happy to have a great roster of panelists with us today. Mayor of Nicosia, Haralambos Brunzos, thank you. Dr. Diana Nicolaou, from the University of Cyprus, the Department of Business and Public Administration. Professor Andreas Evstathiou, Rector of the European University of Cyprus. Professor Elena Antonakopoulou, full professor at the Faculty of Business, American University of Beirut, Paphos, welcome. Panels that we will be discussing about communal social innovation. I mean, in a world of challenges, inequalities. Dimitris, of course, but with Dimitris we have been talking a long time before, so of course, Dimitris Hachis-Fokli, so his presence was so natural because I see him all day. So, and of course, Dimitris Hachis-Fokli, CSI, Center for Social Innovation, our CEO. I hope I will not have consequences after this. So, I mean, in a time that we all face serious social challenges, social inequalities in different levels, we see a lot of conflicts around us, environmental challenges, financial challenges. We go back to the local community, to our community, to see how our actions there can reverse a not positive course that our neighborhood is taking. And it's in this context that we would like to discuss today exactly the role of social innovation and how local initiatives, local work, local synergies can support our global village to prosper and to find its way to coexistence and peace. And it's in this context that I would like to address the first question to the Mayor of Nicosia, Haralambos Brunzos. Nicosia, a city of rich history and culture, a history of coexistence, a history of peace sometimes, but a city that fights for peace and strives to find a peaceful way towards development. So how does the city leverage this heritage in fostering social innovation that promotes sustainability, peace and coexistence to all its communities in the city? Ralambe?
On? Yeah, now it is. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me on this panel with esteemed co-panelists. Nicosia is a city is a multicultural city. It has traditionally been one, and historically. It's actually one of the very few cities around the globe that have distinct historic periods that have left their mark on the DNA of the city in terms of architecture, in terms of traditions, and in terms of the the vibe of the city and its residents. First of all, allow me to say that I just came back 3 days ago from the Forum of Mayors, and it's truly impressive how the Forum of Mayors is the top sort of event on local governments and local authorities. And it's under the auspices of the UN. It was held in Geneva. And the interesting thing about it is that you've got big cities and small cities participating in it. So you get to see the perspectives from all over the world. And I have to say that the challenges are surprisingly similar nowadays for both larger and smaller cities. And I have to say that in some things, Nicosia is quite pioneer, despite its small size. One of the major issues that we are facing is obviously the distinct character of Nicosia as a divided city. So one of the elements that we need to consider is how we manage to accommodate the bicommunal or multi-communal character of the city, and whether we're successful in achieving that, bearing into consideration the division. I think that in some aspects Nicosia is successful in that, especially with the smaller communities, the Maronites and the Armenians we have, and the Latinos, we have integrated them into the fabric of the city, allowing each community to have its own traditions and identities, whilst at the same time essentially forming an integral part of the civic fabric of the city. In terms of the Turkish Cypriots, I would say that following the opening of the crossing, both on Lydra Palace, Agios Zomedios, and also obviously the Lydra Street crossing, I think it was instrumental in terms of increasing the exchanges between people, and the municipality of Nicosia has been instrumental in the sense of having achieved small wins that have resulted in an element of social engineering. The sewage treatment plant, which was a fundamental environmental intervention for the city, was critical in terms of building a different approach towards the Turkish Cypriot community than the understanding we have in the rest of Cyprus. Apart from that, another element that we are facing now is obviously migration. Migration is the element, and it has formed a significant part in the discussions. I think that we should have a realistic view on the issue. There's a lot of screaming from two sort of opposite sides. One is obviously the side of NGOs that care for the rights of migrants and human rights in general, and we are all in favor, and we are all the caretakers of these fundamental rights. On the other side, we've got extremist views, views that are xenophobic, but we also have realities on the ground. And the reality on the ground is that Nicosia is overwhelmed by the inflow of migrants, and this inability of the central government to manage the flows, the population, the integration in various age groups has exacerbated the issue and is giving fertile ground for views that are not acceptable in a modern society. Nicosia is doing a lot to alleviate these issues and to change the perspective. We have the Multifunction Center, which I consider to be an example of modern and contemporary social cohesion policy. In that program, in that foundation, we cover all ages, starting from juveniles, minors, even newly born children, whereby we undertake their care until 8 o'clock in the evening, so that we give migrants, not only migrants, but predominantly migrants, the right to participate in the financial life, which is critical in order to truly integrate people and to allow for a successful social cohesion. We have our own Center for Professional Development, GIAED, which has gone as far as having a full set of specialists, mentors, to the extent of preparing feasibility studies for businesses. And we have one success story already, which is a new business that was formed by a migrant and is now successfully operating in the economy of the city. We are also taking care of issues like language, which is critical for modern communication. Through the Multifunction Center, we offer lessons in Greek. We try also to utilize the traditions and the multicultural character of migrants in many activities of the city, including the Cultural Capital Candidacy for 2030, where we have invited artists through an open call and through private meetings to participate in our candidacy and utilize their traditions and their art perspectives in the candidacy, which we consider wealth for the city. I think that more practical steps like gastronomy, for instance, could be instrumental in achieving that. And finally, we have our own Research and Innovation Center, Science, which is led by the municipality of Nicosia, which is essentially redeveloping parts of the city that had been dilapidated, and we are starting to present elements of, I would say, introvert sort of parts of the city that were perceived as unsafe, and we are taking care of that through Science, which is redeveloping a significant part of the city. So I would say that looking at the standards of other cities, Nicosia is doing very well in terms of social innovation.
Thank you, dear Mayor. Indeed, and I will take your last sentence about Nicosia being introvert the previous years, about its business potentials and also business successes that were not communicated appropriately to demonstrate this dynamic that is currently being revealed with your presence in the municipality, but also with the connection of all other municipalities that form the larger municipality of Nicosia. And this is very important. That's why I would like to ask Dr. Nicolaou, coming from the academia and from a position that you are always to connect people in a way, how do you see this evolution of local communities in social innovation and entrepreneurship, and how do they connect with academia and international networks, and all this, how do they end up in Cyprus empowering our local ecosystem?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me and my co-fellow panelists here, and it's my honor to be in front of you as well. I would like to use an example of something that we do together with the Nicosia municipality, with the university now. They have actually asked us, and we help them with the money from international networks such as the European Union, to help people that are in the city, especially artists, to build a business, to start up a business. We also have a migrant in the group, and she has also connected with industry. So the fact that we can bring this quadruple helix into the workings of our community, like bringing in academia to bring the academic methods, the research and everything, bringing the community, the municipality with the needs, the pressing needs and the urgency, getting the people to talk to us, and then the industry to help the machines if we need the raw materials and everything that is necessary, then you get all the stakeholders that are important to bring out results that would benefit not only the city, but Cyprus in general. Now, universities, not only my university, of course, they have a big challenge here. We need to be able to find a way to collaborate with each other. Cyprus is so small that it's a pity that we all need to buy our own machines here and there, and maybe it would be a good idea, for instance, in the engineering school, there are expensive stuff, in the medical school there are expensive stuff, and we could really share all of this and also share our knowledge, share the network we've got. So the first thing we need to realize is that we shouldn't be competitors with, anywhere in the community, everybody. We're such a small island. The big world is out there, and we have a lot to gain by collaborating rather than competing.
Thank you, Diana. It's very important the point you are making about making universities open for everybody, especially coming to a more practical issue like the equipment that is not accessible to the public, and it's probably sitting in a lab of a university for a long time without being used.
It could be any university, private university, public university. It doesn't matter. We should all be able to collaborate with each other.
And I think that element of collaboration should be as open and promoted in this context. And I would like to ask Professor Efstathiou, from his position as a rector of a traditional university of Cyprus, all over these years, what the universities have been doing to bridge, let's say, the local innovation with global collaboration, and how did this address social challenges in Cyprus, but also globally?
Hello, everyone. I hope this works.
If not.
Okay. I would also like to thank very much the organizers for the invitation to participate in this STEAM panel. I actually have, my background is in science and engineering, but I hope I can make some meaningful comments here, drawing from my experience as rector of the European University Cyprus for the last 3 years, and also vice rector of research and external affairs in the previous 7 years. I would like to first say that here in Cyprus we had a very significant transformation in the last 2 or 3 decades. Because we set up, my colleague here said about universities, we have set up here in Cyprus 13 universities and a number of other higher education institutions. We also set up centers of excellence, as we heard from the mayor, one in Nicosia. This has been a very significant transformation because a number of scientists, probably of the order of 2,000 scientists, are employed now in these higher education institutions and research centers. And I think the main, this creates the potential for all of these people to act as agents to bring about this bridging of the gap between the local innovation ecosystem and the global scene. And there are a number of instruments provided by the local authorities, but also the European Commission, for bringing about this bridging of the two communities. And we can discuss this in more detail if you like, but mainly through Erasmus programs, for our participation in Horizon Europe, and so on. And I think this creates the potential for our community to, there are a number of different activities going on at our universities, but the opportunity to collaborate with scientists in Europe and around the world can bring about this goal, which will be to the benefit of our community very much.
Thank you, Professor, and I think it's a good opportunity to ask a live agent of connection, like Professor Antonakopoulou. Being in different regions and now place in the American University of Beirut. A remarkable course in your career, Professor. Maybe through your experience across different regions, you can share with us some examples, some methods, processes that we can actually adopt in our region, but also in our island.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I'm a Greek Cypriot, but I have lived for the biggest part of my adult life abroad, so I'm repatriating after 35 years. So I'm really relieved that we're doing this panel in English, I must admit, ashamedly. I'm also very grateful to sit alongside my established colleagues, but I really want to say thank you for framing this, a conversation about learning together more. And I think that is the essence of collaboration, and that is the essence of connectivity. In my own scholarly work, I have founded and have been directing for over 20 years the Gnosis Initiative, which I had taken from Warwick Business School, Manchester, Liverpool, to Ivey Business School in Canada, and now to the American University of Beirut, Mediterranean in Paphos. And this has been a hub for connecting academics across disciplines, practitioners and policymakers. And the essence is the co-creation of knowledge for impact. So this idea of partnering for impact is very important because it's underpinned by placing the common good as the driving force. What does that mean? It means that we're not just pursuing research for its own sake. We're not producers of knowledge someone else has to consume, but instead we are joining forces literally and fostering the kind of ideas that address grand challenges that we're facing. So some of the collaborative projects I initiated or have participated or I'm actively involved currently involve us working with colleagues at Harvard, Oxford, and the UN. We produced a policy report to complement the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, given that we seem to be making little progress in addressing them. And we have articulated a report promoting the global flourishing goals because we anticipate the World Economic Forum will be soon announcing the fifth industrial revolution is focusing very much on that. So what is collaboration and co-creation achieving in mobilizing the future we want to be part of is precisely that, future making.
Excellent. Thank you, Professor. And indeed, collaboration, learning together, creating together, and not just being consumers of what is happening around us, but be co-creators of knowledge. I also believe is the essence of progress. And maybe this is one of the critical components that Dimitris, the CEO of CSI, could share with us in the effort of the organization to internationalize and scale up. CSI, a business located within the walls of Nicosia, trying to go outside the walls. We love the walls of Nicosia, the physical essence, but metaphorically we want to break these walls and evolve internationally. And maybe Dimitris can share with us these efforts of taking CSI beyond Cyprus.
Thank you, Sotiris. I think, listening to all the great panelists here, we all agree that synergies, collaboration, co-creation, working together, learning together, they are all good concepts. And in a lot of cases, they are done very well. I think what we need to work on is finding a way to bring all this together. Right now, the way we see it is that there is a lot of actions going on and a lot of initiatives. However, these initiatives don't connect. And I will give an analogy. Let's say we are a bunch of manufacturing facilities, and one makes the best tires, the other one makes the best engines, the other one makes the best, doors for the car or what have you. But those manufacturing facilities don't talk to each other. You're never going to have a good car. You're never going to have a functioning car. You're going to be ineffective, and you're going to be insufficient in terms of getting to the outcome that we all want to get to create communities where people feel comfortable, feel loved, and feel that they have the right and the capacity and the opportunities to be productive within the community. So what do we do with CSI? We do the same thing that I described. We alone, trying to collaborate with as many people as we can, but we do try to extend exactly what I described. How do we work together with other organizations to, first of all, achieve progress? Because I think at the end of the day, progression of where we are and where we are going is what is important. We're not going to change everything at once. So we do have international collaborations, for example, with universities in Asia, where we have our colleague here, Loizos, that travel to Asia to share our knowledge and experiences on the entrepreneurship, creativity, and innovation side. And that was very successful. And to my surprise, there were like around 50 professors from local universities. They were very enthusiastic in terms of receiving our knowledge coming from the west side of the planet. And through that, by exchanging ideas in terms of running businesses, how to take care of our communities, it kind of raised the excitement on both sides of the ocean. We also have initiatives in the United States with a couple of universities there, where we do something called service learning. It's kind of like the old apprenticeship concept. We bring students to Cyprus, we place them in local communities where the students can practice their craft and get credit for it, and the local communities benefit from it by receiving that knowledge. It's a project called Young Cities, and I think Sofia is there, who is managing that. And a lot of different other initiatives, like with the University, American University of Beirut in Paphos, and European universities and municipalities, University of Cyprus, and other local knowledge hubs. We do a lot of actions, events, activities where we try to bring people together exactly so we can promote this notion of global collaboration and synergy. Unfortunately, and I will say that not to sound negative, in Cyprus we have a culture that is a little bit skeptical about collaborating. And we can see that even at places like what Diana described at the universities, for example. It's a conversation that has been going on for many, many years about having all these resources that were paid for by the taxpayers, where if they were to share, smaller companies that need to use facilities that have technology and machines and all that, they would be able to easier show progression and put products and services perhaps in the market in a more financially viable way. So yes, we need to work on a lot of our emotional baggage, I would say, as a community. We need to embrace people. And I will close with not my quote, but I think when Barack Obama went to Kenya and he realized that there was a difference between how they treated men from women in terms of the workplace, he actually said a country that doesn't treat all its inhabitants the same way, giving them the same opportunities to produce, is a stupid country, because you basically subtract half of the population in that particular case out of the productivity cycle. So we need to work on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitris. I mean, it's very important, of course, to be inclusive, to everybody, to utilize the resources for progress and sustainability in our island. And this is why I would like to ask Dr. Nicolaou, I mean, how academic leaders secure this inclusivity in innovation-led initiatives, how they open them up, and they don't just remain global trends that they are flooding around.
It has to be a bottom-up approach, whereby we have participatory research. This is where you bring all the stakeholders together under one roof, or in this case, maybe a virtual under one roof. You get to collaborate with people from abroad that have benchmarks and best practices that they can help us, and we can also pave our way through the specificities of the Cypriot ecosystem. But the most important thing is to come like bottom up, like get the people who are mostly involved and mostly affected by what is happening around them, be it abused women or men, migrants, people who are not educated up to the level that they can actually join the working force. So all of these people that actually feel the pain and the brunt of the challenges into communities such as the Nicosia municipality that organizes different activities to bring this together, but also the universities. We do a lot of work, we do a lot of research. It could actually be like applied research, and this research needs to be translated, transformed into some kind of, let's say, organizational business activity that can, at the end of the day, benefit Cyprus through exports or even through exporting the knowledge coming from working with communities that have been, let's say, marginalized for whatever reason.
Very, very important points, Dr. Nicolaou, and having the production of this knowledge and co-creation and inclusivity in the effort of internationalization. I would like to ask Professor Evstathiou how the European funding supported this process in internationalizing the European university, but all universities of Cyprus, and how this has been instrumental to have the level of tertiary education we have now in Cyprus, which I consider to be at a good level.
As I mentioned, we have a number of instruments to achieve our goals here. First of all, Erasmus, projects, but it's also a lot about mobility. A lot of people do not realize that Erasmus not only help to travel within Europe, but also beyond Europe. There's an annual call every year by the national agency here in Cyprus about this. Then with Horizon Europe, Cyprus benefited very much from Horizon Europe. It's one of the best performers in Horizon Europe, and with funding from Horizon Europe, we set up all of these 7, I think, in total centers of excellence, including science. We heard from the mayor. It's important, of course, for these centers to maintain their sustainability. It's a major issue we need to address here in Cyprus. Another important area where European funding is going to help very much Cyprus is through the European Universities Alliances. Cyprus, the European University Alliances is something that was introduced a few years ago, and I think it was an idea of President Macron, and there are about 60 such alliances now, about 9 universities each. So we have a total of about 500 universities in Europe participating in them. 7 of these alliances involve a university based in Cyprus. The 3 public universities and 4 the private universities. And this creates more opportunities for more focused collaboration with the universities in the network.
I will keep the collaboration work, Professor Evstathiou, to go to Mayor Brunzos. You came from the business world to the local authority context, the public service, if I'm allowed to say context. I mean, what are the challenges you are facing in collaborating with academia, with the private sector? I think it's a discussion, it's endless in Cyprus about the relationship between the public and the private sector. I don't want to characterize it in a more personal way, but we all realize that it's a relation of tension, a relation of mistrust. I don't know how you face that and how you suggest to overcome it to keep progressing locally and internationally.
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. I have been fortunate enough to have experience in not only the private sector, but also I've served as a member, vice chairman, and chairman of the board of the Open University of Cyprus, which is one of the 3 public universities. So through that decade, I was blessed to meet the academics. It was not always a pleasant experience, but it was definitely a valuable experience because very charismatic people exist in our institutions and academic institutions, which would be very proud of that. So I'm going to be, it's nice to speak about collaboration, but I'm going to be a bit more cynical because I've got the private sector talking as well. First of all, we have to be institutional in Cyprus. The 3 universities are not state universities. They are public universities, and there's a big difference of philosophy between a state university and a public university. A public university is an investment of the taxpayer, and this needs to be understood. I mean, whatever investment we've made, and we've made up until now more than 2 billion euros of investment into the public universities. That's a humongous amount. Just the campus of the University of Cyprus alone has cost us 1 billion euros. Yeah? We have to be very mindful that these amounts are amounts of the taxpayer that have been spent for a particular purpose. And therefore, the nature of public universities needs to have the openness and the embracing that comes about with the fact that the taxpayers have not invested in the universities themselves, but have invested in the concept of having that openness and that embracing and that collaboration across the sector. On the other hand, we see that private universities were the first source of institutional investors to invest in Cyprus. Correct? Both the University of Nicosia and the European University, and now the AUB, are institutions that have institutional investors behind them. And not just any institutional investors, we are talking about some of the world's largest funds specializing in tertiary education. So, if you look at that big picture, it tells you, number one, that we should demand the openness of the infrastructure of public universities to everyone, including the private universities. Number two, that tertiary education in Cyprus is a serious business, and this is depicted by the fact, and because of the profile of the investors that have invested in this. This creates a responsibility for the private universities to find the appropriate balance between research, standard, and contribution to the society. And this is a criticism that I have for private universities, that I do not see the academics of private universities making interventions in the public sphere that will define the debate as we would have expected them to do so. And it's a constructive criticism, not because I don't think that there are people that can make this sort of intervention, which is critical for social innovation. If the academics don't open the, pave the way for this dialogue, who will do it? Yeah? But we need also the management of these universities, which is unfortunately dependent on decisions made by the central government on certain aspects, and hence they are mindful of making certain interventions. They need to make a choice. Universities need to make that choice. Are we here to accommodate the stress of having of being dependent on the central government, or are we here to rise up to the central government and to show that we are generating more than €1 billion contribution to the GDP, and hence it's the government that should be begging us and not the other way around? We need to make that conscious decision. You cannot have everything in life, you know. And in terms of the municipality saw this gap. I saw this gap. That's why I ran for the elections, because I think that there's huge potential in Nicosia. It's got 30,000 students. It's got 4 exceptional universities. It's got all this investment. It's got great academics. We need to bring that closer to the private sector. And the private sector and the public sector have not utilized our universities as much as they could have. So when I saw that nobody makes the first step, I said, okay, the municipality should do it. And that's why yesterday basically, I sent out the letters for the first time to have the business council of the mayor, which will bring together all the stakeholders, the Chamber of Commerce, the lawyers, the accountants, the academia, the private schools, the research centers, the entire business community, in order to create that synergetic relationship. And there's a great term, it's called co-petition. It's, I think, unrealistic to expect that we will not compete. Of course we'll compete. You should compete. It's part of life. But at the end of the day, there's a concept of competition. Like, you can compete in certain things, but if the Greek universities, for instance, open up private universities, are we going to be fighting over 12 slices of pizza? We need to make the pizza larger, so that there's food for everyone. Otherwise, it's going to be a critical outcome for the entire sector, and we don't want that. Yeah. So the city needs to be proactive in that.
Thank you, Mayor. It's very important to hear these initiatives from you. I guess we can use this for news, these announcements, which are very important also for Nicosia to attract knowledge, investments, and facilitate progress. Something that CSI is trying to do over the past years, trying to balance between the local relevance of its work and the global outreach. Dimitri, what strategies have been proven successful for CSI in this connection of local with the global, but also in the process of working with municipalities, academia, but also the general public?
I'm going to say that I'm happy to see that our mayor is more business than politician. That's good. That's very good. I love you. We are friends.
Don't open the discussion.
Yeah, it's about love. Everything is about love. I will make a suggestion, and then I'm going to talk about CSI. Two suggestions, and I made that yesterday, I think, on another panel. We need something like, I don't know the English terminology, like the old Γραφείο Προγραμματισμού. Planning Bureau. Yes, thank you. That will change and progress and morph into a group that can manage the bringing together of all these resources, but most importantly, the implementation. Because I was young when they were like at their top. They did great job in terms of doing a lot of things that kind of help Cyprus developed at that time infrastructure, the road system, healthcare, and all that stuff. So that's one suggestion. The second suggestion, to make, and I said this to a previous panel as well, to make academics work together, you have to motivate them and you have to give them incentives. And we have a model that works in the United States. In the US, professors get evaluated and getting paid on three things: teaching, great research, and collaboration with the industry, consulting. If a professor in the US doesn't do these three things, it's not going to go anywhere. Actually, in the biggest universities, they push them out. Here, we basically, with our legislations, we disallow them from doing that. We restrict them from doing that. For like 10, 12 years, we worked, and I was part of it, on this initiative of taking the research and making startups. And it was a hell to have that conversation, to actually do it. I mean, there is something that is done right now, but marginally, just so they can, quote unquote, shut up and don't talk about it anymore. So there is a way to do this stuff. We need somebody to take the initiative, like what our mayor is doing in Nicosia, from what I understand, with the Business Council, but do it at the national level. Now, what do we do to expand? What kind of strategies? One strategy is to put Sotiris on a plane and have him travel all over Europe, and that's a true story. Go and talk to people. Go and talk to people, understand what's going on, understand how they work, what kind of resources are out there, what kind of collaborations are out there. And it's a torturous process. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, but at some point you find the spots where you need, where you can land and find these great collaborations. One of those is a project Nicosia, where CSI is basically the manager of social innovation platform of the European Commission for the whole of Europe. Like that project, there is a lot of examples. We are about globalization with a local touch, and I will explain what I mean. You cannot just take what's going on around the world and expect to bring it to Cyprus and expect it to work. You have to localize it. You have to consider the local culture. You have to consider the local education system. You have to consider a lot of different things. And I remember when a few years ago, 10, maybe 12 years ago, everybody went crazy about signing a memorandum of understanding with Microsoft, and that Microsoft was going to be in Cyprus. And my first reaction was, who are they going to hire? Where are they going to find 10,000 people to hire? So we have to be logical, we have to be localized with the global context, and we have to be brave to take a step outside this small island and cross the pond and go to Europe a little bit more and go to the United States, to Asia, Middle East, Africa, big development opportunities in Africa, and give the opportunity to our people to bring together all these resources and collaborations and synergies into a productivity and production mode, as opposed to just talking too much about it and not doing much. So we need to do, we need to implement, we need to monitor, we need to modify, and we need to keep moving forward.
Thank you, Dimitri. And as you always say, contextualized thinking.
We have shirts that say that.
To contextualize what we receive from around us, Professor Andronakopoulou, I mean, this question, it's been around forever, but I mean, does profit-making business balance with social impact and social contribution?
Absolutely, but I have to start by connecting what we've heard so far. And I will start by saying I love you both, because you do recognize how vital it is to energize those connections, but do so on the basis of quality relationships. So that when we are co-creating knowledge for impact, which was the one thing I haven't heard any of you talk about, we actually transcend concepts like co-opetition or localization, and we actually start talking about emplacement. Emplacement and impact is where the debate is heading, because it's really inviting us to take a stance and stand up for what we stand for in the global space, so that we can position Cyprus as a knowledge hub that can deliver the promises that the island has to give. And that promise is being delivered by businesses who have positioned themselves precisely in this way. I had the pleasure of, in the Nicosia initiative, very much work actively in what I'm just talking about. But two immediate examples I can give you. A big company, manufacturing company in the States, Barry Wellmiller, is a celebrated case study also at Harvard Business School. They are continuing to enjoy significant profits, but at the same time, they have taken a very clear stance about their position towards the environment, towards issues of sustainability, but more importantly, and I purposefully use the word love, they explicitly say they care and love their workforce enough to design the kind of infrastructures so that the workplace is a place of flourishing. Similarly, Durovac, a small firm, continues to thrive. In fact, it changes the conversation when it comes to family firms. It has appointed a non-family firm person as a successor to lead the company to its next phase. Durovac, as its name suggests, it's a durable commercial vacuum cleaner. You're thinking, what size of a market are we talking about? But in Canada and internationally, it's leading the way because it lives by its promise to honor the environment and to ensure that its products are durable, and so that it doesn't counter to the competition, which usually banks on replacing parts at a certain period of time that they are designed to collapse. It works against that concept. So it is thriving precisely because it's doing things differently, and therefore it's making a difference in the market. And that's what I've invited us to do so as well.
Thank you for the examples. I mean, it's amazing to see these multinational companies act in this way and pave the way for the rest of us. And allow me to say, it's also, I think it's part of their evolution. It's part of their DNA. It's part of their development. I mean, I don't think it's something that came up the last 5 years, but it's how they were built over the years to be so powerful in the market is because they have this vision, a shared vision that also CSI has about improving the quality of life in the communities around them. So
Vision is one thing. Being able to take a stance is another. Paul Pullman, who was leading Unilever, had to stand before its shareholders and be ready to be fired for his stance towards stakeholders. So it's not just in the DNA. It is building that character and conscience that gives you the strength beyond your competence to make that difference.
Of course, actions speak. So, and Professor Evstathiou, if actions speak, I mean, how the European University of Cyprus outreach the community through the research, through the innovation that produces, what is the relationship between universities and the wider community in Cyprus? And how do you evaluate, how do you assess that relationship between the citizens and the universities?
I believe this is central. Have a good outreach program to whatever you do to be related, linked to the community, to the essential. There's no way research which is not relevant not communicated effectively. Maybe because at the end of the day we want to benefit the community. Our professors mentioned about our professors when they are evaluated for their research, teaching, and also their service to the community. We have a number of centers of excellence, carry out extensive programs, society, which deals with social issues, societies which risk climate change. I would like to take the challenge by the mayor, to criticize a little bit, if I may. If we are going to be successful in doing things, I don't know if I'm doing this. It's probably better now. We said that we have a large community of academics, scientists here on this island, large number of universities. In order to sustain all of these activities, we need more funding, unfortunately. And unfortunately, Cyprus is one of the bottom performers in research funding. And I think it's absolutely essential to increase the level of funding available to this community. I think Cyprus spends about 0.8% of the GDP. I'm actually Vice President of Research and Innovation Foundation, so I'm criticizing myself in this way, but it gets the funding it gets from the government. I think there are indications that the government is sympathetic to an increase of research funding. It's absolutely fundamental.
Professor Asterio, it's very good that you have a self-awareness not about you, but about the role of the institutions.
I'm doing all I can to promote this idea. We're promoting this idea to the Minister of Education, who has not much to do with research funding. Unfortunately, we have another ministry, a deputy ministry, but also with the deputy minister and the government. Whenever we have the chance, we promote this idea.
Indeed, it's unfortunate that the investment from the state to research is very low. On the other hand, the private entities of Cyprus, like European University, but also CSI and other research centers from the private sector, are currently leading in percentage the access in EU funding. From all Europe, the Cyprus institutions are leading the access to EU funding. I'm not saying that to cover the state challenges and gaps, but I'm just saying that we find other paths without neglecting the responsibility of the state to invest in research. Dear Mayor, you mentioned before that you were in the Cities Forum and you got connected there with other cities. I mean, we see global cities to become more interconnected with them, between them, through technology, collaboration, some common policies about their citizens. Is Nicosia currently taking any steps to connect with other cities globally that we can transfer our examples and our knowledge, or we can receive knowledge from other cities? And knowing your pre-election statements about developing Nicosia as a business center, with emphasis on that, on connecting with other mega cities, if I may say, that will help us and we may help them to evolve in this entrepreneurial ecosystem process.
First of all, allow me to make 2 comments on what was heard. Professor Antonopoulou, I think it's a great point actually about taking a stance. And one of the good things of having a 15-year-old daughter is that you learn all about Taylor Swift. So Taylor Swift is, we may be laughing, but it's one of the world's largest brand names at the moment. Yeah, and it was shocking to see the pressure that she had from her publicists not to take a stance on some of the major issues in the US, which, as you know, is probably the most polarized country in terms of politics and in terms of what we call politics of identity. Yeah? And she didn't. I mean, she took a stance on some of the material issues, and she got slaughtered by what is currently almost a 50% view. So previously, companies, and you mentioned Unilever has a positive example and also a very negative example. It has not laid off its CIS, its Russia business. Yeah? So it's like going into the barn with the chickens, yeah? And you're going to be eaten up, as we say in the Cypriot metaphor. But you have to do it. We have to do it. And the municipality of Nicosia, for instance, is a co-organizer of the Cyprus Pride. Yeah? We could have taken a more neutral sort of path and respect the fact that we've got a rising part of the population that is more conservative towards LGBTQI plus rights. We didn't. And my predecessor, Mr. Yorkagis, is to be commented on that. And so are major state businesses like CETA, which also supported the cause. We need to take a stance. If you're quiet, you're going to be eaten up by the chickens, and you're not going to be you won't have the credit of having expressed your view on such critical issues. So that's number one. Number two, about the funding. Again, I'm going to be provocative. Say that we're spending 0.8%. The key question is, what is the impact of that investment in terms of output, both direct and indirect? It's not satisfactory. And science, which I'm the chairman of science now, we spend millions and millions of euros on science. I think it's a great institution. Yeah, I think it's doing a great job, but definitely could have done better with all that investment that has gone in. Yeah. So instead of beating ourselves, we have to acknowledge the good things, and as Dimitri said, we need to progress one step at a time or multiple steps at a time. Now, in terms of your question, I don't think that, in terms of city relationships, we've got all sorts of sister relationship, MOUs, blah, 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 and the universities have got all sorts. Rarely these MOUs are being materialized and are being, implemented, because there is no owner of the process and there is no concrete action plan to move things forward. So you have to make baby steps. Yeah. In terms of the biggest cities, I went to the mayor of Geneva. They've got a rotating mayorship system there. So 5 people get elected together, and there's one every year. They've got a different person being the mayor. The current mayor is a lady of Greek origin, Miss Kitsos, who was born and raised in Switzerland. And I spoke with her, not about grand, ideas, but about simple things like cleanliness, like social cohesion, how you activate the neighborhood, for instance. Yeah. So they know, they're giving us know-how. On the other hand, when they saw the digital twin that science has created for Nicosia, they were shocked. We are one of less than 10 cities in Europe that have a proper digital twin in place. Yeah? But the question is, what do you do with this digital twin? And then I met Lord Foster of Foster & Partners, probably one of the world's 5 most prominent architects. Yeah? And the guy hears that Nicosia has a digital twin. And he was shocked. And now science is in discussions with Foster & Partners to utilize the capabilities of the digital twin of Nicosia. So through that experience, you realize that A is all about networking, B is all about what you do with the networking, otherwise it's just coffee and drinks. We love that, but it's not enough. And number 3 is one little step at a time. Yeah?
And that's a very good remark, dear Mayor, because networking, it's in the part of the major activities of CSI. And, and I hope I don't just stay in the coffee and drinks, and I move with actions, Dimitri. But we live in times of change, Professor Antonakopoulou, and how do you see companies cope with that, and what are the major elements or tools that an entity has to develop or acquire to adapt to change?
We have to really transform our way of thinking. We live in a world, and I didn't have to spend 10 years working as an ethnographer with the military, the Royal Norwegian Air Force, to tell you that in the business world, at least outside Cyprus, that I've been spending more time in, people talk about, people talk about VUCA. VUCA stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. We have to accept that change is the norm, stability is the exception. So the first tool is to transform and reframe the way in which we understand the world we are participating in, co-creating. So we are the system. Don't blame the system, we are the system. So if we want something different and therefore change, we need to understand what VUCA also invites. So if we have volatility, we need vision. Companies that mobilize in creating the future they want to be part of have vision. They also have, in uncertainty, understanding that they will not get all the parameters right. And in recognizing that they're dealing with complexity, they don't just complicate it more by simplifying it. They embrace it with clarity because they create their future on the basis not of their desires, but their preferences. And language I love immensely because a desire is an ambition. A preference is a choice. We're going back to emplacement. And finally, if we're talking about ambiguity, we must stop talking about adaptability. It's a word I hate. Because adaptability, as I tell my students, it's a boiled frog syndrome. Do not try this experiment at home. If you put a frog in a pan with cold water and you put it on the stove and you increase the heat slowly, the frog will boil to death. So that's adaptability. So if you have ambiguity, you need agility. But in order to respond to agility, you need to develop that leadership capacity that is founded on an awakening. In other words, you have that capacity to project the possibilities that you can help realize in the future. The future is today. It's becoming tomorrow because the actions that drive it realize its possibility.
Great. Thank you, Professor Androgopoulos. I mean, it's very important to realize that we are part of change. We can drive change, but we also can survive through change, and it's very important. Dimitris, I mean, over the many years of your experience working in the business sector, in the community sector, and you talk a lot about this in the office. How do you measure success? How do you measure impact? What is those factors that make you feel that, okay, this was successful, this was a failure?
Impact is where you do things that change people's lives. There's nothing else we do. Anything that we do, if it doesn't have that as a cornerstone of measurement, it doesn't make a sense. Okay, so you have to find ways to measure, and we are failing big time in terms of measuring. We can look at the European Union, for example. We can look at Cyprus. Invested, I mean, the mayor said, gave a lot of examples of investing in universities, investing in a lot of different things, but we never measure what is the impact so we can learn from it. It's important to learn from something and then change it so you can move forward. So we need to learn to measure. We need to be, and I think it's something that was mentioned, I'm just putting a word to it, we need to be brave to make decisions and make the hard decisions. We need to take ownership, and we also need to move ourselves a little bit from our comfort zone. We are too comfortable. We are way too comfortable. And I will take the words of the CEO of NVIDIA. In an interview, he was asked, what is your greatest advice for somebody who wants to succeed? And he said, I wish them suffering. Because suffering builds character and it builds resiliency. Comfort is just that. So yeah, we need to measure, be resilient, take chances, stand up, all those great things. But at the end of the day, we need to be doers. We need to, what we say, roll up our sleeves and get things done. I'm not going to use the other word. We need to do that.
Thank you, Dimitris. I sometimes suffer next to you, but I get better and better. And
I'm retiring soon. So.
I hope not. I want to continue suffering. Dear Diana, I mean, you work a lot with students. How do you see the future that the university is offering to them? I mean, how connected is the university with the realities around us? I mean, it's a common discussion that education doesn't offer real skills and knowledge to the students to go out there in the market and the society and progress. I mean, from your experience, where do we stand now? What do you see coming?
Okay. So I have to talk from my experience. Well, we give a lot more emphasis on experiential learning now and project-based learning. Therefore, we try to get the students into the community so that we use design thinking methodology to empathize with the needs of the community or, as I said before, marginalized groups in one way or another, and implement the knowledge that we give them, like coming from theory and also from best practices abroad, to find solutions. As a matter of fact, we do have teams who have competed not only on a Cypriot, pan-Cyprian competition on entrepreneurship and innovation, but also on a pan-European basis. And they do get awards. We've managed to get, I mean, in the last 5 years, almost every year we have an award that is centered around social innovation in Europe, competing with universities abroad that have a lot more money than we do. And of course, we have to depend on political and decisions to be able to make our own decisions later on and our own choices. But indeed, we have to be proud of the young people, and not only the young people. I mean, we have students of all sorts of ages, backgrounds, and in the kind of difficulties that they face, they are like rising strong and being able to stand there and make us proud. So one thing that I would like, because I think that is the last question that you will be giving me, so this is the last time I have the microphone, is that...
You can keep the microphone, it's okay.
Thank you. I know I have this proverb in my head now that if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And that's what I would like to leave as my ending, sentence.
Thank you. It's very, very important. I hope we all go together far. I mean, all of us working from our different capacities and affiliations, and definitely, even after this event here, we will be able to connect, network, find synergies, and progress. It was indeed the last question, so we will open the floor for any... Yes.
Some branding here. I'm going to have my friend Haralambos here do the IPR. We talked before about social innovation, social enterprise, social entrepreneurship, and we mentioned that in Brussels. Social innovation, it's business with a soul. I mean, and that, without too much context, that's what it is. If we manage to do that, then I think we cover all the other stuff. Okay? Do it pro bono, okay?
Thank you. Very, very important remark. Any questions, comments from the audience? We will continue this discussion later. Any remarks from the panelists? Great. Thank you very, very much for this discussion. Amazing. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
hear us. So
Συγγνώμη. Δεν το έκανα realize. Απολογούμε. Okay, so let's sit.
A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference, which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility; foreign policy, energy, environment; justice, and strong institutions. Research, innovation, infrastructure, education, research, culture, health, and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change.
Welcome. Today we will be discussing the future of European training strategies in terms of the twin transition. I am Christina Achilleos, the founder and director of Nicosia, and we are working directly as an education and training organization with skills development. And it's a real pleasure to host today a very prominent panel of speakers. Mr. Folko Chul, Executive Director of the European Chemical Regions Network. Welcome, Folko. Mrs. Monica Banca, Policy and Network Coordinator at the European Chemical Regions Network. Welcome.
Thank you.
Jay Mex is the CEO and founder of Odyssey. We have Mrs. Vlatka Kadiushis, Senior Researcher Fellow, Project Manager at the Circular Economy Alliance. Welcome, Vlatka. And we also have Mr. Daniel Spichter, Strategic Advice and Expertise for EU Research Policy. So today we will examine how the local initiatives across EU countries influence the twin transition and how, examining the local initiatives, we can all together jointly perhaps influence the training policies and the education agenda on the European Commission and on the European scale. So I will start with Monica. And Monica, I would like to ask you, how is the regional partnership for skills in the chemical sector addressing upskilling challenges in the chemical industry and helping regions prepare for the green and digital transitions?
Thank you, Christina. Thank you for the invitation and welcome everybody. So I have the pleasure to represent the European Chemical Regions Network. And in the previous panel, we heard a lot about cooperation and how it looks like here in Cyprus, but also what is needed and what is expected. But I really wanted to go a little bit closer to the ground. Because if you look around, basically everything is chemistry. So I'm talking about pharmaceuticals, plastics, petrochemicals, rubber, cosmetics, whatever. All of this is chemistry. And the chemical sector is one of the biggest in Europe, in the world. And the number of employees in that sector is enormous. So ensuring good trainings, good skills, access to the knowledge is absolutely essential to further develop our economy, not only the European one, but in general. Because most of the innovations also are created in this particular sector. And as I represent the European Regions Network, it means that it's a bit different level, because we do not represent only particular companies or particular specific subsector of the chemical industry, but we have to take into account also the social and environmental impact of the policy for the chemical industry. So our role is to bring regions, European regions, with a strong chemical sector and advocate and represent their interests. So it means that we are like a central point among And now? Okay. Sorry for this small break, but what I want to continue that we connect industry, we connect public administration, we connect the research and development institutions, and we connect the European institutions, mostly Commission, Parliament, the European Committee of the Regions, and we represent the interests of our regions. It means that one of our key elements, what we are doing, the crucial part of our job are skills, because we realize that we need to support our members in that particular field. That's why last year, in February 2023, we decided to establish a regional partnership for skills in the chemical sector. And we are very, very proud, because basically we were the first inter-regional partnership like this in Europe. And what is also a really nice effect of our work, that due to our advocacy and due to our work and presenting our needs, Commission launched a special call dedicated to the adult learning, dedicated precisely for the regional partnership for skills, and we decided to apply and to submit the application. It is financed by the Erasmus Plus program, and we are still waiting for the assessment, but we are really full of hope that it's going to end up positively. And thanks to our today host, also Cyprus is involved in this project. However, thanks to this partnership that was established last year, we were able to start another projects. And one of them, I would say, is especially crucial. It's a blueprint large-scale project dedicated to the skills in the chemical sector. And it brings together more than 30 partners across Europe. And the aim, basically the most Erasmus-funded projects, aim to deliver trainings and special training programs for people from different sectors. And that particular project is supposed to deliver the needed trainings for the green and digital transition of the chemical sector. So even if I'm talking about chemical industry, you need to be aware that it basically touches every aspect of our daily life. So regions, of course, are important players in this process. Without their support, we are not able to move forward, and that's our role.
Monica, that's a very, very interesting, and I think it's a very valuable insight to know that the regions and generally the nations are super important into what we are trying to achieve on a European scale and on a European level. And I would also like to add that the work that you are doing is highly aligned with the Pact for Skills. So I think it's also very much important to share this as well. So you mentioned that you are collaborating with public and private entities. So I would like to ask you how this collaboration has helped to improve the digitalization of the chemical industry, and if there are any future plans for workforce readiness across Europe in your industry.
Well, I cannot imagine that this green and digital transition in the chemical industry, but also in other industries, can happen without involvement of the private and public stakeholders. First of all, the public sector is a great source of financial resources. So we are not only talking about the EU funds, but also national funds, regional operational programs. So I think different stakeholders can really nicely use them to move forward with the transition. But also it's a matter of the image of the chemical industry. I think that public sector can support the industry in changing how this industry is seen by people, simply. Because in many cases, when we can think about chemicals, the first thought is, okay, it's super dangerous, unhealthy, and we should fight against it. But it doesn't look this way, of course. I don't want to say it's always everything nice and green, but this changing of the mindset is very important. And I would say that without cooperation between the public and private sector, we cannot think about delivering the really valuable trainings for people, because we should combine theoretical trainings with practical aspects. So internships in companies, it's absolutely essential to foster this transition. If we stay only on this theoretical level, we cannot speed up this process. And of course, what I also said about this financing support, of course, the support of particular projects and building some smaller targeted groups to work on some specific topics that are important, and of course, collaboration. So exchange the information, because maybe the solution we are looking for is already somewhere on place, and there's no need to invent the wheel from the scratch. Some ideas can be simply replicated. It's cheaper, it's faster. So this exchange between public-private sector, it's a core element of the transition, and I think both sides should understand it.
I 100% agree with you, Monica, and I think it's a very good point to consider, and also find a way that we blend this collaboration on the member states level as well. So I would now move to Folco, and I know, Folco, that you are also representing the Lombardy region, right? And I would be very much interested to know your work with the Pact for Skills, and what lessons have you learned through, working through this pact to support the twin transition, and what lessons can we learn as other EU regions through your approach with the Lombardy region?
Thank you, Christina. Thank you for inviting me. And as Monica said, we hope that our common project will be successful in 1 month. So I'm proud to say that Regione Lombardia has been the first region in Europe applying for these regional path for skills at European level, to be recognized as a region in which institution, the regional government, and the other actors started the regional path for skills. Why it happened? Because back in 2020, when the Commission published the New Skills Agenda and the Pact for Skill Action, we started at regional level our regional path for skill with a bottom-up approach. Meaning we as a region played as a catalyzer, and we started with the most sensitive industrial sector we have in the region. For those who doesn't know what is Regione Lombardia is easily the region of Milan. We are 10 million inhabitants. We are the first economy in Italy, 25% of Italian GDP, and we have in our territory almost all the industrial sector. Some of them are very strong, like the chemical ones. That is why we have this direction of the European Chemical Region Network. And others are very important, like textile. You probably know the fashion in Lombardy, but textile doesn't mean only fashion. And the other one is automotive. We don't build any more cars. Alfa Romeo is no longer producing in Lombardy, but in the supply chain of car industry, we are the second region as production in Europe. So for us, the transition, green and digital, is very important, because what is that? We should start from this pillar. The European Commission recognized that the only way for the European economy to stay competitive in front of a changing world where we don't have raw materials, we have lack of energy, our cost of work is higher than wherever in the world. So how can we be competitive? We need something marginal. That is the capacity of the worker, from the CEO to the newly comer in the industry. We have to give an added value thanks to our knowledge. And so this transversal pillar for the economy in Europe is training. But what do we want? Where do we start? We start from the needs of the industry. Because otherwise, if we start as a region from our idea of what the industry needs, we are wrong. So that's what we did. We gather our most efficient, I should say, or interested industrial cluster, the chemical, the automotive, and the textile, in 3 different tables for sure. And we asked them, what do you need in order to be competitive in the next year? And in our little system, we start like the European Commission with the blueprint, with no call for proposal or whatever. We just ask the industry what they need. They draft a sort of program, and then we call universities, vocational and educational centers, trade unions, because it's important. COVID taught everybody that life could be much more than go to work in the morning and go to sleep in the evening. So personal life is, balanced life is also important. And we started this bottom-up approach, and also bottom-up towards the European Commission. Because the European Commission put a lot of money on this blueprint in every sector, and most of them are not still working, because they are far away from the territories. You need to know what is the real needs of your territory, and then share with the others your best practice, and some of them could be useful in the north of Sweden or in Cyprus, some of them not. That is what we would like to do, why we are approaching that. And so we started with the regional Pact for Skills, but also we started participating as a region or supporting our system to be in the large-scale partnership at European level. We are in something like 7 or 8 large-scale partnership, or directly or with our industries. And concretely for the territories, then we put the money. Our Ministry for Economy, meaning industry, put from ERDF and not ESF 40 millions for pilot project in the 3 sector to build up this skills approach. And we are seeing now that little by little everything is growing. Then, as Monica said, when the Commission started with this recognition of the regional partnership, we have been the first to apply, and we have the medal to be the first, and we have the medal to be also the second, because the second was ECRN, and thanks to our experience, it was easier for ECRN. So I guess that's what we have learned, that's what we can share with the others.
I find this amazing and well done for your work. What I have noted down is that needs mapping on the local level is super important, right? And I really like the fact that you have developed your work in terms of the skills mapping and the needs and what you need to develop, but you are also participating in other, let's say, Pact for Skills, so you can learn from each other. And I think that's the way to go, the way to move forward. And speaking about learning from each other, let's explore what Cyprus can learn from your case, and what should be the approach for the twin transition here locally.
You know, I studied a little what Cyprus have done in the last years on this field, and I don't think you have to learn a lot from our experience, because you did very well. You built up these Cyprus National Action Plans for digital skills, and I don't think all the member state has one. You also have these human resource development authorities, and that is also something that, okay, on the paper, almost everybody has, but mostly in the member states, you have a little office in a ministry and nobody does anything. So I think you, as a very active small country, you did a lot, and probably more than learning from others, you should bring what you have learned, your methodology, outside of Cyprus. I mean, every region in Europe has millions and millions to develop, for example, through the European Social Funds, action in the region to support these new skills agenda and the Pact for Skills, and so this twin transition. Why don't you go there with your model and, in brackets, you sell your model? That's a way to open the markets to your companies, and a way to teach the others what you have learned by doing a great job you have done in the last years. I think that is important, and this can be my suggestion to the system. I'm sure that you have a lot of connection because it's historical in this land. Be connected with the world. You are at the center of a huge sea, and the sea is something that connects people and not that make the distance between people. So it's since ever that you connect with people. This could be something useful for you to do.
That's a very nice and important key takeaway. So thank you very much, Folko. So I will now move to Jay. Jay, I know that at Odyssey you are working a lot with upskilling initiatives, especially working with vulnerable groups, right? And I think it's, for us, super interesting to know how you are adapting your upskilling programs at Odyssey in terms, again, on considering the twin transition, and how can these models that you are working with can be scaled across Europe?
Okay, there we go.
Perfect.
Double click. So, hi everyone. A few words first to understand what Odyssey is doing and to familiarize. So we set up it's a non-profit organization. I founded in 2016. And the focus from the beginning was like, in order to change the paradigm of how the humanitarian work was happening, it was very important that we needed a data-driven system, an evidence-based approach to really change things. And we needed to invest in education and dignified employment. So we noticed there was a lot of lack of innovation, the way humanitarian system worked. And they not really empowered the individual. They didn't create, dependency and self-agency. Many times, it actually created loss of hope for the people that we serve. Our beneficiaries are 50% are vulnerable young Greeks, 17 to 34-year-olds. Low income, people who cannot afford an education, let's put it simply. And the other half is refugees, migrants, and asylum seekers. But what is common in both of these target groups is their zeal and will to change their lives for the better and to integrate in society. The way we do that is two main things. One is vocational training, and the second is employment or entrepreneurship. So we invested in a very hands-on approach to vocational training, and we also recognize that there's a big chasm between, let's say, the academia and then the needs of the labor market, and we wanted to bridge that gap. So what we did was create tailor-made trainings that are short, intensive, and adjusted to the very needs of the hiring companies. Through our discussion also the previous day, you were sharing that something that Greece and Cyprus have in common is the huge talent gaps, especially in the tourism sector, as well as construction. For people who don't know, in Greece there's more than 200,000 jobs missing in the tourism sector and about 250,000 for the next 3 years in construction. So for us, instead of looking at youth unemployment, that Greece has the negative record with Spain, and as a problem, or migration only as a problem, we heard a lot of panels about migration today as well, we try to flip that narrative and look how it can be part of the solution. So what we did is we created big academy spaces, both in Athens and now in Thessaloniki, and we're expanding different cities as well, where we set up different work simulation spaces, from kitchens, hospitality, five-star hotel suites, wood workshops, metal workshops, anything that you can imagine for electricians, plumbers, also tech professions and business. And we train more than 3,000 to 4,000 people every year in short-term trainings lasting more or less 2 months. The huge success rate is that 45 to 50% of the graduates immediately finds a job placement after the completion of their training. So we streamline more than 4 or 5 people into jobs every single day to a large network of 350 companies. So this is the essence of the work, and bridging to your question, Christina, in relation to the digital transition, with the rapid change of AI technology, automation in construction, even people who are not of a vulnerable background can immediately wake up one day and find themselves with outdated skills. Imagine what is the situation for a vulnerable person. So for us, it's significant to gain skills that are relevant not only now, but also in the future. That's why we have been pioneering many years specific programs targeted around digital literacy, financial literacy, to really gain the skills and specialize them to the very needs of the target group. So, for example, we have Refugee Women Academy, where we actually specialize and provide supportive, caregiving support to refugee women or single mothers so that they can enter the training and enter into employment. The same goes with many different target groups. And then moving on to the green stuff, we have a both horizontal and vertical approach. So, for example, a horizontal approach means in all our trainings we have integrated green approaches. Let's say we do kitchen, for example, courses where they become chefs or assistant chefs. We do waste management. We do local produce. The same with wood training, where they learn how to use correct materials and recycle. But we also do specialized tailor-made trainings. For example, the public company of power in Greece, they came to us and said, listen, I don't have photovoltaic technicians. So we are one of the first NGOs in Greece to be fully carbon zero because we have our own production. So we said, okay, let's do a tailor-made trainings. We did 2 classes of 10 people. They hired 9 out of 10 people immediately into employment because there's no technicians in the labor market. This is one example. We've done it with elevator technicians, you name it. So there is the vertical and there is the horizontal approach as well of how we integrate it into our work. Just a double click, I think. Okay, close enough.
Okay, now it's working. So, Jay, I honestly find the indicators that you mentioned impressive, the numbers. I mean, the number of people that are finally being integrated back to the labor market, and well done. And from what I understood is that through designing your upskilling programs, you are 100% considering the digital and green priorities. And I think that's super interesting, and thank you for sharing your insights. So I know that you have recently started a very, very impactful project under the Swiss Cooperation Framework. And I would like to ask you, what are the key successes from this collaboration that you have achieved on upskilling vulnerable groups? And how can other regions like Cyprus learn from your case?
Yeah, thanks for mentioning. So yes, this is a new program from the Swiss Contribution Office supported to the Greek government, and the same part is actually Cyprus is also eligible for the same program that is going to start this year. This is actually, we have been awarded by the Ministry of Migration and Asylum, a direct collaboration where we're going to do something quite ambitious actually. So we don't know, I cannot boast success yet because we're just starting it, but let me share a few elements of why I think this program is very innovative. We are going to actually try to reignite and revive the shipbuilding repair zone in Greece. As you know, another interesting commonality between our two countries is the maritime strength that we have. And just as we do a lot of trainings, as I mentioned, in the green sector, we do a lot already in the blue economy trainings. And this span all the way from trainings in all of the let's say the coastal regions in Greece, both in the tourism sector, but actually also on boats, where we train people from service, from mechanics, electricians, even one of the most famous and successful ones is people who want to become skippers or yacht charter personnel. We actually provide and give skipper licenses through the NOE, which is Navtikos, the Nautical Organization of Greece. So what are we going to do in this program? But this program is a little bit quite different because we are going to be focusing on very technical professions that we always wanted to do but never had the funds to support, because I don't know if this was clear before that everything that we provide is free of cost, because of course we work with vulnerable groups. I think it's an important detail. So all our model actually is based through scholarships from foundations, a lot of EU programs, as well as corporations and HR departments. So in this case, we're actually going to be doing professions like welders. I don't know if you know, even in Greece, there's no welders available. We're actually importing welders from Bulgaria and paying them 150 euros per hour. And we're talking about professions that are really well paid and high demand right now, because even the shipbuilding zones are getting revived and there's a lot of demand. We're going to be doing metal workers. We're going to even doing professional truck drivers. So as you can see, we're very excited, and we even have a training. We collaborated in this project with the Association of the Shipbuilding Association in Greece called Senavi, and we're going to be involving more than 300 companies in all Perama, which is the region where all the shipbuilding repair zone is in Greece. So for us, I think this project then is going to scale in different parts of Greece as well. And I think to wrap up, I think this showcases how, for example, a big issue and a driving bottleneck for, you talked a lot about competitiveness, right? How can companies be competitive without correct access to talent? So for us, we really are trying to tackle that bottleneck, both for existing staff with new upskilling, reskilling, but as well as for talent that has an ability to actually enter as assistants, enter into very critical parts of the economy and of the companies that need to become competitive again. So we plan to pass some of this expertise also to Cyprus, and we're exploring how we can scale this program as well in this context. And it's going to be for 2 + 2 years, and we hope that it becomes a really successful pilot.
I want to wish you all the very best of luck. And I see that we can all agree that indeed education and training is the foundation of everything that we are doing, especially in terms of improving the competitiveness of our countries and the European Union as a whole. So I would now move to Vlatka and the important work that you are doing in terms of circular economy. So how can the circular economy be used to upskill workers for both, the digital and the green transition? And I know that you also have some projects related to manufacturing, so it will be very interesting to hear your insights.
Thank you, Christina, for the invitation. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here. And yes, as you know, the twin transition requires a paradigm shift, which depends on professional skills that are capable to translate emerging challenges into economic, social, and environmental advantages or opportunities. So as my colleagues were discussing before, it's fundamental to identify which professional skills are required or essential in order to support the twin transition. Once you identify which are these required skills, then you can start, for example, embedding circular economy principles in existing educational content, for example. Then another important thing to highlight is to encourage the use of digital technologies, the use of digital tools in order to promote circularity. Like, for example, we could use data analytics or Internet of Things, which help in the monitoring resource use, for example, and they can help us in identifying where are the areas of improvement. So training the professionals in technologies, for example, it's also very important. Another aspect is to, as Monica, I think, was mentioning, to foster collaboration between educational institutions, governmental bodies, and also businesses. Because as my colleagues also were discussing, it's important that we can encourage the upskilling and reskilling of people, but also providing hands-on experience.
Exactly.
So when you have the partnership with businesses, for example, and educational institutions, then you have your learners. They have the opportunity to practice with businesses and learn, and also provide suggestions on how we can overcome the challenges of nowadays. In addition to technical skills, perhaps it's important also to mention the soft skills. We also need critical thinking, we also need the decision making, we also need communication skills. So in addition to the technical skills, the circular economy, environmental or digital technologies, it's important also to embed soft skills in the learners. You were mentioning the projects that we have, and indeed, actually, currently we have a very interesting project which is called CERES. It's an Erasmus Plus project, and in this project we have done specifically, let's say, these steps. We have managed to identify which are the necessary skills and competences in order to transit into the twin transition. And in order to identify these required skills and competences, we went into a needs analysis, then a market analysis. This market analysis included questionnaires and interviews with persons related to the manufacturing sector. So it was important because we could also sense like what kind of needs the sector have. And after we have identified, after we did this research, we publish also a systemic literature review in the circular economy skills required for the twin transition. Another important factor in perhaps this project is that we have also studied and analyzed the different competence frameworks, European competence frameworks, talking
Such
about
as?
DCOMP, ENTRECOMP, GreenComp. So we have analyzed them. We have also analyzed the European qualification framework, which for us, the analysis of these different documents, it's very important because it allows you to identify the competences that you need in the different frameworks, but also to align your learning outcomes that you will design in developing content with the European qualification framework. And this goes hand in hand with the micro-credentials and the recognition of skills cross borders. So what we are trying to do is to really provide an educational training which is focused on the manufacturing sector, combining circular economy and digital skills, that at the same time is recognized in different countries. So I think this is also important in terms of training. And yeah, that would be to answer your question, Christina.
Okay, thank you, Vladka. What I kept is that if we want to achieve systemic impact, then we need synergies. And of course, the highlight, I think, of your points is the evaluation frameworks that are valid on a European level, which are super important in terms of indeed affecting the European policies on the education and training aspects. So in terms of Cyprus, I mean, you are 100% working in the circular economy education. So any I don't know, any kind of tips or best practices that you can share with us within your work that can actually be implemented locally?
Sure, thank you, Christina, for the question. And yes, there are, let's say, best practices, good practices that we can share. For example, integrating circular economy principles in formal education and VET programs. It's important. And in order to do that, here in Cyprus, it would be interesting of revising perhaps the current curricula that the educational institutions have. And then by revising this content, you can identify where you can integrate the circular economy principles, for example. And then in the region of Cyprus, it's also interesting that you can have region-specific case studies, you know, where you can, you were mentioning the shipping industry, for example, that it's not common to all European countries. We have also tourism that is very important, and manufacturing and the construction sector. So you can have a specific examples in these areas that could help also in your educational content. Again, collaborating with local industries, because in that case you can really embed in your training programs hands-on experience, which it has been proved to be very effective and successful when you have your learners practicing in companies, and then they are able to propose new ideas and to move forward in the transition. Another important thing that perhaps we could suggest for the region of Cyprus, for Cyprus, is to offer flexible and modular trainings, because these allow the workers or the learners to learn at their own pace. So, and this comes with the
flexibility.
Exactly. So you are not forced to learn during your working hours, but then you can choose when you can learn. Indeed. And when you can connect to the different platforms. So again, and this is linked to the platforms, because I think in Cyprus you have urban and rural areas. So if you have a digital platform that provides training, so you can reach more people, right? You can connect with more people. You can connect with the small-sized enterprises, for example, small, medium-sized enterprises, or local businesses in different areas that perhaps are not very close to
and accelerate the digital transition. Exactly. In this way. Okay.
And finally, governments, you know, the government is crucial, not only in Cyprus, but around Europe. It's important that governments provide support. We are talking about, financial support, let's say, for example, tax incentives or grants to companies that are supporting the upskilling or reskilling of the workforce. So governments are important. And finally, perhaps public campaigns, which is also linked to governments, because if you have public campaigns and you have dissemination and communication about the importance of the circular economy and the linkage that it has with digital technologies, then you can also reach more people, which at the same time perhaps can replicate your message. So you can reach a broader audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Vlatka. And speaking about the state support and how everything is integrated, I would like to now move on to Daniel. Daniel, through your work with the research policy at the European Commission, I would like to ask, first of all, let's highlight that there is a vision now that we become, as a European Union, the union of skills. So to address the future challenges, so I think it is being recognized as a very, a very important element and an urgency at this point. So we know that we will have a delegation on skills and preparedness. So please let us know, how will the new Commissioner's delegation on skills and preparedness shape Europe's workforce for the twin transition?
Let's see if I can make it work. Everyone can hear me. So yeah, thanks very much for the invitation. I think it's been an interesting experience, also with the previous panel and the one now that we are having. And I'm thinking also about an Austrian think tank that I've been involved with, the European Forum Alpbach. So it's a little bit similar, I think, to the Cyprus Forum. But what's important is, I think, that we all discuss similar issues, right? And so the skills issue is certainly one that is important and has, I think, received growing recognition on the European level. And so what I would maybe like to do is give you the three most important documents on this issue. But generally, if you are interested in European affairs, what's happening at the moment, you may know we had these elections, we have a new commission. So if you're interested what the commission is doing, these three documents, I think they can also be helpful in other areas. And the first one is something called the Draghi report. So the colleagues that work in Brussels, I think this is all the new Bible, so to speak. So I don't know if people outside of Brussels have heard about the Draghi report, but you may know Mario Draghi is the former president of the central bank. So I think he says a lot of important things, but what's also important is that it's him who says it, because he has a certain weight that maybe others don't. And it's interesting to see that skills is actually an area which he highlights. And listening to you, actually, I heard a lot of things that are also in the Draghi report. So I don't know if you know it, but
that's super encouraging.
It's more than 200 pages, so I always say I read these documents so you don't have to. And by the way, if you find me on LinkedIn, I put a summary there, so you can also have a look at that. So what's interesting is the Draghi report, it gives the link between skills development and productivity. And basically, it also has a lot of supplementary information, and what you said, for instance, about the skills gap in tourism. So that's definitely, so he highlights all these areas where we have a skills gap, and then tourism is across all Europe. Yeah. And even I come from Austria, so even I would say in Austria, we have a skills gap in tourism. So it's kind of just an example that we share a lot of the challenges. So, and what he does, he makes the connection to Europe and kind of the rest of the world, right? So he says we are lagging in productivity compared to the United States, compared to China. And why is that? Because we have the skills gap in these traditional areas, but also he highlights very much new areas, and I saw that also in the program here, artificial intelligence and so on. So those are also areas where we urgently need to build up our competences. But he also says that it's not just the economic factor, right? So he also says the social Europe is the cohesion, ensuring everybody has a good life, more or less, is also an important factor why we need to make sure that people have the necessary skills, and also we need to make sure that people have access to these skills, right? So that's, I think, very interesting, your work, because if we have all these good educational offers, but they are so expensive that nobody can afford them, then, you know, that would not be the European vision, at least as Draghi outlines. And he says, as some of you have said, that we need the necessary financial investment, and that can be on the EU level, but I think only on the EU level is not enough. So the Draghi report, it kind of gives you a little bit the underlying evidence, right? So he kind of looked at all these documents and all these studies and summarized them. And so that's the first document in general I would recommend if you're interested in what's happening on the EU level that you read. The second one would be the political guidelines of the new von der Leyen Commission. So von der Leyen got re-elected as the Commission President, and that's kind of the work program that she has given herself. And it's also, for me, it was also interesting to see that, you know, even in the political guidelines, you have a whole section on skills. And that's where this new, and you know, we like to have these buzzwords, right? Those are, that is where this, what you have mentioned, the union of skills. So that's kind of where that comes from. And it's a little bit, I think, complementary, but also building on what Draghi says. What's interesting for me was that in this document, she emphasizes lifelong learning. And that's also nice, because I'm also somebody who likes to learn. So it's not just the students, the young people who learn, but it's really lifelong learning and skills development and reskilling, also for these new skills that we need to deal with AI. The second one that she highlights is something on STEM education, something supporting skills for women, and also, I mean, the skills critical to the green and digital transitions. So that gives you a little bit the high level, like the background and the high level. And then, as you may also know, we have now the new candidates for the portfolios of the different commissioners, right? And so I don't know, but normally if this gets reported in the national media at all, it's basically which portfolio did we get and is that a good one? So people say, oh, we got an important portfolio, or this time we didn't do well. But of course, what I do in my role is I look then at, well, what are these commissioners supposed to do? So the president, so von der Leyen, writes a mission letter to the commissioners, and in that mission letter, she tells them that's what you expect, that's what I expect you to work on. And we have now, and it's also interesting how the departments are kind of set up. So we have now an executive vice president for people, skills, and preparedness. And this is a Romanian woman, and so I'm not yet familiar with how to pronounce the name correctly. Roxana Mințatu. So I hope that's, I will learn whether that is the right pronunciation or not. And also these people still have to go through the hearing in the European Parliament. So we'll see whether they pass or not. And so basically in the mission letter, it then goes a lot into the details of what this commission is supposed to do on skills. And in the end, why is this important? Because it then frames the priorities also for the funding, right? So if you have the right wording in those mission letters, it means it gets translated then into what you can get funding for in the programs, such as Erasmus, for instance. So basically, the mission letter is unsurprisingly takes up the union of the skills, the buzzword, and kind of says, well, that's what I want you to work on. And then you have a long list of things. Basically, studying abroad is one topic. Then she has things like the European Social Fund, things like the European Education Area, the Pact for Skills, European Strategy for Vocational Education and Training, and all of those are supposed to be components of this buzzword, the union of skills. So that's a little bit this overview of these three documents that you have, and I try to summarize them more or less concisely. But if you really want to go into the details, I recommend that you look into them yourself.
Thank you so much. We're definitely keeping the emphasis on the skills. So I think we are discussing, through our panel today, the most pressing issue at this moment on the European level. So Daniel, because we are here to learn from one country to another, considering that through the upskilling initiatives and programs that we are designing, we need to always ensure inclusivity, democracy, human rights. I know that there is an initiative that, I'm not sure if it's completed or not, the Vienna Initiative on Digital Humanism. So I think that's a very, interesting project that you can share with us, so that we are creating awareness as well through your experience there. So.
Yeah, thank you very much. So this is a local initiative, I would say. So I wanted to bring something local to the table as well. Although if you Google the word digital humanism, you sometimes also find it in EU documents. But the Vienna Initiative, first of all, tried to specify what that is. And basically what the aim is we're talking a lot about digital skills and AI, but also to make sure that it safeguards democratic values, right? So we are not just basically looking into, just to give an example, how to code, right? But we are thinking also on what are the social implications of AI and how can we use it to promote and not to subvert democracy. So this Vienna Initiative on Digital Humanism, that's kind of what it does. So it wants to give a human-centered approach to the development of digital technologies. So if you're interested, there is a Vienna Manifesto on digital humanism. But what's interesting also from my perspective is that they then actually did a call for research projects in this area. So they were actually we have probably similar to what you have here in Cyprus, we have a Vienna Technology Fund, a Vienna Research Fund. So it's like research money, and they combine this, and they could say, okay, you can have we are actually going to launch a research call on how can we make the digital transition humanistic in this sense. And there have been 2 rounds of projects, one in 2021 and one in 2023 on this. And so that's kind of something that is ongoing. And you can see the projects on the website of the Viennese Technology and Research Fund. So they are ongoing projects. And yeah, I mean, I was not sure whether it's really, you know, how far, if you interpret skills very narrowly, you could say, well, you know, does that really fit? But it goes a little bit beyond just very narrowly, just making sure that everybody knows how to code, but really that we are aware of that we implement the transition in a way that it works for everyone.
Which I think is a very important element as well, right? So just to, conclude this very interesting and insightful discussion, I would like a final comment from all of you. If you are optimistic in what we can achieve on the local level and then expand this to the national and to the pan-European level, I mean, on the synergies that we can create between us. So I will start from Jay.
Simpson. Okay. Well, to do the line of work that we do, the non-profit, optimism is a must. Otherwise, it's impossible to do it. That said, you do really need to be able to join different and bring a lot of different pieces together to be able to do this type of work. So it's no easy thing. I was hearing, for example, the Draghi report you're saying, but I wonder, it's quite complex.
Great, thank you, Jay. I will now move to Folco and Monica. Your views on this question: can we really achieve synergies between us, and helping the local initiatives being translated to national and then European initiatives, so that we can have a real impact?
Okay, I hope it works, yes. Well, my main conclusion from today, I would say we are living in the time of transition. And the question is, if we are moving fast enough to make it real, because what I heard today, basically all of us already identified the problem. And there's really plenty of initiatives to tackle this challenge, but we have to be aware that in many cases we simply do the same in different countries, in different regions, and how to connect all of this and how to find the synergies between all of this, and do not start from the scratch. And this cooperation that was mentioned today on different levels, national, regional, or pan-European level, is absolutely essential if we want to make this transition fast enough to reach the competitors. And that would be my main message.
Thank you, Monica.
Well, from my side, I think I totally agree with Jay. The Regione Lombardia is acting in the mind the subsidiarity. Public powers must be there if the private sector are not able to do something. Otherwise, we have to allow the private sector in every level or whatever to work together. Also because we talk about money. We think that European money are this big load of money. These 7 years, European Union has doubled its finances. passing from 1,000 billion euro to 1,750 billion euros. But if you do a simple math, it means that for every and each citizen in Europe, you have more or less 50 euro per month in 7 years. It means nothing. So we have to use the public funds to do strategic project. Then public authorities must help the private to develop himself and to develop the country, the region, the continent. But still, as Monica mentioned, we have to find a way, and this could be something that we at Brussels level could do to facilitate the connection between different experiences. And I think we can do it.
Thank you, Folco. And a final comment from Vladka and then Daniel.
Thank you, Christina. I would say that yes, I am optimistic about the advancements that we are doing. I had the opportunity to witness here in Cyprus through the implementation of design thinking workshops, how approaching different stakeholders from different businesses is very important for local businesses that are starting, but also for businesses that have that are larger enterprises, because approaching these different stakeholders generate the motivation between or among them to talk to each other. And then when you start talking to each other, then you start realizing, oh, we can collaborate here, we can collaborate there, so let's continue this conversation. So yes, I think collaboration and specifically approaching the stakeholders, engaging stakeholders from different sectors could be something that could help also in the transition.
Thank you, Vladka. And Daniel, a final comment from your side.
Somewhere in Brussels where we all go and then kind of knows what's happening in Europe, okay. But I don't think that so, that's one challenge. I think you don't always need to go always Brussels back. Direct connection. That's the first one. The second one is still like direct connection, but also also need to invest out of very nice. Then now the guidelines of iron and but again only long enough that will come. Those like future in 2027. Just the next budget for the next 7 years for multi-annual network and one follow up. So don't have that. And then funding. Want to strongly budget.
Thank you, Daniel. So I'm taking as a key takeaway from everyone that we need urgently a dialogue window with Brussels, and it needs to be open all the time. And I think that the way that we are implementing on local and regional level the participatory approach, then the same approach should be equally measured on the synergies between the member states. Thank you so much for today. We've heard so many interesting insights from you. And I hope that people that have followed us and heard also this discussion found the insights interesting as well. Thank you so much.